All right, we are live. Looks like we already have a couple of comments here from people who stopped in, oh, I don't know, like 3 hours ago when I scheduled this. Good job being ahead of the curve. In chat, just let me know that you can hear me and see me and that everything is cool, and we will kick this off. I got AJJ Golf with 3 hours to go. Brian stopping in saying hello. And 6 p.m. just when my nightly COF begins. Hope you're still going by 8 p.m. with your marathon multi-hour live. We'll see. If there's plenty to talk about, we'll keep talking. Hey, Edward, Straight Stupid, what's up? Thank you, Josh, for letting me know. Keith, how's it going? Edward, appreciate it. Awesome. Hey, Mike, how's it going, man? Glad you're here. Kenji, my boy. Yep, we're on another live. What's up, Jesse? Dan, you made it just in time, my man. Kenji's the man. All right, so now that we're kicking this off, what did I title this again? Staccato Fatigue, Future of Pistols, and just a general AMA. All right, yeah, we're going to hop into this. Anthony, what's up, man? Appreciate it, Warren. Staccato gang. Man, well, we got stuff to talk about. What's up, man? What dog? Thanks for saving me some money on that new Staccato. You are welcome. I wish I could have saved myself some money on that new Staccato. What's up? No clue you did lives. Oh yeah, dude. My lives are real, man. You're in for a ride. They have become infamous. What's up, Maverick? Bull Armory, TAC 4 1/4 ports, no ports, pro, con. So ports turns the gun into a cheat code where massive advantage. I'm assuming you mean like for carry. That's typically why people ask. The downside to ports is spalling, potential spalling. The number one issue being a carjacking situation where you need to kind of shoot like this. Spalling can go into your arms. It sucks. It goes really deep into your tissue. Takes a while to come out. You'll live. I'm concerned about eyes, right? So any kind of shooting from retention, I'm concerned about eye protection because even like my glasses, I wear eye protection every day. I mean, one time I ate a tortilla chip and a piece of it flew up into my eyeball underneath my glasses. So imagine that, except with, red hot, razor sharp spalling that would go far enough into my arm tissue to take like 6 months to come out, going into your eyeball. So hedge your bets if you're going to carry a ported gun because you want an advantage. If you're kind of hedging your bet that you're going to need a somewhat significant advantage in an actual full presentation gunfight, then go with ports. Just be aware of the downsides and be prepared to turn that thing completely away from you. 45 degrees is not enough. You got to tilt that sucker all the way. And just know that if you don't have the luxury to do that because you have, like, I don't know, a knife in your forearm, you might cause damage to your eyeballs. That being said, people have been defending themselves without ported guns for a very long time effectively. So it's a personal choice. Those are kind of the pros and cons. Was there an HD embargo, or did all the YouTubers order day one for content and have the same turnaround time? Good question, because I am not in the GunTuber club. So here's how I got mine. I saw that I have to be careful on YouTube. I can't say things. A local place got a couple in stock, and I raced down to get the last one. I think that's what a lot of guys did. And I think that's why there are so many reviews of the HD that are pretty meh. It's because we all went out and, like, actually, well, most of us, some of us paid for them. I think other people were promoted by actual shops to basically, like, here's this, promote us, or like, do work on this and promote us. But a lot of us went out and just got one. And that's why the reviews are all meh. It's because I don't think Staccato really did any kind of like damage control on this. But we're going to hop into that in a bit. So yeah, it was just a coincidence. We all got it at the same time, actually dishing it out to get it. And that's how long it took me to fully evaluate it and be 100% confident. I knew this review was going to be really important and I wanted to get it right. So that's the amount of time that I needed. And I usually upload on Sundays, and that's when it went live. And I think a lot of people just uploaded that weekend because they were in the same situation. There have been a couple of times where just kind of like coincidentally, we all drop at once. It's not always a conspiracy, though often it is. It depends on the manufacturer. Comps reports, yes. Bull Armory TAC comp, can't wait. Exactly. Both is good. Sound is up and running. Okay. Your last stream was really insightful, so I'm here for another. How's your health, bud? Thanks for asking. I'm finally started. I feel like 50% better. So we're moving in the right direction. It's a relief. I was unwell for a long time. Have you tried with gloves? Tried what with gloves? Like shooting like Staccato HD? The new tech comp is what I'm putting mine aside for. I, however, have questions about what ammo I could use on at the range. Yeah, pretty much nothing plated, and the most common plated round is blazer brass. So I just stay away from blazer if I'm shooting ported stuff. Thank you for sacrificing your body and your ports and comps vid. Yeah, so many people just held up a piece of cardboard to test it, or they put like, I don't know, a watermelon above it. That's not flesh. That's not skin. That's not a good medium for testing. So I put my money where my mouth was, and it was stupid, but it's data. If I could go back and not do it, I would not do it, but I'm a human being. Thoughts on Ross Martin? I have zero experience, and to be honest, it hasn't really caught my eye or my interest. So if there was enough demand for me to check one out, I would. Best accuracy precision 2011. There are some really high-end stuff. I mean, probably the best fit guns in that category are going to be like 1911s, like Les Baer or something like that, where you have to shoot like 2,000 rounds through it to actually properly break it in, so that basically everything is fit too tight so that you shoot it in and then it lasts forever. But I mean, most of the quality brands are going to be fine, especially you get up into stuff like Atlas, Infinity, even though people are kind of mixed on Infinity now. I'm just here hoping you'll finally tell us you got a spore. Staccatos or so yesterday for appendix carry with a tuxedo. Yeah, I maybe one of these days I'll end up with a permanent spore in the collection. I just picked up my Fusion XP from FFL and going to take it to the range this weekend. Hopefully I won't have any issues. I'm getting mine in a week or two. So I'm going to be doing a Fusion XP Pro review. Any accuracy issues with ported guns? It depends. It's been a yes and a no. Absolutely with plated ammo. Any jacket that's coming apart through the barrel can throw the round off course. Beyond that, it's hard to say. Like I had a ported Beretta 92 that just had a poorly fit barrel, but it was ported. I didn't get to test it unported. I don't really know how much of a difference that actually caused. But yeah, if the jacket is scraping off of the round going past the ports, it is possible. But a lot of ported guns like Monsoon Tacticals work, I've had like as good of accuracy as you can get with that. The best example being the M&P that I have that has the Lucky 7 Sports on it. I had an Apex Gunsmith barrel put into that. And then when Vinny ported it and I tested the accuracy, it was laser beam accurate from the bench. So I think it mostly depends on the quality of the barrel, as long as you're not shooting ammunition that is going to come apart through the ports. That's been my experience, at least. How far behind is a bull compared to an Atlas? So when you start getting into expensive guns, there are diminishing returns. And I would say a bull is like 90% of what an Atlas is. But once you start getting into the expensive stuff, you have to spend way more to get a little more. Now, don't get me wrong. Atlas is just all around a better gun than a bull, than a Staccato, than anything else in that like 2 to 2.5K category. When you bump up to 6K, yeah, you're going to get a better fit gun with, that's just the way it is. So I don't know, it's like 90%. So you're getting an additional 10% fit finish performance out of something like an Atlas. For me, that bull category is kind of the sweet spot. Yeah, it's expensive, but it's not like 5K, 6K expensive. And it gives me the performance that I desire. I'm not sure I could squeeze much more performance out of an Atlas. I could probably squeeze like 1% more performance out of an Atlas. So again, diminishing returns. There's performance and then there's fit and finish. So 10% better fit and finish, maybe like 1% performance out of a talented shooter. Any chance you're going to do a review on the new CSX E series? It's not on the menu yet. If there's enough demand, I might, because I don't think it's too expensive. Which one shoots better, G45 with Ramjet and DPM, or base stock 2011, i.e. Staccato HD, for example? That's tough. I would give the edge to 2011s just because of the triggers. If you wanted to toss additional stuff into the G45, like a Johnny Glock's trigger, specifically the new 4311 trigger for the double stacks, which I need to reach out to him about that, by the way, because I want to test one out because I really like the combat trigger. Then we're getting close, but I would still give the slight edge to a 2011. The thing is, you look at the difference in cost between the two, and you have to ask yourself if it's really worth it. Hey, what's up, me? Staccato CS just purchased. Am I late to the party? No, you're never late to the party. That's a good choice. It's a good choice, especially with like the 15 round mag. I think it's a good size for concealed carry. It's a little on the snappy side for me, but it still runs great. You just have to ride the lightning a little more and you can shoot it great. I feel like yours, Humble Marksman and Honest Outlaw, helped settle the internet consensus as, yeah, it's mostly just a police market gun. Most will be more satisfied with a more traditional 2011, 100%. This is kind of what I want to say. The Staccato HD is not a bad gun. It's just a gun that was specifically designed for a specific individual, right? So they had an ideal client that they envisioned in their head, and it is going to be law enforcement, who the only thing holding them back from dropping big dime on a 2011 to put into their holster is, you know, they have all these Glock mags, they have no 2011 mags, and they don't want to get a bunch of 2011 mags. They have hangups about 2011 mags. They want it to be 100% drop safe. Although I didn't have any problems with Series 70 drop safety anyways, because you have to drop it from shoulder height, muzzle down, it goes off into the ground. I'm not dropping guns from shoulder height, and if it did happen, it would be going off in a quote-unquote safe direction. People who want one-handed or left-handed operation of the pistol, it's like that specific client is the one they envisioned. Then Staccato took their massive marketing budget and tried to convince the civilian market that it was great for them. And clearly there was a little bit of a disconnect there. And I think Staccato, with their marketing budget, would have been better served buying a bunch of shills on YouTube to pump it out, at least for the civilian market. I think that would have been a better use of their time. Do you recommend the Glock performance trigger? I do and I don't. Like it's fine, but I've seen it not be fine. So I personally like Johnny Glock's triggers because Johnny Glock's has been approved by several departments and agencies. And I think for a trigger that has been approved by several departments and agencies and has been thoroughly tested, that one performs the best, in my experience. Not saying there aren't other great Glock triggers out there. I'm looking specifically at Glock triggers that maintain the internal safeties of a Glock and ones that have been approved for use by departments and agencies. Are you going to get the Staccato HD P4.5? If so, a review coming? Probably not, because it would be the same as my P4 review, just it shoots a little softer. Other than that, it would be the same exact review. I saw that Tulsi Gabbard accidentally, well, probably purposefully, it was probably coordinated because Staccato reshared it, leaked the Staccato HD XC or whatever they're going to call it, the comped version of the HD. That one could be interesting. We'll have to see what the price point is, because since it's Staccato, I see them pricing it at the same price as the XC, in which case it's just a non-starter for me. That's insane. Especially with Bull, with the TAC comp, which, like, honestly, Bull Armory is just coming in at the TAC comp at the price that is competitive with the current market. And if Staccato offered one at that price point, Bull would probably even find a way to bring it in a little under where they're currently at. Just want to say I watch a ton of gun channels, and yours is one of the few I can trust. There aren't many left, and it's because it's hard to maintain a channel without selling out. And when I say specifically, the topics that are big no-nos are firearms, airsoft, any kind of like EDC gear, and even knives and stuff, and right-wing politics. Those are the ones that are you're gonna have big trouble with. I think car guys with aftermarket parts, I think those guys are struggling big time too. But yeah, if you haven't seen the video yet, what's the channel name? Someone in here is going to know the video that I'm talking about. I think it's US Airsoft did a video where he talked to behind the scenes guys that are in Google and YouTube or work for the company that YouTube hires to do manual reviews for videos that have been demonetized, that are appealed. very eye-opening, the shadow banning and the stuff like that that goes into channels like gun channels. So in order to survive, and if people who want to do this for a living, it's very difficult. Like I'm barely keeping this channel together. And that's why I'm soon going to be having a digital product coming out to help me be able to continue to do this channel and to level it up. I'm plateaued where I'm at with the current budget of the channel, and I want to level it up so that I can, when you're like, hey, are you going to do a review of the HD P4.5, instead of me being like, not really, because it would just be the same as the P4 but softer, I could say yes, let's evaluate that too. So that's my goal. That's my 2025 Q1 goal. Do you worry about the jacket coming apart in the barrel and like destroying the gun, or just being inaccurate? I mean, a bunch of people shot Blazer through ports before they knew. I shot Blazer through ports before I knew. It's not going to destroy the gun at all. The only thing it can do is the jacket can get shaved off in the ports, and they get kind of stuck and melded to the inside of the barrel. It can be cleaned and removed. It's just difficult. And then that piece that gets stuck in the barrel or on the crown or in the rifling or in one of the ports going into the rifling can start throwing your shots. That's it. Other than that, it's fine. Like you can do it in a pinch. It's not going to ruin your gun. I've been wanting to send some of my CZs to Cajun Gunworks and getting them ported and customized. Thoughts on doing that or their quality of work? I send all of my stuff to CZ Custom. I've never had any issue with CZ Custom. Cajun guns are great, but I've had, back when I was doing instruction all the time, I had a couple of students that came with Cajun Gunworks guns that were getting light strikes, malfunctioning, and they had to send them back to Cajun. That's just my observations. I don't have a Cajun gun, but I do have CZ Custom guns. I know plenty of people who are happy with Cajun. Thoughts on the Bodyguard 2.0 with all the QC problems, or 380 in general? I love the Bodyguard 2.0. I have a couple of criticisms for it, but the QC problems, whenever I recommend the gun to someone, because I think it's a great option, especially for anyone who needs to carry a 380 sized gun. It shoots and has the ergos of a bigger gun, but obviously it's super tiny and low recoiling for its size. But the quality control, I always have an asterisk, right? I'm like, I recommend the Bodyguard 2.0 asterisk. Make sure you put a couple boxes of ammo through it, including a few magazines of your carry ammo through it, to make sure everything is good. Watch the pins so they're not walking out. I dislike recommending a gun like that. Unfortunately, the best micro guns pretty much all fall into that category, including the SIG P365, which is my #1 recommendation. But that has a slew of problems too that I always have to be like, make sure you test this. We have a super chat. Nightwood, please tell me you're not a lib. I am not a lib. Do not worry. I am open-minded. I am reasonable. I am accepting of many people. I would not identify myself as a lib. I also don't really place myself into many boxes, but I think that you would be very satisfied with my political leanings. Let's see, where were we? Thanks for the super chat, by the way. Yeah, if any of you want to, bust through the crowd, super chat is the way to absolutely guarantee that I get to your stuff and answer it thoroughly. I always appreciate the support. This is time that I would normally be spending making a video. It's just my anniversary, my wedding anniversary this weekend. 9 years married. So I'm not going to be around this weekend, or at least available to, post a video, respond to comments. So this is kind of my week's content. So I definitely appreciate the support, since this, again, is the time I would spend making a video that would pull in ad revenue. Instead, I'm spending it with you guys, which honestly, I personally prefer to do anyways. I wish live streaming was more lucrative on YouTube, especially in this space. I wish I could hold up stuff and show you, and it'd be really cool to play show and tell on lives, but just not going to happen. Okay, where were we? We were right here. Keith, have you tried a DPM spring in your bolt tag or EDC yet? Yes, I have. Yes, they work. The gain in performance is minimal. It's, you're squeezing 1% extra performance out of it, maybe. There are some platforms that the DPM spring makes a sizable, noticeable difference in. 2011s, it depends. Like the Staccato XC, that's a little more sensitive to recoil spring changes. I've noticed improvements in that. So yeah, it works. It's just not a huge improvement. Is the Bull Armory Ultralight slimmer than the CS? No, it is fatter than the CS. What's your EDC like? It is, again, I would just like to, I'm carrying right now. I'd love to show you guys. It is the Bull Armory EDC Pro with the compact grip module. So I'm kind of ahead of their upcoming release. It's honestly my favorite carry gun I've ever had in my entire life, and I've gone through a lot of them. If you can only have one 2011, tough I know, for a flat shooting range toy, which would you go with under 4K? Bull Armory Tac Pro, easy choice. 5-inch if it's a range toy. Great video idea. Stock G19 versus upgraded G19 versus 2011 versus mid-tier 2011 versus god tier 2011. I've had this thought before. It's definitely, I have a list of videos that I want to make, and I just keep getting bogged down by reviews because people watch reviews. They do really well. They get a lot of clicks, and that just helps me keep my channel going. And since I'm just one dude running the entire channel, like I don't have an editor or, a camera guy or anything like that. Sometimes my wife is very helpful and supportive and holds the camera. It's just, again, this is why I want a digital product, so that I can, hire some people and also just be able to focus 100% on just content on the channel. But yeah, that's definitely on my list. I've thought of that. 2011 fatigue is interesting. I think the market is picking up, but I bet we'll see more entries from big companies that are 2011-ish while using common magazines. I actually agree with this. I think that the 2011 fatigue is setting in just based on people's reactions to SHOT Show this year. 2011s right now are one of the biggest trends in the handgun market. I think without a doubt. I think it's smart that people are getting into it, but people are going to have to start setting themselves apart. That's where the Fusion XP Pro comes in. That's where the Staccato HD comes in. People experimenting with 1911-esque guns. I realize there are a lot of single action only guns out there, like, the CZ Shadows that are SAO, the P226 and 229 Legions that are SAO, but people like that 1911-esque aesthetic and ergonomics. So I think we're going to start seeing more blends. It's just a matter of who's going to hit the one that feels the best. Were you impressed by the Glock COA? It was fine. Again, like it's a red dot on a pistol. I think that the mounting system is really innovative, and I like it. I like to see the industry moving in that direction. But as of right now, like, I'm good with a calculated kinetics plate and like an EPS. So you reviewed the Johnny Glock's combat trigger, helped my decision in driving 3 hours to get an MR920 with JG Vex tomorrow. Awesome. I hope that the person's not moving their shadow systems because it's unreliable. I really hope you enjoy it, because if everything runs smoothly, that's going to be a great setup. After review of the HD, I want one for sure. I won't probably get one, though, being stuck in California. Very sorry to hear that you're stuck there. But yeah, the gun is going to be for some people. It just wasn't for me. And based on the comments, it's not for many. Speaking of Johnny Glock, have you tried or will you review his Evolution X competition drop-in trigger? I'd like to review all of his triggers, to be honest. So at some point I'd like to. Right now, the one I'm waiting for is the 4311 for the full-size Glocks. I already have an M&P carry comp plus DPM plus Overwatch trigger. Is the JG MR920 worth trying? Again, the diminishing returns, right? Is the Johnny Glock's trigger better than the Overwatch trigger? Yeah. By how much? I don't know if it's going to be worth it for you. If it's 10% better, would it be worth it for you? The other thing is, I know a lot of people who prefer the Apex or the Overwatch trigger shoe, but the actual trigger press, right? The profile of the press of the Johnny Glock's trigger, like the internals. So hard to say. You can only carry one, Bull Ultralight or Staccato CS. I'd go with the Bull Ultralight hands down, but also I don't mind a slightly fatter gun. I can conceal it just fine. If the thickness of a gun is a deal breaker for you, then the CS is the way to go. But for me personally, my personal preferences, I'd go with the Ultralight, even though my biggest criticism of that is that you lose the rear sight when you mount a dot. You just got to make sure you're using high quality screws and you're torqued to spec with blue Loctite. What did you think of the Walther PDP F Series Pro X PMM? So I mentioned this in my SHOT Show range day review. Now that the Walther PDP F Series has the Parker Mountain Machine comp on there, it now has the same recoil impulse as every other striker-fired pistol on the market that doesn't have a comp. The PDP is just a little bit of a flippier and snappier gun. That the PMM comp just turns it into the same recoil impulse that a Glock, for example, would have. Gray Soul, what's up, man? Appreciate the super chat. Happy anniversary. Keep building your channel. It's great. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Always appreciate the support of the channel. And yeah, I'm excited for the anniversary. Next year is going to be the big 10-year wedding anniversary. So really looking forward to that. There's nothing better than just finding a wife, a life partner that is just your best friend and the only person that you want to spend time with. It's truly a blessing. I'm grateful every day. Is the Bull Armory Ultralight Slim? Oh yeah, we already answered that. No, it is fatter than the CS. In case you missed it earlier, Live Free Armory Apollo compact with ported barrel or Mac 9 4.25 comp. So I'm concerned about the Mac 4.25 comp because looking at the way they ported it, I think it's going to have the same efficiency as the M&P Carry comp, which is not much better than OEM. But I did shoot the Live Free Armory with ports. Those ports actually work. They work really well. Just have to, of course, be aware of potential spalling. Lin, happy anniversary. Also, Nightwood match video when. Want to see my favorite gun tuber burn it down. I have not competed in a long time. And it's mostly just because I competed really heavily for a long time, specifically in like clay shooting, skeet, sporting clays, trap, international skeet, 5-stand. I did all of that, competed at a high level, and I just got burned out. I was doing it as a kid too, so I just got absolutely burned out on competing. I occasionally shot USPSA recreationally, mostly when I was learning how to get better with a pistol. I was already pretty good, but I wanted to get better, especially maintaining accuracy, shooting at speed. I don't know. I will get back into it eventually. I need a strong push and a couple extra hours in every day, and then I can make it happen. But thank you for the happy anniversary wish. Thank you for the $20 super chat. You are awesome. Really appreciate the support of the channel, and I'm glad that you enjoy the lives. I always just I prefer connecting with you guys like this. Like I said, this is the only thing I would do if it was as lucrative as posting videos on YouTube. What would Lou do? What's up, man? Finally got to shoot a Bull SAS TAC this past weekend. However, I was expecting to be a bit more impressive after all the hype. Eye roll. Was it ported or was it unported? And which TAC model did you shoot? 5-inch, 4.25? Was it one of the older ones or was it a newer one? I'd be curious which model you shot. What do you think about Hayes Custom? I shot one at Prairie Fire during the SHOT Show range day, and it was really nice. I don't know if it's like 8K nice, but it was really nice. If I had more money than I knew what to do with, I mean, a Hayes Custom would be a no-brainer along with every other 2011. But yeah, it's really nice. That Staccato you mentioned looks like crap. Then again, I think they're vastly overpriced. Just one opinion, guys. No, I think a big part of what you pay for with Staccato, because I agree, I think they're overpriced. A big part of what you pay for is their lifetime warranty and what is normally industry best customer service, specifically if you have a problem. I think that and their marketing budget, I think that's all baked into it. Again, civilian sales usually offset the, deals that they cut military and law enforcement. So like, I think if you're an LEO, Staccato is a no-brainer just because of, blue label deals. But yeah, anyways, the HD, again, it's not for me, and I don't think it's for most civilians. Bull is hard to find. Check their store right now, because last time I checked, they had a lot in stock. They're getting a lot better. Wait, Nightwood, are you a libtard? Man, were you the same guy who asked this earlier? No, I am not. I always had an issue. I'm hyper-based, as the kids say. I always had an issue looking for a Bull when I was looking. Staccato is always available somewhere. Yeah, that's just a fact. But Bull's been really good the last like 3 months, keeping good stock. Hey, Nightwood, Bull Tact Pro 4.25 getting delivered Friday after seeing the disappointing reviews on the HD P4. I think that was a smart move, especially if you don't mind being in the Bull magazine ecosystem. It's a no-brainer. Bull is not hard to find. You get it from the site. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Phoenix knows what's up. Thoughts on Staccato CS? I think if you really want a 2011, you just have really small hands or you need a really thin pistol for inside your waistband, the Staccato CS is a good option. The man himself, Emmanuel, you are the man. Guba Sipe, and so, your names crack me up. So basically, no fun allowed on YouTube. Exactly, no fun allowed on YouTube ever. Bull Armory TAC Pro 5 shipped to FFL today. Finally pulled trigger partially from confirmation bias affirmation from your vids. You're going to be really happy with that Pro 5-inch, dude. It is insane. Wet Dog, not sure I agree that right-wing politics are struggling. Joe Rogan, Twitter, and Piers. Yeah, but they all, well, I don't know. I'm up Piers Morgan. So here's the thing. When I say right-wing politics are struggling, I mean specifically on like Google and Meta platforms. That's going to be changing on Meta platforms, but on Google platforms, oh, I mean, if you look at, so I'm specifically talking about videos that get demonetized, channels that get shadow banned, firearms, airsoft, any kind of like, everyday carry knives, that kind of stuff, and right-wing politics are the ones always getting demonetized, like all the time. Like, look at what happened with Joe Rogan when he uploaded the Donald Trump interview to YouTube. They hid it. So, and Joe Rogan, like, also was doing really great kind of fence sitting the entire time. Even a guy like, what's his name? Like Tim Pool, right? Like infamous fence sitter, but would be considered heavily right wing. I'm not even saying I'm not even saying I watch right wing stuff all the time. I'm just saying I am familiar with being demonetized. And that's all the content that is constantly being demonetized on YouTube. Those are the unsafe topics. Right-wing politics are surging countrywide. In fact, you could even argue worldwide right now. But on Google platforms, they are being challenged by the man. What's up, Keith? Just kicking in some scratch. Enjoy all your vids. Any bets on the TAC comp ship date? I envision skin of the teeth 2025 delivery in December. Why do they torture me? First of all, Keith, always appreciate you, man. Always appreciate your comments. I always like chatting with you, and I appreciate the support of the channel. Thank you so much. TAC comp, definitely going to be skin of your teeth 2025, quarter four. I think you can be hopeful that Bull might pull out a pleasant surprise. I would bet on December and be open to being pleasantly surprised. But that's those are my thoughts. Richard, thoroughly enjoy your channel, dude. Will you be reviewing the Kimber 2K11 in 45 AARP? I want one badly. Appreciate the support, man. Thank you for the super chat. You're awesome. I'm reviewing the 2K11. It'll probably be my next review. So not this weekend, but next weekend, my 2K11 video will go live. I only have just under 500 rounds through it, so I need to put like another 500-ish through it before I'm 100% confident in it. But so far, so good. It is in 9mm though. I do not have the 45 one, and also like my ammo sponsors, 9mm. I'd have to get my own 45. So it just makes more sense for me that way. I did shoot the 45 at SHOT Show. There was one magazine there that had a malfunction, but it was an old magazine with thousands and thousands of rounds through it. Ditched that magazine. All the other magazines ran perfectly through it. So assuming all is well with quality control, it should perform just as well as the 9mm that I am reviewing. Yeah, but I mean, generally I like 45 ACP. A lot of people think I'm just like a 9mm guy, but yeah, 45 is a great round. Let's see here. Where are we, man? You guys are so many comments, man. I'm gonna have to like lightning round this. This is the problem with the success of these lives is I used to be able to get through everyone effortlessly. And I'm like, man, I'm like 10 minutes behind on comments, but I'm going to do my best. I want you to all feel seen, at least as many of you as possible. God, just got to find where we were at. So many comments. I really appreciate all of the candor. Cliff, just saw you were live. I got my T-Sauce DS because of your review. Already had to send it back. Yeah, I'm sorry. Both of my T-Sauce have had to go back. I still love them though. I think that's something that I say in my reviews is I'm like, when you get a T-Sauce, it's either going to run great out of the box or you're going to have to send it back and deal with that whole situation. And it's just one of the downsides of it's a gamble when you get a budget 2011. It is what it is. Like, I mean, T-Sauce had a whole round of stainless 1911s that had the front fallen off. Like literally the slide just like cracked off and fell off on a bunch of them. So it is what it is. Bull Armor restocks constantly. Just sign up for notifications. Yeah, they've been really good about that. Very interested in your new training material, Brett. I'll be on the lookout. Yes, there's so much technology involved in like delivering it to you guys that I'm learning. That's been the biggest obstacle, but it's coming soon. Don't worry. Thanks for saving me money on the Staccato. Still in the market for 2011. Lots of great ones out there, my guy. Are you going to do a review on the Mac 9 DS comp? Maybe. It's a maybe. It depends on how easily I can find one and how overwhelmed I am with reviews at that time, because T-Sauce is one of those companies that I don't like the way they work with influencers. I like don't want to throw other people under the bus, but I don't like the way they do it. Aaron, what's up, man? I'm waiting on the Bull Stainless. Yeah, you and me both. That looks awesome to shoot. Also heard a lot about Black Lagoon, but you pushed me over the edge to watch, and it's a great watch. The English dub is so good. It's like the only anime that I recommend, like mandatory English dub watch on it. But I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. That's awesome. Black Lagoon is the GOAT for gun anime for sure, possibly even for gun entertainment. But yeah, the Bull Stainless is my number one. The Stainless Tac Pro 4.25 is my number one most anticipated gun of the whole year. I cannot wait to get my hands on that. But anyways, yeah, thank you for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it. And take care of your Maine Coons, my dude. I'm really jealous of your Maine Coons. James had some feeding issues recently with my CR920P, has me rethinking my carry choices and looking at the Shield Plus carry comp. Thoughts? Thoughts are, I hear this all the time with shadow systems. It's not a guarantee that your shadow systems is not going to work. Shadow systems, great pistols. It's a coin flip whether or not you're going to have to send it back. It's just the way it is with them. And it sucks because of how much they cost. I know several people who really like their shadow systems. They will fully admit, like, yeah, I had to send one back, or make sure you vet it for reliability. The Shield Plus carry comp, the performance difference between a normal Shield Plus and a Shield Plus carry comp is like, and again, I've had a couple of people joke with me, like, waiting for your 10% comment. It's like 10% better. So ask yourself if having a cooler looking gun that has 10% less, noticeable recoil or muzzle rise is worth getting over the standard version. And also be aware that the Shield Plus, you got to watch the trigger pin walking out, and you got to test the 13 round mags fully loaded with a topped off round in the chamber. You have to vet that for reliability as well. Quality control on the Shield Pluses are not the same in my experience as the full size M&Ps 2.0s. All right. Where were we? Right here. Before AI dished out in Staccato money, before I dished out in Staccato money, I would go with the Wilson Combat EDC X9. Wilson Combat's typically good stuff. In your experience and opinion, what is the ideal all-around porting? Lucky 7 V8 GMGK for a Staccato P4.4. Can Vinny at Monsoon do the new Grandmaster package on a 4.4? Because if so, that's the one to get. Oh yeah, GMG Grandmaster Genghis Comp. Yeah, if you can do that on a 4.4, do that one. That's the one. That's the best one right now. But you honestly can't go wrong with any of those. They're all really close, so close that 99% of people would shoot Lucky 7 V8 ports, Genghis Comp and Grandmaster Genghis Comp, and be like, I don't know, man, maybe this one's like 3% better than this one. But those are all really great porting patterns. Like as far as factory ports go, the only factory ports off the top of my head that I particularly like are Bull Armories. Other than that, Vinny at Monsoon is just 100%. If you're going to get your gun ported, send it to him. And if you can't get the GMGK, get just the GK or Lucky 7s. You can't go wrong any of those ways. Any interest in exploring the 1911 brands that now that we're approaching 2011 oversaturation? Growing up, I remember Wilson, Lesbear, Ed Brown, Nighthawk were big names. I would love to. I have trouble justifying that much for gimped capacity, even though I grew up shooting almost exclusively 1911s. Maybe I just got burned out on them because it was like the only semi-automatic pistol I shot for like a decade was 1911s. I would like to have one of each of those, to be completely honest. Like a Cabot too would be a good one. So yes, I would like to explore those. It's just that's the issue. If I'm gonna drop that much on something, it's gonna be on something that's hot, like the Staccato HD, that I know I'll be able to get it, move it, and break even or make a little with the ad revenue. So otherwise, I would just be in the red thousands, and I would have to quit the channel. My dumbass just ordered a Deagle. Yeah. Oh, you should have started with Deagle, because then I would have. You're not dumbass at all. That's the best gun on the planet. After having one a decade ago that was pretty unreliable, but when it did work, it was the most fun gun. Your video on it got me hyped for another go at it. Yes, I have found that the ones, I know you just ordered one. I don't want to be like, you got the wrong one. The one with the muzzle brake, I have found to be more reliable than the one without. And I think a lot of that just has to do with you don't have to hold it as hard. You don't have to have as tight of a grip on it to make sure it cycles. But as long as you have a solid, rock steady grip and stance behind the Desert Eagle, it will function. Just be aware you can run into bad magazines. If you do isolate a bad magazine, Car or Magnum Research will take care of it and send you a new magazine. But I'm super excited for you, man. Desert Eagle is my guilty pleasure gun. Anyone who's been a subscriber for a while knows that for sure. Let's see here. Where were we in comments? Hey, what's up, Chris? How's it going, man? You should have held out a couple more weeks and got the stainless TAC Pro that's coming. Man, I'm so stoked for that stainless. What's your thoughts on the Kimber 2K11? I don't have 1,000 rounds through it yet, but so far, here's where I think I'm going to be unless something catastrophic happens or it starts malfunctioning on me in the next 500 rounds. I think it's going to be the best option if you want to walk into a shop and physically, like brick and mortar, get a 2011. I think it's probably going to be the best option because not every shop is a Staccato dealer, but I think it's going to beat out stuff like the Prodigy. Obviously, Bull sells only through their site. So I think it could be the best one that you just walk into a store and can get off the shelf. But again, I'm not done evaluating it. Don't hold me to that. I wasn't aware you had any CZs. I'd definitely love to see some vids if you have any. Yeah, CZs are great. I experimented with a 60-second review in YouTube Shorts of my CZ Shadow 2. I think they're great. I think as far as competition, double action, single action guns go, it's at the top of the pile. Is this about political affiliations? Bet your ass. I mean, it's really important to some people. Yeah, why not both reports and comps? If he was a liberal, would that discredit him somehow? You guys are weirdos. Yeah, what I've discovered is if you're doing a gun channel, messing with politics is volatile. And that's why the only politics I will touch on are specifically gun politics, just because this is how I feel about gun channels. When I go to a gun channel, I go to a gun channel for guns and I want to get away from the real world. It's kind of an escape for me. It's a distraction. And the last thing I want is going to a channel to look at a gun or something and then being shocked by the real world that I get plenty of on my own time. But yeah, if I was ever going to get political beyond firearms, I would make a dedicated channel for that. But I do think it's important that I think gun channels should talk about, normalizing the Second Amendment and Second Amendment issues, just because those guys have the biggest platforms and we have to maintain this freedom that we have. The only place in the world that has this kind of access to firearms. And firearms are essentially just your ability to say no. To me, that's what firearms are all about. There are some countries where you can go through licensing and training, and then you can have a gun that holds 3 rounds and you can only have one, and you can't have multiple, and it has to be of a certain caliber, all of these rules. And there's no laws for self-defense. To me, the special thing about America is you have the ability to say no. If somebody kicks down your door and says, "Come with me," your firearm is your ability to say no. If somebody pulls out a knife and says, "Give me all of your money or I'm going to end you," you can say no. And you can say no with confidence without having, you can say no with an advantage. To me, that's what our culture represents, is the ability to say no. Just to completely simplify it, it's having autonomy over your own body. Sticks, my boy, thank you for the support, Sticks. You're awesome. If anybody likes just close up tabletop to the most vibing jams ever, just looking at stuff, go check out Sticks' channel, because his channel is a vibe for sure. Julio, thank you so much for the support, man. Appreciate the super chat. If you did another comment somewhere and it didn't pop up here, I'm sorry, but I will get to it when I see it. But I do appreciate the support for sure. Let's see here. Where were we? I'm just scrolling past a bunch of politics. HK, I found a Bull Armory SAS TAC 4 1/4 for a deal at my local shop. I found a company that does aftermarket ports and comps barrel that I might grab. Is there fitting required from gun to gun with Bull? Yeah, any 1911 or 2011, there's going to be fitting required for sure. But seems like an awesome deal, dude. Also, were you the one who asked about the DPM discount code that wasn't working? Because if you were, I reached out to DPM and that's sorted now. So y'all can just use Nightwood on DPM's website if you want to hook up. Staccato CS or Wilson SFX 9 3 1/4. They're both good. It depends on what you want for it. To me, the Staccato CS is more of a shooter. and the Wilson Combat is more of like a really nice gun. Just know the Wilson's probably a little snappier than the CS, and the CS is even a little snappy. The 2024 CS is a little less snappy than the previous model, though. Okay, where were we? Oh yeah, talking about if I was a liberal, would that discredit me? Yeah, no, it would not. Thank you, bro, in the same exact way, friend. Okay, good. All right, this has to have been like 15 minutes ago now, but I'm glad that we're on the same page. I'm a short guy, but I want to carry a Model 10-5. Am I stupid? I don't think you're. I think anyone who's made the decision, I want to carry a firearm, you're starting off with at least a decent sense of common sense. Hey man, for a banned state POV, if you abide by laws, it sounds like you've talked to me about this before, because that's what I always say. If you want to abide by laws, would you go for a 48 because it's 10 round from factory, or go classic 19, even though you don't get the capacity? Okay, you've put me in a box here, so I'm going to answer your question in a box. I would probably go 19. That way, if things hit the fan, I could put a different magazine in it, if that makes sense. Also, it's a more shootable gun. I don't think it's a deal breaker, though, especially for self-defense. Did you vote for Trump? Did anybody not vote for Trump? Phoenix, just hate. Okay, I just hate the PVD finish. I had to send mine off to get DLC coded. Yeah, PVD is second best, right? So it's good, but it's second best. It scratches. He's really asking if you're MAGA. Should I go put on my dark MAGA hat? A previous stream you mentioned you didn't think you'd get along with Lucas Botkin. Would you be willing to expand on that? Thanks. Okay, so again, I don't want to get into any drama at all. Listen, I try to talk to you guys like we're friends, because I feel really weird being in a position where there are like hundreds of you watching me right now. I just enjoy like meeting people and talking with people. I've never met Lucas Botkin in my life. I think that he does a lot of good for the community. It's just based on his persona. Again, I've never met him in real life. Based on his persona, I just don't think that I would be like close friends with him. That's all I'm saying. Like, I think I can hang out with him and get along with him just fine. So like getting along with him is not the issue. Like, I can get along with almost anybody. And I think that we have common ground, and we could talk about a lot of really good stuff and have a good time. He's not someone that I would be like best friends with, is all I was saying. But we're getting into like middle school stuff here. It doesn't even matter what I think. Happy anniversary, buddy. That's awesome. We're coming up on 48 years. Congratulations, man. That is awesome. I'm so happy for you. Is grip strength a real factor in grip or not? My gun shakes when I grip. Question mark. I doubt women USPSA shooters have crazy strength, yet they shoot and steady the gun fine. So here's the truth about grip strength. Is having a strong grip going to make you a worse shooter? No. Can it make it easier for you to shoot well? Yes. There are different philosophies when it comes to shooting, and I do not think you need a strong grip to be a good shooter. I think that you need to, if you want to compete, if you're a male and you want to compete with other males, I think that your grip strength should be close to 120 pounds. I'm not saying it has to be there, but it has to be close to there. Maybe like 110 plus. In order to compete with other males. I think if you're a female, if you want to compete with other females, it should be like, I mean, like I'm talking at higher levels of competition, probably 70. But the stronger your grip, it's only going to put you in a position where it helps you, specifically with your support hand. That's I mean, it's just the way it is, just physics. Like, for example, and also I think it depends on body type too. Like, I'm not a big dude, but I have strong grip strength. And I think that people are like, how do you shoot your gun so flat? And it's just because I have strong hands. So it is not the end all be all. In fact, it's not even the determining factor in whether or not you're going to be a good shooter. It can just be a tool in your toolbox to make it easier for you to consistently perform, if that makes sense. Sorry, guys. I saw your super chats. I just wanted to finish the one that I was on. Roaring Steel, my man. This is earmarked for kitty treats for Tuna. Don't waste it by putting it towards some new lame staccato or anything. All right, Tuna is getting kitty treats, without a doubt. $10 will go a long way with kitty treats. Don't worry. But thank you for the support of the channel, man. If any of my cats, it sounds like I have like 10 cats. I have 2. If either one of them scratches at the door, I'll grab them and have them say hi. But really appreciate it. Tuna will thank you. 20. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Again, if you commented and you didn't comment in the super chat, I'm sorry, I just can't see it right here, and I will get to it when I see it. But I do really appreciate the support of the channel. That's really awesome. This has been a really great live. I'm going to start doing these lives on a regular schedule, especially with this kind of interaction with you guys. I really appreciate the support. Great content. Can you advise on if the Staccato C full size grip is comparable to the Glock 19X size wise? Have you shot it? I have shot it. I think grip length wise, it's probably pretty close to 19X. Someone in chat might be able to answer this better than me that has them like sitting on their desk right now, side by side. But I think with the smaller 15 round magazine in the CS, it might come in a little shorter base pad to base pad with inserted magazines. But the Staccato C is not like a P365. It's not a micro gun with a really short grip. It's just thin. It's going to be pretty close. I wouldn't be surprised if the Staccato C was just a little shorter than a 19X or 17 or whatever. Sid, just got a Kimber CDS9. I'm over 800 rounds to it, and I got to be honest, I've experienced a break-in period, really. It does have a smooth trigger, but it does make me hesitant to EDC. If you're 800 rounds and it's not reliable yet, reach out to Kimber. It should be reliable. The one that I had worked right out of the box. I didn't even clean it or oil it. Right out of the box through 1,000 rounds. And that's what you should expect for yours. If that's what they're going to send me, that's what they need to send you. That's unacceptable. Reach out to Kimber. Don't be an a-hole, but make them take care of it for sure. I would not EDC that until that goes back to Kimber, comes back, and you have a couple hundred through it flawlessly, especially a couple mags of specifically your carry ammo. It's just the nature of the beast when it comes to a company like Kimber. Same thing with SIG, right? It's just a coin flip. Same thing with the Shield Plus that I was talking about. Some manufacturers have decent quality control, Glock being king of the hill. Others don't. And there's a reason Kimber has that reputation. And I would 100% make Kimber take care of that. It's unacceptable, especially for how much it costs. Mike, just picked up my first 2011 and XC and got a T1C Axis Elite for it. Thanks for that suggestion. Luckily, I'm 6'10". Holy shit. And 250. So even without the holster, my tactical stomach helps with printing. Yeah, dude, you are a force to be reckoned with. That's awesome. And I'm sure it helps with concealment. You're super tall, dude. It's like stack 2 of me, and that's you. But anyways, I'm really glad that the suggestions worked out. XC is still the gold standard as far as 2011 performance goes in that, in the everything under Atlas category. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad it's all working out. I'm just going to scroll to the bottom, see where we're at with comments. Oh my God, guys. I'm just loving all the comments. This is awesome. I'm just going to find where we were so that we can keep on trucking. Almost there, I promise. Any second now. Talk amongst yourselves. Just don't leave too many comments. Let's see here. Better announce you do CrossFit too. Congrats on the anniversary. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Lots of happy anniversary. Thanks. Nightwood, are you going to buy Elden Ring Night Rain? Yeah, I saw everyone dropped all the content today that got to go to the preview in Vegas. Yeah, I'll be getting it for $40. It's a no-brainer. Trump isn't pro 2A, so I did not vote for him. What about his executive order just saying, take a look at every gun law in the entire country and fix everything? Also, his appointments were responsible for Bruin that has, completely resulted in a 180, the tables turning, the worm turning on 2A. I'm not going to say that he's 100% 2A, but I'm going to say that he has done more for the 2A recently than any other president in recent history. So I criticize him where it's worth criticizing him, and I also praise him where it's worth praising him. Congratulations on the anniversary to you and the missus. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Well, I didn't see anything about a live today. Let's go. Best surprise. I'm glad to have you here, man. Yeah. YouTube just, I swear like 5 of you get notifications, and then the rest of you are just like, what? You're live? I had no idea. Again, that is, if you watch, I think it's US Airsoft did the video on all the ways that YouTube demonetizes gun, airsoft, all those kinds of channels. You will know that that's indicative that I have been afflicted with a mild tiered shadow ban. Thoughts on Monsoon Tactical Genghis comp, getting that on my C2? Yeah, it's great. When Vinny first did that, there were some accuracy issues out of the gate, but it seems like he now backboards it in a way to minimize, not eliminate, but minimize spalling while maintaining accuracy. I think it's one of the better options. What do you think of the Bull Cherokee? I think it's good. I think it's good. At the end of the day, it is what it is, but I think it's good for what it is. I voted for Trump, but I don't give a damn how anyone else in chat voted. Yeah, I don't care either. We have about 10% libs at my club range, which is the biggest in Illinois. We get along well. I was just busting chops, bro. And this is the thing, right? I miss the days of like WWE when there was just some light banter back and forth before everyone got like all autistic and takes everything 100% seriously. But it's also difficult online via text, not being able to read facial cues and social cues. Live and let live is how I roll, but I'm right of center. I mean, that's the way to do it. First of all, Barry, really appreciate the support, man. Thanks for the $10. I firmly believe that Kimber is still rounding the corner to getting a better reputation, whereas Sig is doing the opposite, and Ron Cohen being CEO of both at their worst. Well, LOL. Yeah, I had some conversations at Shot about this with some people in industry. You are not alone in thinking that. Everyone is very well aware of what is happening in the industry. But I think Kimber is still rounding the corner. I'm hopeful for them. Like, my recent experiences have been great. That comment, what was it, Sid? Sid with his CDS9 is the first thing I've heard of on the CDS9 like that. So I chalk that up to being a lemon. I hope it's not indicative of bigger issues. But my experiences with Kimber now, so I started out with Kimber when I was really young. So I got to see Kimber when they were at their best, then got to see them through the Ron Cohen days when things got really bad. And it seems like right now they're finally recovering from that. So I'm hopeful for Kimber. I want to see them succeed. They're really good people working at Kimber, and I wish them success. But at the same time, like, I don't want people buying overpriced crap. Let's see here. Any information takes about the 9211 SAO? The single action trigger, the actual trigger itself, varies wildly from model to model. I felt some that have a really good trigger. I felt some that I'm like, why would anybody get this? It's absolutely terrible. So inconsistent quality from Beretta, and just be aware that Beretta barrels are now popping around 20,000 rounds. So if you're competing or shooting at a high round count, either get yourself a match grade barrel like Jarvis or Barstow, or just realize that your barrel is a consumable that is its durability is going to wear out and you're going to have to replace it. The TAC comp has to be the gun I'm most excited about. I anticipate it's going to be an affordable XC. That's my thoughts exactly. And I also believe that Bull Armory, their guys have a better sense of what makes a good shooting pistol than people at other companies. I think that they even obsess over every single degree of the ports, right? So they fine tune the ports to the degree to make it the best shooting possible. Hello, son Josh. What's up, man? Sorry we missed each other at Shot. I was looking forward to catching up, but just insanely busy these days. Hope you and the family are doing well, and make sure to reach out more for optics. Yeah, Josh, I stopped by the Holosun booth a couple of times, just mostly because it was so swamped. You probably had the busiest booth at SHOT Show along with Staccato, which congratulations. You guys are doing such a great job. But yeah, sorry we missed each other. I'll be in touch for sure. I'm really impressed with what you guys are doing at Holosun. The way that you 180'd me on the company, just with everything that you're putting out. Keep up the great work. I don't even know. Like, I look at something like a Trijicon RCR or an RMR HD, and I'm just like, why would anyone spend that amount of money? I would understand it if you were like a one gun person. I have one gun. I want to put one optic on there. So you're going to drop, like $800 on an optic. But like me, I'm putting optics on like 20, 30, 40 guns. Like, I'm not going to drop $1,000 every single time on an optic, especially when Holosun does everything that and more that those offerings do, with the exception of just being maybe as bomb proof as something like the RCR, which as a civilian I have no need for and hopefully never will. Just picked up an FNX 45 tactical. Any experience just trying to decide to keep or trade it back off? The FNX 45 tactical is legendary. I think that it's up to the individual. I really like it. But I like it for the same reason I like the USP, is just because it's a classic. It's a legend in its own category. I think it's a really cool gun. Whether or not you like it, shoot it and see. I know some people, the grip, I mean, a gun not fitting your, if anyone wants to ask about guns fitting your hands, it is partially true. And sometimes a gun like that, the trigger reach can be a little too far, or just not easy for you to shoot well without putting in some extra juice. I'll be a supporter, my friend. I enjoy your channel. Your video on ports was so on point. Very impressed. You took one for the team. Oh, I appreciate it, man. EPS hands down best dot on the market right now. 507 comp is great, but it's big sexy window with its big sexy window, but its open reticle form and bulging glass bring it down a peg. The bulging glass is the big weakness of the 507 comp. Only an issue if you rack it off of a steel bar. That's what it takes to crack it. Which is why it's still my favorite. But the EPS is probably the best concealed carry dot if concealment is your number one priority. For me, I can conceal a 507 comp no problem with the holster that I use, my body type, the clothes that I wear. So that's just what I run. But if I could only conceal something with a smaller optic on there, EPS is the no-brainer choice. Space Daddy, thanks for the super chat. Can you expand on your pistol grip mechanics? Your recoil control is spot on. So I will just give you the quick rundown, the really quick rundown. There is so much more to it than what I'm about to say, but I can at least give you a nugget. And that is the number one mistake people make when they're shooting guns is I call them the squeezies, where while you're shooting, your hands are squeezing like this every time you pull the trigger or every time the gun goes off. But since the gun is recoiling, you don't feel that you're doing it, right? So if the gun were dry, your hands would look like this. That's all it takes to throw your shot off a couple of inches is just this kind of stuff. So if that's the problem, the question becomes, how do we solve that problem? And it's by having a consistent grip, which is easier said than done. There is like kind of an unga bunga cheat code that I use because I struggle with it too. Everybody does. It's the wall to climb, is having consistent grip pressure throughout without squeezing your hands while you're, sympathetic movement while you're pulling the trigger, or a little bit of like recoil anticipation. So you're like gripping harder as the gun is going off every time. So consistent grip pressure is important. What I do for that is just 100% lockdown clamp grip pressure with my support hand. Just lock it down. That way there's no question that I couldn't go harder if I tried. Now I'm not like shaking my hand, but just like a clamp and my hand is steady. And I just hold it there through the entire shooting process. That is the one piece of advice that I can give that would make the largest impact on your shooting. Just be aware that you can do that perfectly. And as you're shooting, it kind of eases up and then you'll go back into squeezing. So the trick really is consistent grip pressure while you're shooting. Easier said than done, but if you can find a way, if you're a smart guy, if you're high IQ, you can figure out kind of your own path on that journey. And over here on the support hand, you have to be careful clamping your shooting hand. You have to be careful clamping that down 100% because that's how you get trigger freeze and it can slow down your splits. So just consistency is the most important thing. So find a grip pressure with this hand that's firm, that you're also not like squeezing your hand every single time. The most important one is the support hand though. Jose, I really appreciate the support of the channel, man. If you left a comment that didn't attach to this, I'll get to it when I see it. I'm sorry, I just can't see it here. And David, really appreciate the $10 super chat, man. Again, if you left a comment that didn't show up in the super chat, I apologize. I just can't see it right here, but I will be sure to answer it when I get to it. But of course, your support means a lot to me. Thank you guys. All right, back to the rest of the class. Oh man, we're getting further and further in the hole here, guys. Will you ever get a Fowler Vanta 9? Look sexy and it looks like it shoots sexy. It does look sexy and looks like it shoots sexy. I would like to get one. It's on my longer list of guns that I want to try. Phoenix, just change the spring on your PDP to a 15-pound with a brass guide rod and the PDP isn't snapping. This is the joke that I always make with the PDP. The PDP is the best striker fire gun on the market. You just have to throw in a new guide rod, a new recoil spring, a brass back strap, get a compensator. And I'm like, oh God, it's the best, but you need to change everything on it. The 15-pound spring with like the long stroke guide rod does make it great. But like at that point, so do you want to get a PDP and change that stuff, or do you want to get an M&P and change the trigger, right? So it just 100% personal preference. I've just found that I needed to change more stuff on the PDP than I have to change on like an M&P. I'm slowly turning into an M&P simp for striker guns. The PDP is a phenomenal gun. Like the thing with the internet is I will criticize the PDP for being a little snappy, and then people will say that I hate the PDP. Like, I don't hate the PDP. 15-pound spring goes a long way. Long stroke guide rod, it is probably the biggest upgrade you can make. Brass guide rod, brass backstrap. Like, I get it. You can change all these things on the PDP. It's cool that aftermarket is available for it. But by the time I'm all done adding all the things I want to the PDP, I'm now sitting on like a $1,500 gun. And I'm like, this is a striker fire pistol. And I could just get a Glock and get it stippled and put a Johnny Glock trigger in it. Again, changing a lot of stuff. I just think out of the box, the PDP has the best trigger. That's what it has going for it. And it's not like there aren't aftermarket triggers for other guns out there that put it on par with the PDP. If you're getting a striker gun, you're going to be changing stuff on it. It's just which gun do you want to start with and then change stuff on? And the PDP for me, like, it's easier for me to just install a trigger and be done than it is for like, okay, this guide rod's out of stock. Okay, I have the spring, but I'm waiting on the guide rod. This brass backstrap that I want it's in stock in the brass color, but it's out of stock in black Cerakote. And like, I want to get it ported, so I have to send it out to Monsoon, or like I want a compensator, and it's like Parker Mountain machine because there's no like ramjet afterburner for it. So then I have to like shim it and Loctite it. It just, for me, the PDP, to put it on par recoil impulse wise with competitors takes more effort than the competitors that start out with a good recoil impulse that I could just change the trigger on. This is just a personal opinion. 1000%. I would never look at someone who's shooting a PDP and tell them that they have a bad gun or that they made a bad choice. It's a phenomenal choice. It's just personally not my go-to. The range, thank you for the support again, man. I think you asked me if I was a lib earlier with a super chat. So I appreciate the other super chat, man. Your favorite $200 shot timer, please. Happy anniversary to you and Mrs. Knightwood. Congrats. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Timer. What do I use? I use the cheaper $100 one. What is it called? The plastic one that looks like a teardrop. The Pro. Oh God, what is it called? I don't know. I feel like Nick Nolte in Tropic Thunder, when Danny McBride is like, hey, that's a nice pistol you have. What kind is it? And he's like, I don't know what it's called. I just know the sound it makes when it takes another man's life. I feel like that's how I am with my timer. I don't know what it's called. I just know the sound it makes when it beeps. But yeah, someone is going to know in chat exactly what I'm talking about. It's like what is it? Pro Shot. Club. It's the something club timer. Pro Club. Club Pro 3. I don't know. Someone's going to know. You could just Google that and you would probably find it. That's all I use. I've never used another timer. I was really stubborn and a late adopter to timers, but getting a timer, I made probably the single biggest impact on my shooting performance out of anything else. Let's see here. Where were we? Here. Wait, hold on. We're almost there. Boom. That's my next Hollow Sun Ho. Yeah, for sure. Your review on the Staccato HD was on point. I'm glad. I just sharing my observations. When some reviews a gun, I really hate when someone uses the frame for the money. It then makes me question the weapon being reviewed. Do you agree or not? Should a gun be judged at face value? I understand, and I think I've said for the money before. I think that is fair, because I think that something like the TSOS Mac 9DS, right? I think that's good for the money. Now, here's what I think is kind of crappy, right? So it's in the marketing. So when you look at Military Armament Corporation, is that what MAC stands for? Also, TSOS, SDS Imports, all of them, whatever. Their marketing is, here is a Staccato with all forged parts built in Turkey, just as good for $1,000. That's awesome. When in actuality, what it is it's a great. It is great for the money, because when you're buying it, you're accepting that you're either going to make all of these compromises, crappy grip texture, oversprung, triggers, okay. A lot of people will get it, with the intent to upgrade it. Same thing with the Prodigy, right? Which is why I think for the money is fair. Because for the money, I think the Prodigy is great. Because for the money, you can get that and then toss, an ignition kit into it. You can get it ported, that kind of stuff, versus getting a Staccato and then wanting to get it ported and that kind of stuff. Like, no, the Staccato is usually, depending on the model, good to go from the factory. And that's kind of the baseline. It's just the reality of the free market is Staccato has created the baseline in the market for a 2011. So when you look at, okay, what would a Staccato that costs half the price look at? What compromises and sacrifices would it have to make? That's why I think the for the money argument is fair. I will specifically point out when something punches above its weight class, though, where you have an affordable gun that I'm like, man, this is like an expensive gun and I'm impressed, versus me looking at something like a T-Sauce and saying it's good for the money is basically saying this shoots like an $800 2011 or it has the features of an $800 2011, knowing that the baseline, which again, we've talked, Staccato is overpriced as is, which is fine. But the free market baseline for a quality, duty, reliable 2011 is like 2,500. Agreed. It's either a good firearm or it's not. I definitely see your point of view. I 100%. But at some point, you just have to face the reality of like nice things cost money, and there are going to be compromises in cheaper products. That's again just my opinion, and it's okay to disagree on that. Like I totally see where you guys are coming from too. Kimber 2K11, did Kimber finally get it right? I'm a sample size of 1. Mine has been great so far. You don't look old enough to have a 10-year anniversary, right? I know I'm super baby faced. But when I'm like 60, imagine how I'm going to look 30. It's going to be great. Just change the spring on your PDP to a 15. Yeah, exactly. We went over that. Tell me that's not the sexiest looking pistol on the market. Okay, what? The 2K11? Oh, yeah. It's like we have a TTI, Terran Tactical 2011 at home. I really like the polished flats. That's what does it for me. Any plans to get one of... I have a 2K11 in hand that I'm currently reviewing. You mentioned you're hoping the MR920 I'm buying isn't being sold because it's unreliable. He did say he threw a lot of light strikes, but it's improving as it crosses the 500 round mark. Should I run? I would run from that. If that's what he told you, imagine what he didn't tell you. Either way, it would have to go back to shadow systems. It should not be light striking unless he's shooting like wolf ammo or something. Hey, from Texas, got an XC, but man, I am thinking of some bull. That's the same progression I went through. Started out with the Staccato C2, got the Staccato XC, got a bull armory, got a bull armory, got a bull armory, got a bull armory, got a bull armory. Granted, half of those bull armories were sent to me, but it's just kind of the nature of the beast. To be completely honest with you guys, I would have bought all those bull armories, or at least like 2 or 3 of them, because it is genuinely my favorite firearm manufacturer right now. Like, they send me stuff. I'm probably going to buy stuff from them this year. Just like, I'm like, hey, if you're not sending me this, I'm buying it. That's how bad I want it. PSA 2011, did you get to handle it? Yes, I did. I struggled to see its place in the market. It seemed okay. Again, it's just a prototype though. Have a full-size polymer M&P carry comp on the way. Yes, they make them now. Yes, they do. I saw, isn't it a dealer exclusive though? DPM captured version for this pistol worth it over a 13-pound Wolf recoil spring, triple the cost. It's going to be really close. I would probably go. So what I would do is I would order a 13 and a 15 rounds or pound spring and pick whichever one you like the best if you're on a budget. If I was going to get a DPM system, I like the adjustable kit. The adjustable DPM system for the M&P carry comp is the best, get you the best performance out of the carry comp, hands down. If you don't want to drop that kind of money, I'd get a 13-pound and 15-pound recoil spring and like an Ed Brown guide rod. Just, you're going to want to Loctite the screw on the end of that guide rod once you pick your favorite spring. You taking a G48 or a G26? G26. Also, what happened to your DPM discount code? Blink twice if talking about discount code will get you vaporized by YouTube. It will, but I haven't had a problem on a live yet. It should be working now. In fact, I just tested it last night. It should be working now. AAC ammo had a big layoff a few days back. Powder shortage is the reason. 8 to 9 months to get back to steady. Oh, okay. Bull Armory Ultralight Pro or GP Arms Forza? I'm sick of waiting on Bull. I know the situation with the Ultralight Pro. Out of respect, I'm not going to discuss it, but I can tell you it has nothing to do with the actual pistol itself. The pistol itself is good to go. Like it is purely a behind the scenes logistics issue. The pistol itself is 100% ready and good to go. It's just a part of running a business, and it's unfortunate. That being said, GP Arms Forza, the GP Arms is, I think, the good, like if you want a gun that can be made in 2 weeks to your specification and you want it to be made in America, Gilbert Perez is putting out a really good gun. The Ultralight Pro is probably going to be happening soon, like within at least a couple of months. Like that's even longer than I'm expecting, but I want to say that just in case. It's kind of out of everyone's hands right now. If it were me, you're asking me personally, if I was buying one for myself, I would wait for the Ultralight Pro. If I were giving advice to a friend, I'd probably recommend like the GP Arms Forza, just so you don't have to wait anymore. But if me personally, which one I'm getting, it's going to be the Ultralight Pro. Will we ever see more dynamic shooting content like a range day video or more of you running different standards like MSP or drill videos? Yes, I really, really, really want to do that. I really miss doing that. I've just been bogged down with reviews, and I feel like I'm falling into a trap on YouTube. Reviews get views, like it's what the most people watch, which gets me the most ad revenue, which means I can keep making videos. And I'm one dude, and reviews, I do 1,000 round reviews. That takes like a week. And it's kind of like all I have capacity for right now. So that's why I'm looking at increasing revenue on my channel outside of actual ad revenue. And, you know, the couple of sponsorships that I have that I'm grateful for, so that I can go back to doing the videos that I really have fun doing. I want to help make people better shooters. That's what I want to do. But I also love nerding out over guns. The reality of running a gun tube channel. John 117, just got my HK USP9 tactical with a jet funnel and Trijicon HD sights, waiting on the T-Rex arms holsters. Lucas is making it his training gun for 2025. USP making a comeback. I hope so. I'm looking at mine right now because, you know, I did that video, the 2025 variant of the HK USP. What would it have on it? I love my USP with a light lem match hybrid trigger, the right armory optic cut. That thing is just so solid. And it's cool that Lucas is going to be, or T-Rex Arms is going to be making holsters for it, because I've been using custom holster solutions for my HK USP holsters. That guy does great work. And, you know, he makes sidecar style holsters too. I do think T-Rex Arms are a little better than custom holster solutions, but custom holster solutions, he's getting better. He's making improvements, listens to feedback. Really great guy. But yeah, I'm hoping for a USP comeback for sure. If HK won't do it, we will. Let's see here. Looks fantastic. I'm 1 in 45. Everyone else is doing it 9. Even better. What were we talking about? This was so long ago that I don't even remember. Whatever. You guys have your fun. I can't figure out how to oh yeah. Okay. Sorry. I want to go through everybody's comments so I even catch some of the crosstalk. You pay for Staccato's marketing department. It's baked into that. It sure is. Brett bought Bull, and 2 days later bought Bull EDC. Nice. Very pleased. I'm glad to hear that you're happy. And just so I don't start getting called Brent, it is Brett with 2 T's. I don't mind. Mistakes happen. I just don't want everyone to start calling me Brent. I got to cut that off before it happens. Can you ever feature a Fowler 2011 review? I'd like to. It's got to be the right time. Doesn't Bull use some MIM parts? Yes. For 2025, they've eliminated the MIM slide stop and the MIM thumb safety. So now it's going to be the firing pin block, maybe the grip safety. After this update, they're not going to have many MIM parts left. It's going to be mostly forged. I think maybe the ejector too, but I've never had an ejector break on a Bull. I've never had anything break on a Bull. Their mimming is squared away. So the thing with mimming, as long as you do it right and have good quality control, it's not a problem. Bull seems to be in that category. Mike again, what's up, man? Thank you again for the super chat. Did you shoot the new Canic Primate shot? I've Been thinking of getting the wife a new EDC, and she wants me to give her my TTI Combat. Yeah, that's likely. I did not shoot it, but I will be reviewing one on the channel as soon as I can find one. Canik does not like me. They do not like me. They don't want to send me anything ever. In fact, they want me to go away forever. But I will be getting one myself and doing a fair review on it. So stay tuned. Beware of chills. They are getting really hard to spot. But I didn't get to shoot it, but I'm looking forward to running it on the channel. Please compare the Kimber 2K11 to the Bull Armory when you grace us with the 2K11 review. Maybe drop a little hint to how they compare so far. The Bull beats the Kimber. I'll just tell you right now. Appreciate the super chat, by the way. I have the Bull Ultralight Comp, thinking about changing for the 4.25 EDC. With the short grip, worried I will miss the comp. What do you think? Well, first of all, you have, especially, like in the US, they haven't done, I don't know if they're still doing the comp in Israel, but in the US, they're not doing the Bull Ultralight Comp anymore. I'd be hesitant to give that up just because it's kind of like a treasure. But the 4.25 EDC with the short grip is what I carry every day. I prefer the longer barrel length. Granted, with the Ultralight Comp, you get a little extra past the barrel. Personally, I would just have a backup iron. That and just having the longer barrel for me. I don't know. I like the EDC Pro with the ports. You can't make a bad decision. If you're bored with the Ultralight Comp, I think that kind of makes up your mind for you. Blake, thank you for the super chat. Do you remember how big your channel was when companies started offering to send you things? 60,000. I hit 60,000. I think, I'm trying to remember if I ever got anything small. I think like Chinese companies like Olight and like, some of the off-brand Chinese, like Amazon special type stuff started reaching out at around 20,000, but no major brands started reaching out until 60,000. Yeah, it's tough out there, bros. The first company to ever sponsor me or send me anything that I can remember was DPM, followed by Bull Armory gave me the chance, and I think I was at 60,000. I think with DPM, I might have been at 50,000. But I mean, it's not just about subscribers. It's also about views. There are some shorts channels that will get like, 10 million views on a short. And just by the nature of the beast, because of that, they'll have like 30,000, 50,000, 100,000 subscribers, but their long form content can't crack 1,000 views. And it depends on what companies are looking for too. Like there are some companies that want to be on shorts channels just for brand exposure to get millions and millions and millions of views. But most companies want like actual thoughtful content that converts sales. There's a difference between brand awareness and actually converting to meaningful sales. So obviously, like you guys are all here watching my channel, I have at least a minor impact on your purchasing decisions. But if you see something in a YouTube short and you're like, that looks cool, what's the first thing you do? What this cool thing review, and then watch a longer video going over the details, sorting through the shills, trying to figure out piecing together truths from everybody to figure out if it's a good fit for you. So the quality of your content has as much to do with getting stuff as your subscriber count does, as do views on your actual meaningful content. So it's an interesting beast, that's for sure. And I have had, like, I figured this all out by myself. It was lots of trial and error. Let's see here. Where were we? Gonna review the GP Arms Forza? Maybe. Reach out to Gilbert, reach out to GP Arms and tell him that you want me to review the Forza. That's the easiest way to get me to review a Forza. If he hears from 100 people that want Nightwood Guns review a Forza, I'll probably review the Forza. Let's see here. Review the O-Site, LOL. I was offered an O-Site and I would have said yes, just for the content of, I don't like crapping on stuff. Like I don't get stuff. I'm like, I want this company to fail. Like I don't like that, but I would have gotten it just for the memes if I had the capacity for the content, but I was swamped on videos when it came out. Here we go. Went from the Platypus to TWC9, now just saving up for an Atlas. Yeah, Jacob Gray, I like their guns a lot. I think that the biggest criticism for them is MIM ignition parts. However, I'm not aware of a single issue, and there are a few Jacob Grays out there now. They're doing well. I haven't heard of a single failure of one of those MIM ignition parts, and those are parts that would fail very early in the round count. But I think that's the thing that people are kind of beating them up over. Other than that, they're listening to feedback, they're improving, they're learning. They have a really good and efficient manufacturing system. I think that right now the niche that they're filling is like the unique 2011. If you're, I don't want to say hipster, but if you'd like to have something different, something unique, something interesting, Jacob Gray is the way to go. I've been saving up for an Atlas for a while now, and I keep spending the money. And he plans on getting one of the new Kimber 2K11s. I have one in hand. I'm currently reviewing it. Hellcat is the only micro I never had any problems with. They are built like a tank. I'm aware of very few issues with the Hellcat. Just for some reason, I know a lot of people who got a Hellcat and they're like, there's nothing wrong with this gun. For some reason, I just don't like it, or I'm sick of it, or I got tired of it, or there's something that just doesn't click for them. But if you want a dependable slimline or micro gun, Hellcat's a really good option. Should be getting my EOS early March. Let's see here. They use MIM. Trust me, that's not a deal breaker at all. I agree. MIM is not a deal breaker unless the company has a history of bad MIMing. Ready to add that Silver Bull Armory and TAC comp to the Bull Armory collection. I'm really going to try to get like all of my bulls in the future in stainless. Every one that they offer in stainless, I'm going to try to get in stainless. I don't know. I like flashy guns without going too far. It's so important for these guys to know someone's political leanings, right? I don't mind it. Like, they can follow whoever they want to follow. Like, I'm not going to sit here and like debate anybody on politics, but be reasonable about it. I'm not going to be a jerk. Piers Morgan, right wing, LOL, maybe in the UK. Yeah. He's just chasing views, and it's popular to show both sides of the argument now. Currently thinking about purchasing Staccato ammo. Would you please tell me yes or no? Also thinking about posting C2. Can you recommend who should I select for quality service, please? Porting probably. Gotcha. So Staccato ammo, you probably don't need it. It's overpriced because it has the Staccato name on it. It is great quality ammo. Like, if you're someone where you're sitting there with, you got a few $100,000 in your checking account and like money is just like meaningless to you, then yeah, only buy Staccato ammo. Like, why not? But if it's just for training, you're good with budget brands, full stop. Well, without going too budget, don't get me wrong. Like things like MagTech, or like at the lowest end is Blazer Brass, things like MagTech. I run Buffalo Creek ammo. Those are all going to be just fine for your applications. For carry ammo, though, I recommend getting something quality. I like Federal HST 124 and 147, both plus P and non plus P. For quality, if you're porting your C2, send it to Monsoon Tactical. Like, in my opinion, he's hands down the best. That is my recommendation through and through. All right, where are we? Oh, thanks for the super chat, by the way. So I was like so focused. I wanted to answer your question so bad. RXM versus P10C, or just go with Glock 19? If I was giving a 1-second answer, I would tell you to just go with Glock 19. That being said, the RXM, my limited experience with the RXM is really good. I think if it were me right now, I'd go out and buy an RXM. If I were just giving advice to a rando and I didn't want to be responsible for like, this gun doesn't work, I would tell you to just go with a Glock 19. But I'm going to say RXM right now. I'm kind of on the RXM camp at the moment. But yes, Matt from Florida, that is the correct answer, is just go with a Glock 19. Correction, was the Bolt 5 TAC Pro with custom porting, I believe. Not sure if that had something to do with it, but it was kind of plain compared to some of the other 2011s we shot that day. TAC Pro with custom porting. Yeah, this all sounds kind of janky to me. I don't know about that. Because the actual, just watch my video on the 5-inch TAC Pro. That's like literally all you need to know for how great that gun is. Specifically, also, I realized that this was, am I an hour behind in comments? Guys, no, stop it. I'm gonna start to get a little more selective with comments. Wow, I've never had this happen before. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the live so much. Okay, let me know what you didn't like about the Bull Armory Tac Pro. I'm just curious. I can't believe I'm an hour behind in comments. Okay, let's kind of zip ahead a little bit. I'm gonna lightning round the comments that are like asking good questions. Appendix carry holsters for 2011s. I went with Tenacore, but have no real experience. Tier 1 concealed if you are not fat. Tenacore is really good for everybody. That's totally fine. I think you made a good choice. Stealth Arms Platypus has me in chokehold. Though the 4 1/4, yeah, dude, you're gonna love that. Would you compare a full? They're kind of two different animals. The Staccato C and the Glock 19X are hard to compare. Kind of works itself out because anything liberal are liberal things shadow banned on X. Staccato C2, the best carry option. Because I mean, I see everything on X. Staccato C2, the best carry option if I'm wanting to put a metal grip like Fowler on. That's probably going to be the most affordable route for you. Affordable and reliable. Can't wait. Love the 2K11. Have you tried the American Operator? I have not tried those belts. I have the Bull ultralight comp thing about changing. Oh yeah, we talked about this. I got an M&P 2.0 carry comp, and I've noticed the muzzle dip you mentioned in your review is the lighter spring you suggested reliable. It has been for me. Yeah, I mean, if you want the free option, just really loosen your grip on the gun and just make sure it's consistent. You're not squeezing your hands. That's the free fix. But yeah, I would go with a lighter spring. Get a 13 and a 15 if you don't want to splurge for a DPM. Can you say your ammo sponsor's name without the band hammer? Props to them supporting you. Yeah, it's Buffalo Creek, and they are goated. Really nice guys. Seems like whenever I have Bull, it's out of stock. They've been really good recently. Can't decide whether to get the 2024 Staccato C or Bull Armory Tac non-comped. If you want a really thin gun, not really thin, but if you want a thinner gun, get the C. If not, the Bull Armory Tac is going to be the better shooter for sure. Have you messed with Fowlers? I have not yet, but I want to. Bull runs mill LE discount if you send them an email. I had no idea. Everyone write that down. Hopefully that's something that they're okay with everyone knowing. It's a risk to get a big dollar 2011 too. It depends. It depends on which one, which big. I want to say bad words sometimes. Whoever's reading this, I'm on week 18 with no update from Dynamic Weapon Solutions for Slide Cut and Cerakote. Interesting. Well, thank you for the super chat. Everybody view this as a public service announcement. Week 18 is nuts, dude. I've had that happen to me a couple of times. Luckily, it worked out every time, but yeah, that's not. It doesn't make me feel all warm and fuzzy. Almost missed. Yeah, dude, YouTube doesn't notify anyone when I do lives. Thanks for recommending Ben Steger. His explanations are some of the best I've come across. To me, that is, if you want free, I mean, he doesn't give you everything. Like there are a lot of missing puzzle pieces in his content, but his free stuff builds a good foundation for becoming an efficient shooter. It's an easy, like when I don't have time to explain something, I'm just like, go watch Ben Steger's videos. I'd never buy Shadow Systems, too much of a gamble. Yeah. I bought a Beretta PX4 Compact Carry too, and I've had quite a lot of fails to feed, especially double feeds. I didn't clean or lube it after I bought it, just went and shot it. Should it be good now? No, I'd send that to Beretta. My Shadow runs perfect, just the comp refuses to come off. Yeah. I've been hearing a lot of troubles about Shadow. Yeah, Kenji's the Shadow Systems bro. I've been hearing a lot of troubles about Shadow Systems lately. I wonder if they are just pushing out their guns too quick. Who knows? Folks who want an ICC, Shadow 2 Compact is phenomenal. Yeah, I mean, people get bent out of shape about things not being drop safe. That is not drop safe. I have a Shadow 2 Systems. Nice. I'm interested in getting their compact rotating barrel mod. Oh yeah, talking about PX4s. 2011 versus M&P with Apex and Lucky 7s versus LTT 92 for carrying competitions. Which one? 2011, unless you're planning on doing slide lock reloads. I think M&P with Apex and Lucky 7s is the best bang for your buck for getting top performance on a budget. LTT 92, if you're okay, if you want double action, single action, that's the way to go. If you want striker fired, get the M&P with the Apex and Lucky 7s. If you want a single action only, get a 2011. Like that's They're all, it's like apples and oranges and lemons. They all perform well though. Langdon PX4 is badass. Sure is. Did you maintain the target focused approach with iron sights like you do with the dot? Yes. Love the content. Preferred Glock MagFed 2011, Platy, Staccato, or Fusion XP Pro. Right now it's the Platy. I have a Fusion XP Pro coming to me in the next week or two, and I'll be able to weigh in on that one. But right now it's the Platy, unless you specifically want one for duty use, in which case it would be the Staccato. To be fair, my TSIS DS runs beautifully. Just every once in a while, a mag inserted makes the trigger stick and doesn't shoot. Oh, well, that's all. Have to regrip. My 1911 A1 9mm, the rear sight came loose after 3,200 rounds. At some point, you get what you pay for. Let's see here. I did get the same version you have in the video. I'm trying to remember what your comment was. The Deagle? Yeah. Oh, you got the best one, bro. I'm so excited for you. Oh, yeah. Kenji and Sticks in chat. Shadow 2 Compact is fantastic. It's good for what it is. Brett tagged you in an IG post. All right, I'll check it out after this if I remember. Sorry if I don't. It's not personal. I'm juggling a lot. LTT PX4 Compact Impressions. It's good. I like your 45 specialist video. Dan Wesson. Yeah, Dan Wesson's for a production 1911 is as good as it gets. I would like to see more companies adopt the Echelon red dot mounting system. They really should. Florida Sheepdog, good to see you here, bro. I agreed with you, Brett. That system is awesome. Okay, good to hear. I'm so glad I was born in America. Same. Dude, it's weird seeing comments from like, I'm catching up, guys. These are comments from like 50 minutes ago. So I shaved off 10 minutes. Let's keep it rolling. Just keep on rolling, baby. The DWX is the most well-designed modern 2011, in my opinion, but still overpriced. It's essentially a CZ with a 2011 trigger. I don't know if it's well-designed. I don't know if it's really a 2011 either, but I think it's a really good gun. The compact one was a little snappy for my tastes, but the full-size one shoots really nice. Just got the TWC9. Should I have waited for the black? Like you got just the normal TWC9? I don't want to tell you got a bad gun, but like I would have waited. Will you be reviewing the OA Defense 2311 Pro Elite? I never say never, but I have no plans right now. No plans to do that at the moment. I'm personally just not really excited about it. Like if a company's not cool sending me a gun for an honest review, not only where I show things that go wrong with the gun, but also where I give my honest opinions about the gun. There's a big difference between those two things. Then there has to be either one, massive demand for me to review it, or two, I have to be personally really interested in the gun. That's kind of where the channel's at right now. I want to change that, but that's just how I'm running things right now for survival. I have to say, I love the XP Pro a ton. I'm looking forward to running it for sure. I think Bull has them. Yeah, Bull should have stuff. If the Platypus is the Platypus my best option under 2K? Probably. It's real. I mean, it punches way above its weight class. I think smaller rails require less fitting plus uses CZ mags. That's all true. That's good stuff. The right wing, more politics. The right wing needs to keep in mind two things. One, liberals have Second Amendment rights as well. They do. Two, most liberals are pro 2A, or at least not anti 2A. I disagree with that. I don't think it's most. I think many, but not most. The 2A community would benefit from being all inclusive. I think this is an argument worth having for sure. Like I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about it right now, but I think it's an interesting discussion just to hear different points of view on that. TAC Pro and TAC Pro 5 are available directly from Bull right now. Yeah, they should be there. Going to the Platy website and messing with that create your own is addicting. Oh, I know. I spent so much time on that before I ordered one. Glad I caught this live. Hope you're doing well. Thanks, Roaring Steel. Hope you're doing well too, man. Appreciate you stopping by. What's your thoughts on the OA Defense 2311? It's good. The end. I've got the GP Patriot. I wonder if other 2011 grips are compatible with the Patriot. I'd ask Gilbert, but I'm too shy. I bother him too much. No, Gilbert's always happy to help you. Like, just send him like a 1-sentence email so he can send you a 1-sentence response. I'm sure he'd be happy to help. I don't see why not, but I'd want his approval first. Get me a shrubbery. Neat. Oh man, they don't make them like they used to. Platy, they are R&Ding porting. Yeah, I know. I went up to Tim at SHOT Show and was like, hey, Tim, you working on ported barrels? And then I was like, I'm just kidding. I know you get asked that like 5,000 times a day. And he was like, oh my God. You brought up reviewing the MC9 Prime, so now I beg again for you to consider checking out the Mete SF while you're at it. 4.2-inch barrel, inexpensive, reliable, and great trigger. No good reviews, really. I can tell you that I want to. I can tell you that it's on my list of like 100 guns that I want to review. Right now, just for channel survival, I'm going based on things that really, really, really interest me. And because of that, I can make an interesting video, make a really interesting video that would get clicks. Or it has to be in massive demand, so I know that people will click on it. Or a company has to send it to me with the full understanding that I'm going to give my honest opinions. So yes, it is on my list. Do not fret. It's probably not going to be anytime soon, but I will catalog you under demand. I've had 2 or 3 people ask so far. If I get some more requests for the Mete SF, I will absolutely pick one up. I feel if you're going to carry with an X300, you can conceal a giant gun, i.e. a 5-inch gun. That's my viewpoint as well. Isn't Lucas against training civvies? Is he? If he is, can someone post a source? What's good, man? Can't stick around, unfortunately, but I'll watch the recording. You all have a great night. Snake Doc, thanks for coming in and saying hi, at least on the recording. Just know that I'm waving to... I in the past am waving to you in the future. Treats for tuna all day, baby. Questions on Bull Armory Ultralight. I wanted to run a light in T1C holster, but they don't offer it. Would a Staccato CS holster do the trick? No, it would not. But a Staccato C2 holster would probably work with the weapon mounted light. Bodkin is a D word. Oh no. I think he can come across that way. Yeah, the tuna cat. I love my little tuna. I'm an M&P fanboy, but I got a PDP to try out and I really like it. I need to Apex a Smith. If you Apex a Smith, you're going to be very happy. What's your ultimate Glock build? Radian Ramjet Afterburner on a stippled frame. But I think that's with a Hollow Sun 507 comp on like a calculated kinetics plate. That would, I'd be good with that. Maybe if you're going to, if I'm getting it stippled, I'll get it double undercut too while I'm at it. Would a strong grip help more than ports when it comes to shooting flat? Shooting flat, right? You didn't say shooting well. You said shooting flat. I'd say it's about, I think ports do more work than grip, personally. Only 2 cats, 5 here. Yeah, okay, if it was up to my wife, we'd have 1,000 cats. But we have a good dynamic. We're probably going to get another kitten this year. One of my new favorite channels. Keep the content coming. Thank you so much, dude. I'm glad you are enjoying the channel. The new Staccato C has quickly become underrated. Staccato should have promoted it harder before launching the HD Rage. Yeah, the Staccato C is interesting. I think it feels good in hand, and I think that it's good for smaller hands, and I think that it's more comfortable inside the waistband. I just think it doesn't really shoot as well as the bigger offerings, right? And it still isn't a small gun, but it has a place. And I agree with you. If they would have marketed it harder, I think they could have sold it well, but they put everything behind the HD. I'm assuming because there was some expensive R&D that went into it, and they specifically made it for law enforcement, and they want to offset, how little they'll make on that. Cause I doubt they'll get a contract. It's just going to be all dipping into personal guns for law enforcement with Blue Label. And they really need civilian sales for that gun. The Staccato C2 with a full-size grip is the closest in size to the 19X and 45. Yes, thickness and length for sure. Remind me to never be a smart ass to use 610. Yeah, that dude that's 6'10", 250. Yeah, I need some like pepper spray and like 10 feet between us. Bigger than you foo is a real thing. I sympathize with your struggle with quality control. I got a Dud Ruger revolver not too long ago. I hate to hear that. All revolvers, except for Spore and Korth, are struggling right now. And I never thought I'd say that. Very disappointing trend. I know I can trust hammer-fired SIG pistols and HK. Dude, you say that? I had an HK USP compact that the MIM extractor broke on me. And I'm like, the USP has failed me. I've been betrayed. Stop betraying me. Yeah, disappointing trend with QC for sure. It seems like Glock's the only one that can really keep it up. But yeah, everything else is hit or miss. And then it's just different degrees of hit or miss, right? CZP10CF, any experience? Had a CZP10C for years, and it just never really clicked with me. It's a great gun, good gun. I think it's probably the best cheap gun that you can get. Like, I hands down, if you need a budget gun, you can't, like, CZP10C is the way to go. That's really dropped in price. I'm also 3.5. Yeah, did I say that two of me stacked would be 610? Yeah. What is your 45 ACP carry load? Remington Golden Sabers, 230 grain. Make sure you give a like on the stream, thumb button. Thank you, Keith. Absolutely. We got a couple hundred, almost 300 people in here. Everybody hit that like, thumbs up button, and maybe YouTube will notify everyone else that I'm live. But these lives usually end up getting about 5,000 views. Like, I get a lot of replays on this. So the lives do really well. And all the super chats you have no idea how helpful they are. It's like I said, I spend as much time on a live with you guys. Well, I spend a long time. I'll spend like 3, 4, 5, 6 hours with you guys sometimes, and that I could be spending that time on videos. I prefer this, and your super chats make it so that I can actually continue doing this with you guys. So, because YouTube's doing me no favors. So appreciate all the super chats and all the support. And Keith, I appreciate it. Everyone hit that thumbs up button. Click right now. Liking my T-Sauce 4.25 so far for a first double stack 1911. Probably going to get a Fusion XP Pro or Bull next. Happy anniversary and thanks for the content. Thank you, man. I'm glad you've been enjoying the content. Looking forward to enjoying a lovely anniversary. And yeah, the T-Sauce is one of those examples of being good for the money, right? Like, that's why I'm okay with that phrase. Can you dive in a bit about your grip mechanic? Oh yeah, we hit on that earlier. I think you super chatted. Do you own any top tier 2011s? If not, what are the top 3 on your wish list? I think the only thing that would be, it scratches the surface of top tier is my Staccato XC. Like, when you say top tier, I'm like god tier, right? It's like Atlas and Hayes custom, that kind of stuff. I don't have any of those. I struggle to justify it when I'm happy with Bull Armory, the Staccato XC, what are the Platypus? Like, I'm happy with that price range of pistols, and the diminishing returns when you start jumping into something that's like 6,000. I don't see it for me yet. I don't see it for me yet. In the future, absolutely, but right now I just don't see it. Love all the new guns coming out, but I have to say I'm tired of hearing about Staccato. Staccato fatigue. Overpriced in my eyes and are getting too much credit for taking Glock mags. They are late to the game. See, I don't think they're getting too much credit for taking Glock mags. I think they're advertising credit for taking Glock mags. I think, like, Humble Marksman, Honest Outlaw, and my review are specifically, I mean, Honest Outlaw's, his audience is insane. That's going to significantly impact the sales performance of the HD. I rightfully so. Absolutely. They, like you said, that it seems like they're taking too much credit for what they designed, but really they're marketing too much credit. Just my opinion. Like, it's not fact, just my opinion. I'm off to labor. We'll watch you later. Appreciate your work. I wish you the best of time at your labor. And enjoy the replay, dude. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the super chat. And thanks for stopping in. Definitely, my past self is waving to your future self, Repo Donkey. Give you a little shout out there for your replay. Where were we? Love all the new gun. Wait, hold on. Where are we? First of all, we're at 455. Oh my God. Okay. I've plateaued on getting caught up with comments. Let's do this. Love all the new guns coming out, but I have to say I'm tired of hearing about Staccato overpriced in my eyes. Yeah. Sorry, I clicked on the same comment I already talked about. Just joined, had notifications on, didn't get my notification. Yep. So again, I'm going to mention US Airsoft again. Check out that channel. They talk about how they demonetize and shadow ban gun, airsoft channels, stuff like that. And basically this stuff is indicative of a mild, possibly even a moderate shadow ban on YouTube. So it's indicative that my channel has been flagged. You guys should be getting notifications. And Sticks saying no notifications either. You don't forget that Kamala was AG of California, so voting for her as a 2A person, beyond my understanding. I personally agree with that. And oh my God, her, like, when she was talking about like owning a Glock and like shooting someone who comes through her door, like that was like so cringe. It's very much one of those, like Steve Buscemi from 30 Rock, like, hello, how do you do, fellow kids? It was very much one of those situations, and it was hyper cringe. And it was a last minute, last ditch effort. It was the same thing Hillary Clinton did in 2016 at, I think it was the last debate. Again, it was a last minute panic move where she's like, I'm not against the Second Amendment. I don't want to ban guns at all. And then she got cut off time wise. It's funny that in both of those races, at the last minute, they realized, oh no, the 2A is a losing issue. If we can just convince, if we can lie to these people that we're actually pro 2A, we might be able to squeeze out a win. And it's funny, kind of like they're hitting the last minute panic button. No, never mind. I actually like guns. Yeah. Thoughts on Bolt Armory's new TAC comp coming out soon? It has the potential for being the best shooting 2011. Again, it's not technically a 2011, it's an SAS2, but double stack 1911. It has the potential to be the best shooting double stack 1911 in the production category. Not competitive category, but like in production guns in reality. Both of Trump's older sons are shooters. Don Jr. said on Colion Noir podcast that he said they would be helping to shape his dad's 2A policies. Yeah, which he desperately needs. He needs to not listen to the NRA anymore. Thoughts on the Platy? It punches above its weight class. It's so good. Hello, old man Jenkins. Also just had my first voice crack. That means it's time for the first sip of water. Almost made it to 2 hours. It's hilarious that dude called Joe Rogan right wing because Joe was a left-leaning guy, but is just pays down. I to be aligned with the right. Joe joined the cult. I don't know if he joined the cult. I think that he made a I don't think he was paid. I think that he made a calculated decision. I think that he made a decision on what he wanted to happen for the country, and he decided to go hard in that direction to make sure that the person he wanted got elected, all under the guise of being fair. But I also think it's fair to say that the left left him. Again, these are just my opinions. You're free to disagree, just like I'm free to disagree with you. I agree on Kimber. They're doing better and better. 100% agreed. Oh, man, I got here just in time for politics. People hate on Trump because of the statements he made in bump stocks, which are useless. Okay. Look at his actions. His sons love guns and heavy 2A advocates. The alternative wants to ban them. Dude, first of all, guys, HK, love you, man. Love this comment too, actually. It's going to spark good discussion. The election's over. In the comments here, we got to cool it a little bit. The election's over, guys. That being said, Trump listened to the NRA on bump stocks. Trump deserves blame for that because at the end of the day, he made the decision. So he deserves the flack. Also, when he said, take the guns first and due process second, he never signed an executive order or passed a law, but he said it and deserves flack for it. It's one of those things you got to jump on that and put the fire out while it's still an ember. But word on the street is Pam Bondi is the one who put that thought in his head during that gun violence summit where he said that. It seems to me that Trump realized that he got stabbed in the back by a lot of people, and I think is going to defer to his sons on 2A stuff. So that's my optimism with the Second Amendment. That being said, now that Republicans who claim to be pro-gun are in control right now, we are more vulnerable than we've ever been for gun control to pass. So we have to remain active and pushing forward. There is no complacency. Look at what happened under Trump, for example. Bump stocks, you say that they're useless, but they're useful in the way that they are a gateway, right? They're banning them as a gateway to banning other things, and enjoying them is a gateway to wanting an actual FA. I can't say it on YouTube, but one that actually does what you want it to do, which would help normalize this in the direction of repealing the NFA. So I don't think that they're so useless. I'm basically in the middle on this. I think he deserves some flack and some defense on those issues. Anthony, my boy, this is the guy who carries the rainbow Taurus curve. He goes full John Wick with it. He's a force to be reckoned with. I've seen him hit an A-zone box in the head at 369 yards with that Taurus curve. It's insane. He had to aim like 6 inches to the right in order to hit that A-zone, because of the way the Taurus curves. But he says 45 ACP, but really he's undercompensating. The 2K11 is going to change things for them seriously. Yeah, Kimber, I hope so. I hope they don't mess it up. He also did a ton of anti-2A stuff in his first term. The director of one of the top gun lobbyist groups said he's the worst 2A Republican in history. What he has done recently was a step forward, though. I don't think that he's the worst 2A Republican in history, because under Reagan, we got the Hughes Amendment, which I think made far more of an impact than anything that Trump did, especially when Trump's judge appointments are directly responsible for Bruin, which is undoing so many atrocities to the Second Amendment. Which brands do you feel you can always count on with no shoddy QC? Both fit and finish and also functionality. I'm focusing on SIG P226 and BCM rifle because I'm done with fussy, questionable guns. So it seems like SIG's hammer-fired guns are good right now. The only thing that I've seen with SIG's hammer-fired guns are finishes, like finish-related issues. And I have concerns with zero proof or evidence, just kind of like I feel like the ick a little bit. I have my spidey senses are tingling a little bit on metallurgy. That being said, there's literally no evidence or proof whatsoever. It is only an unfounded and unreasonable hunch in the back of my mind. I just can't help myself, and I say everything that I'm thinking. That being said, there's only one company that I'm like 100% confident recommending their guns at all, and it's Glock. Like, I'm saying zero issues. Like, if you get this, I guarantee you will have zero issues. That's not to say that Glock has never had issues. I'm just saying that they are most likely to succeed. That's what they've been voted in their yearbook. Staccatos, I have seen a lot of those go back in the last couple of years. I jumped on the Staccato bandwagon in 2020. At first, I think 2021 was when I hopped on the Staccato bandwagon, and they were phenomenal then. Couple years go by, they start pumping out more, and I see granted, their customer service is amazing. They have a lifetime warranty, but those have been going back frequently. I've had wonderful experiences with Bull Armory. I've never had an issue with the Bull Armory pistol. I'm not saying no one has. I'm saying that I haven't. You also have to realize that I have been sent guns by Bull Armory. That being said, I am aware of other companies that will send out guns, like specifically cherry picking them for influencers. Bull Armory, to my understanding, they all show up at the warehouse in the US and they just take one off the line and send it to me. That's my understanding. So I've never had an issue with a Bull. That being said, I've been shooting, things like Glock, SIG, that kind of stuff my entire life, HK. I've only been shooting Bull for about a year, which is the only reason I'm not ready to say 100% chance you're going to get an amazing Bull. I have thousands of rounds through Bulls. I have several Bull Armory products. I've never had an issue, but it's not like I've been shooting them for 20 years. So it's, I recommend them wholeheartedly, but I can look at Glock and be like, I've been shooting Glock for decades and have never had an issue ever. And I can't say that for anyone else. Ruger RXM thoughts. Dude, I like what I see. I really like it. I'm hopefully going to be getting one here in the next few weeks, but I really like what I see. I've not shot one. I've held them. I love the grip texture. I love the ergonomics. I love the chassis system. And it seems like these things are doing well in torture tests. I just want to get my hands on it and at minimum 1,000 rounds through it before I make a full judgment, but they have my interest. Like, to me, this is the first time I think Glock should actually be feeling the heat from Glock clones, is the Ruger RXM. I think that they should be sweating over that. Safety is getting in a way of your grip on 2011s. Is that a question? Safety is getting in a way of your grip on 2011s. If you can ask that question more specifically, I'd be happy to answer it. But safeties don't get in the way of my grip on 2011s, if that's what you're asking. American made Beretta 92 are a downgrade from the Italian made. Dude, Italian made are not good either right now. Like, it's the USA made ones tanked first, and now the Italian ones are not great either. It's sad to see. Ruger RXM is better than Glock, but so is everything these days. Roaring Steel, I love you, man. That's a hyperbole. I don't know if everything is better than Glock nowadays. I think the RXM looks promising and should be making Glock sweat for sure. Thoughts on the XP Pro 2011? I'll have one in the next couple of weeks. Stay tuned. If the 2K11 is an insight to things to come, I think they could get back to their previous reputation of a good gun. With Kimber, absolutely. I hope so. Are the Bull Armory Axe series worth it? Just started USPSA, currently using Glocks. If you're happy with your Glocks, there's no need to switch. If the only thing keeping you from enjoying Glocks is like grip texture and grip angle and like not having a double undercut and you want it ported and all that stuff, then yeah, like the Axe series is awesome. But if you're currently using Glocks and you don't hate them, like I can't in good conscience be like, oh, you have to go get a Bull Armory Axe. Although I do enjoy them quite a bit. Disappointed that American Berettas are substandard on fit and finish. I mean, American made Berettas are just the worst. Anyone have thoughts on the platypus government? Like the actual 1911 from Stealth Arms? Because I have no experience. If it's anything like the platypus, it's probably great. Great gun. If you shoot it well, keep it. Hollow Sun is my gold standard. It's turned into mine too. Hollow Sun probably going to go up in price soon. Yeah, unfortunately, it's probably going to happen, but I hope not. Kenji coming in with an S tier super chat. Kenji, you know I love you, man. Bought an RXM earlier today. Kenji, that's awesome, dude. I'm assuming you probably haven't shot it yet, but definitely keep me posted and let me know how you like it. Because I'm going to see if Ruger is willing to send me one. And if not, I'm just going to go buy one. But let me know how you like it, because the ones that I've held, they've really gotten my attention. And the feature set, and it's especially what they're talking about with the future of grip modules and stuff like that. But that's awesome, dude. Let me know how you like that. Let me know how you like it compared to your Shadow systems too. And thank you so much for the super chat, Kenji. Your support is always appreciated here. You help keep the channel alive, man. So, oh man, you're the best. Mitchell, please spreadsheet awarenesses and please for help of Colorado Senate Bill 003 trying to ban all removable magazines. If it passes here, it will spread. You're dead on with that for sure. Yeah, if anybody is in Colorado right now, get involved now for the sake of the rest of the country. And get involved with, you know, companies on a national level that are helping in Colorado. So like, I'm sure Gun Owners of America and Firearm Policy Coalition, I'm sure they're all over it. Get involved with them, help them nip this in the bud. Again, I immediately want to go to like R-rated phrases, but we need to stop this right now. Thank you for spreading the awareness, Mitchell. You're doing good work. You're doing what you can do. You can only do so much as a single person, but together we can make a difference. Put that on a bookmark. Let's see here. Where were we? On Bull knowing how to tune their guns, my Bull EDC, non-ported originally when I first got it, was sprung to perfection. Fire, some small muzzle rise, muzzle falls, 0 dip down, just straight to 0. I'm telling you, the guys at Bull, and so here's what I look for in people who make guns. How are they at shooting? And it doesn't just go for guns, but gun accessories too, like holsters. It's why tier 1 concealed holsters are so good. It's because those dudes shoot, and they shoot well. I mean, they shoot better than me. That's really all you need to know when it comes to people who are designing firearm related products. How good of a shooter are they? And the Bull Armory dudes, like, they compete, they shoot a lot. They have great attention to detail. They really care about making the best performing pistol that they humanly can. And to me, they're the gold standard for actually squeezing as much performance out of a gun from the factory as possible. It's one of the reasons I love them so much. I want an FNX 45 because Black Ops 2. Yeah, among many others, dude. The FNX 45 is goated. It's right up there with a USP 45 as far as 45s go. Big fan of your channel. Definitely one of many of my go-to channels for reviews. Got myself a Ruger 1911 45. Love the thing. But of course, I'm a mag hog. Any recommendation for double stack 1911 for first? Did you super chat me like earlier? I'm pretty sure you did. And I told you I'd get to this comment. I told you I would. A Ruger 1911. Love the thing. But of course, I'm a mag hog. Any recommendation for double stack 1911 for like a first double stack? It depends on what your budget is. If you want to dip your toe in the water, go with the TSOS. That way you're not in it. You're not hugely invested into it. Like other than that, I just recommend like a buy once, cry once situation of pick your magazine ecosystem. My favorite feature set on a double stack is Bull Armory. And Staccato is obviously the bar that everyone is trying to hit in the market. So that's good to go. Even if you get it and it's not great, lifetime, S tier platinum level warranty. So I recommend a buy once, cry once. If you don't mind Glock magazines, the Stealth Arms Platypus is the best, like, bang for the buck. It punches above its weight class for sure. So those are some options for you. I mean, if budget's not an option, just get an Atlas Gunworks. Was wondering if a Bolt Ultralight with a TLR7 sub would fit into a Staccato CS holster configured for the same light. No, but it would probably, don't quote me on this because I have not personally tried it. I run my Bolt Armory EDC Pro with a TLR7 HLX in a Staccato P4.25 holster for a TLR7 HLX. Fits fine. If I were a betting person, I would bet that the Bolt Ultralight would fit into a Staccato C2 holster if they offer one for a TLR7 sub. I do not know about the CS holster. My concern would be that the CS is a thinner gun than the Ultralight, so it might not fit. I just don't know if they offer a TLR7 sub holster for the bigger guns or if it's only for the smaller guns like the CS. That could be a hang up for you. Hollow Sun greater than? Yeah. Platypus is an awesome, I keep bumping my desk, sorry. There's not an earthquake here. Platypus is an awesome gun, but my favorite thing is the name. Marketing people, we like it when you have a sense of humor, enough macho dude bro self-seriousness. Yeah, I had concerns about the name. It seems to be working well for them. I mean, they can't keep up with orders, so like, what more could you ask for? Hollow Sun 509T and 507 Comp Ronin Edition are two of the best optics right now. Honestly, we need a 509T Ronin Edition. The Ronin Edition, you basically, well, first of all, the beautiful thing about it is if you're carrying a gun with a Ronin Edition Hollow Sun on it, you immediately see subtitles in your eyes anytime someone speaks Japanese. That is probably the biggest pro to it. Other than that, like, I know there are a couple, I know the Yakuza operate in the US a little bit. And if you want to get into any clubs or special access that are owned and operated by the Yakuza, flashing that Ronin Edition optic, they'll immediately let you in. So like, they'll know that you're cleared and good to go. So like, my view is, why not spend a little more to get the Ronin Edition when you have benefits like that, especially with the stuff that I like. It just makes sense. Just bought a Beretta 9211 Gara, great gun, but seems a hassle taking off the comp every time you have to clean the gun. Yeah, so I have a Beretta with the Jarvis comp on it that's like red Loctited and timed on there. I just never take it off. I just clean around it. I don't disassemble it. I just clean around it and run a bore brush through it. I haven't shot my Staccato HD yet, but I lowered the safety with my right thumb and the left side pinched the web of my hand. Join the club. Did you find problems with their safety causing discomfort? I did. So this is the interesting thing about the HD is, I don't want to say everybody, but a lot of people mentioned that the beaver tail area is like so wide that it was biting them in the web of their hand. I wasn't really experiencing that. I don't know if my hands are just like so beat up. I know these guys shoot a lot too, so probably not. But that's not what bothered me. It was like the corner edge of the safety on the like left side safety that was poking me. Not a deal breaker, barely, especially when I'm shooting, I don't really notice it. It was mostly my wife that was getting beat up by that safety. But the right side safety, if I grip the gun way, 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 way high, like almost too high, I definitely feel like the safety won't even come off. But when I get a full grip on the gun and take the safety off, it does pinch my hand in the part where the safety is kind of in that track on the frame. My skin fills that area. And when the safety comes off, it pinches my skin and then like pushes my skin, like pinches and then pushes out. Not the end of the world, but it's annoying for sure. So yeah, I did. That was a long-winded way for me to say, yeah. Is there any double stack 1911 out there? There's a lot of them out there, to be honest with you. Ben Steger has some good videos on grip pressure. Yeah. Yep. So the way he explains grip texture is 100% correct. The problem is it can be hard for a newbie to digest, like to understand. It's helpful for guys like us, right, that are enthusiasts and we're used to shooting. We can understand what he's saying. But I've had newbies and it's like they're brand new to it. They're like, wait, what do you like? Like they're still like anticipating recoil, like flinching when the gun is going off. So that's why it's kind of just easier to say like, yo, go 100% with your support hand. Like it just kind of makes more sense to them to say that. That gives them a baseline at least. I got a random question. Cowboy Bebop or Trigun? Both are legendary. I would have to go with Cowboy Bebop between the two. I just think it's like I love like I don't want you to think that I don't like Trigun, but Cowboy Bebop is just, there's a reason it's more critically acclaimed than Trigun. I just think that there's a little more intelligence to it. Like I don't want to be like try hardy, but it's just I think it's a deeper, more meaningful show. I'm still shocked at how well the Bull Armor EDC Pro conceals, even with the full-size grip. Yeah. I carried mine with a full-size grip for a long time. I'm a bigger guy, but with the Apex holster, it disappears. Bull Armor EDC Pro in an Apex holster, tier 1 concealed Apex holster, in collaboration with Point One Tactics, that is a great combination. And yeah, I can hide the full-size grip just fine. I just like the compact grip for when I wear tighter t-shirts, when I got to rock the Under Armour. I like the option where it just, first of all, I don't care if I print unless I'm somewhere where I'm not supposed to be printing, but it's just nice to have that little extra peace of mind that the grip's a little shorter, especially since I'm kind of a more thin-bodied person. I don't have a lot of the core width. Range Founder, thank you for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. I need another 45 that's threaded for my suppressor. Sold my HK45 because no optic cut. I was not wanting to take it to Mesa to get cut like you did. Should I go back and buy another FNX Tactical? See you at Basics someday. Right on, man. The FNX Tactical is just the easiest thing to do. Like if you don't want to take it to Right Armory, don't want to take your HK to Right Armory, the FNX, if you want a 45 that's optic ready, is just the choice that makes the most sense. That's what I would do personally. If it were me, if I had a suppressor and wanted a red dot and I was putting it on a 45, I would get the FNX 45 for sure. But thank you so much for the support of the channel, man. I really appreciate it. Again, it's stuff like that keeps me coming here and spending hours with you guys. I honestly would love to be able to just sit here and like literally live stream every single day. Just like I said, YouTube does no favors for live streaming, and I can't even talk about this kind of stuff on some other platforms, and nobody is on a place like Rumble. So kind of between a rock and a hard place, but you guys are awesome and you keep me coming back for live. So I appreciate that. Let's see here. Where were we? Yeah, we discussed that. That was a very important question. 2025 is the year I want to adopt a master of one philosophy instead of a jack of all trades. Okay, you're going to go back to jack of all trades though, but it's a phase, but I respect it. I'm done messing with 100 guns. I want to be excellent on one system. I want to master double action, single action. Do you feel expert on DASA? If there's something above expert, then I would say I feel expert. If there's like expert and then like ultra god, like ultra instinct, I would say I feel expert on DASA, but I'm not like ultra instinct on DASA. I've spent a lot of time with a lot of platforms. I'm trying to think of the one that I'm the worst with. Honestly, I struggle the most with guns that are single action, either DASA or SA only, that have long resets, including striker guns. Like guns that have really long resets, that's what I struggle with the most. So I guess double action only would be my biggest struggle. Just sent my Staccato P to Vulcan. What do you think about the Ignis ports? I think they're good. I prefer Monsoon Tactical, but Vulcan does great stuff. Just bought a Beretta. Yeah, we talked about that. Roaring Steel, Shadow 2 or Shadow 2 Compact, absolutely fantastic. Those are great guns. That's literally true about Glock 2. Glock fans talk about how great Glocks are, but they spend almost the same amount of upgrades as they did for the gun. Yeah, we talked about that earlier for sure. Oh my God, we're now over an hour behind comments. What is happening, you guys? All right, I'm just gonna I'm gonna zip through. Here we go. This is what I'm showing you with my hand what I'm doing with comments. Let's see here. Yeah, talking about how everyone talks about how everybody modifies Glocks like all the time. We have an M&P 2.0 Apex Flatty Addict here, which I fully respect. Let's see here. Grip pressure is something that always threw me off. Always wondered how everyone else was able to get fast splits. Took a pistol class and realized I was just over gripping. Can now shoot. Yeah, especially over gripping with the shooting hand for sure. Okay, let's see here. Keith left like an hour ago. Glad you were here, Keith. I'll see you back in the recording for the replay, gang. Have you made any changes to your Mac 9DS? No. Also, me and my wife have our anniversary tomorrow. Stream looks legit. Oh, well, happy anniversary to you. I hope you guys have a really special time. At least take some time to spend some quality time together. Bull Armory for sure. Between all three of those. That's why taking classes from a great instructor is money well spent. Yeah, right. Specifically a great instructor. P10C is a great gun. Can't decide between 2024 Staccato C. Why does Bull Armory not have DLC coding? Because they're not allowed to do it in their country. It's like an environmental protection thing. It's the waste product or something like that with the DLC. If you want a thin gun, the Staccato C is the way to go. If you don't care, the Bull TAC 4.25 is the better shooter. My favorite platform is Glock. The mods you can easily achieve at home. Got Trigger with a Timney shoe is just as good as Johnny Glock Trigger. Plus, Radiant optic possibilities are endless. Yeah, the only... Oh, Timney shoe. So yeah, they're fine then. Radiant optic possibilities are endless. Yeah, so that's the best thing about a Glock is it can be a really tricky thing to put an M&P or an Apex trigger in an M&P or to change anything out on any other gun. Not saying it's impossible, but it's like Legos with a Glock. Like, and you can watch a YouTube video one time and then be a Glock armorer for the rest of your life. That's the biggest pro with Glock for sure. Yeah, P10C is great. The new Glock with the enclosed optic is awesome. It's also a great buy if you can get it through a buddy in LE. I don't recommend abusing systems like that, but you do what you have to do. The theme of tonight's stream is get Brett to admit he's secretly a liberal. We're going to grill you. Yeah. No, I'm not secretly a liberal. Don't worry. Just bought a Brett in 9211 Gara. Great gums. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think you've commented that a few times, but I got you. What else? He's not a PDP hater. He's got that SF, and there isn't much you can say negative about them. Yeah, the steel frames are solid. It's just expensive. Straight Stupid, thank you for the super chat, man. Any update on the carry comp porting through the existing slide window? Should we worry about the ports being so close to the chamber? I haven't heard any issues with that. So the biggest problem with the carry comp is that they backboard it too much to the point where it's not even really like a port. It's more so like an integral. I mean, they call it a comp, right? It's like an integral compensator. It's like a gas chamber at the end of the barrel that looks like the barrel. So they backboard it too much. And because of that, gases escape out the front instead of if the gun were chunk ported, right? In like a standard barrel, the gases are tight. I mean, obviously gases are going to escape out the front, right? Like that's going to happen, but a lot of gas escapes out the front with the carry comp. But when you have a normal barrel, the gases are going to come out after the bullet passes instead of, and they're all going to be directed out that port instead of losing some of it out the end and then venting some of it out the top. So if it were me, like, and you wanted the most efficient carry comp out there, I would get a brand new barrel and send it to Floyd's Custom or Monsoon and have him match the port, have him or them match the port to the cutout and the slide. I think Floyd's Custom is going to be like you get a barrel and then he'll not only port it on the top, he will also port it in the vents on the side. That's really effective. As far as porting like 3 holes in the back of the barrel, I don't see a problem with that. I don't think there's been a problem with it. Hopefully that answers your question. All right, where were we? Let's see here. I will be reviewing the Canik MC9 Prime. Not sure I'm excited about it yet. EDC Pro was getting some crazy failure to feed about 80% of the time. Just sent the gun out to them today. Hope their customer service gets it sorted out. Let me know how they do. If you follow me on Instagram, DM me. I want to see how they take care of you. It's really important to me because I don't hear many problems with Bull Armories. So if someone ever has an issue, especially since I like them so much as a company, I want to see how they take care of you so that I can offer them feedback too. Be like, hey, you got to take better care of people, but I'm assuming they're going to take great care of you. So keep me posted though. Even if you don't follow me on Instagram, you can send me an email, nightwoodguns@gmail.com, or you can leave a comment on one of my videos. I just want to, please update me on that. Because that's actually the first issue I've heard with the EDC Pro. That's the first issue I've heard. I know one person with an EDC told me that they were having magazine issues. They got sorted out with new mags. Currently thinking about purchasing Staccato ammo. Oh yeah, we talked about this earlier. I think you super chatted me and I appreciate that. Bull has always been a little strange with supply. They don't just take orders and tell a customer they'll wait X months. They just put them up one day. You need to rush to buy and hope. Put yourself on the list. You'll get a notification. And they've been really good about keeping them in stock and restocking. We also shot the GP Arms Patriot and it felt basic. Man, you're hard to please, man. Was it ported or not ported? to buy an XR920p, ended up with a Canik TTI. I love it. I'm glad you're happy with that. Yo, for real, it's so cool. And the USP9 is peak aesthetic. It sure is. One pistol class for me did better than any porting or comp. It always will. Assuming that the person knows what they're talking about. I wasn't terrible, just wanted to run guns faster and more accurately. Yes, and then like when you plateau with ability, that's when you can start to squeeze some more performance out of ports and comps. Tried the XR920 because I still wanted one. Got like 6 stovepipes and a double feed in 20 rounds. Stopped shooting it. I wish I could say I was surprised. What are your thoughts on the new titanium cylinder ultimate carry J-frame? I saw your video on the iteration last year and you seemed like a fan at the time. Yeah, I mean, quality control has been a major problem. Mine was okay. Like, it didn't have any mechanical issues. But I think that one, it's in 32 H&R Magnum, so you get extra round. I think that's cool. It's going to be super lightweight. I think it would make a great backup, like offhand pocket gun or an ankle gun. It'd be easy to run with it because it's so lightweight. If you need the most lightweight revolver possible and you want that extra 6th round, I mean, I think it's a good offering. I just don't know if I'm going to go out of my way to get one. Oh, Andy, you the best, man. Rotten Corpse, what's up, man? Glad you could make it exactly 1 hour ago. To the guy who keeps asking about cleaning the compensator Breda, you don't need to remove the comp. Yeah, that's what I talked about too. We do a review on the Vanta. Lots of demand for the Vanta, guys. All right. I'm going to have to put it on the short list. Just bought a Oh, yeah. Yep. I got you, dude. Don't know if this is already brought up, but have you seen the DS 1911 2011 coming out from Alpha Foxtrot? The DS 1911, is that, I mean, I've seen like the Romulus. I'm probably going to review the Romulus here in the next month or two. But if that's something different, let me know. Should I get Police Trade in G19 and Monsoon Tactical Lucky 7 it? Yes, you should. Am I a hater because I'm not impressed by PSA's parade of vaporware every SHOT Show? The 10% of it that actually ships will be riddled with QC flaws. They're doing a lot of good for the industry. I think it outweighs any issues like that. So I have like pet hair on my face. I got the new DPMS Kitty Cat, which is, DPMS was bought by Palmetto State Armory. I had to send it into PSA for warranty. It's been gone for like 2 weeks. PSA does really good stuff. I think they have really good offerings. I think they're in tune with the market and what people want to see. I think they arm people at a reasonable price. That comes with trade-offs. And I think that, and, obviously they 3D print ideas for SHOT Show. And I don't think there's anything wrong with doing some market research like that, but I definitely see what you're saying. Hi from Catwatcher, your biggest fan, John Jambo. This is actually the biggest super chat I've ever gotten. So thank you so much for supporting the channel, Jambo. That's awesome. I don't even know what to say, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm just really glad you've been enjoying the channel. I'm glad that you're a fellow cat watcher, and thanks for tuning into the live. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. I'd be happy to answer them, but your support means a lot. Wow, that threw me off. Thank you. Make sure realist. Yeah. Need a 2011 for a lefty. What else is out there besides the new Staccato P4? Lefties seem to shoot 2011s just fine. You just like from slide lock, you just use your shooting finger, your index finger, and they all have ambi safeties. So unless there's something specifically, if you shot a 2011 before and it didn't work for you as a lefty, the Staccato P4 is kind of the thing. Just, yep, we talked about that. Let's see here. Is the P365 with Radian Ramjet and Afterburner and original grip module the best shooting micro pistol you've shot? Yes. Yeah, P365, Radian Ramjet, Afterburner. Yes. Now, that company, Noise Fighters or Chiral Defense, Kiral. Sorry, I had to close my eyes to remember everything. I saw them at SHOT Show, and they have like a brass chassis system for the X Macro, and like an FDES ported and comped slide and barrel combination that allegedly shoots as well as a Staccato XC. So that's worth keeping an eye on. I just, by the way, I'm looking down at my phone and seeing so many people following me on Instagram right now. I am shadow banned on Instagram, so that's probably why you didn't know I existed on Instagram until just now. But yeah, follow me over there if you haven't already. I'm hoping that now that Zuck is 180ing now that it's not popular to, be anti-gun anymore, that I can remove my shadow ban. But right now, since 2020, my account has not been able to be shown to non-followers. And you need to type in my handle, like at Nightwood Guns exactly. Won't autocomplete or anything like that. You have to type in every letter perfectly, no mistakes in order to find me. So yeah, follow me over on Instagram, guys. And also, if anybody plays on PlayStation, send me a friend request. It's just the Nightwood. There's like one word, the Nightwood. I think I have like 40 friends on PSN, and 90% of them don't play anymore. So friend me on PlayStation. Let's see here. Was not impressed with the P4. The safety pinches your skin. Yeah, it did for me too. Did you find an EOS and no issues so far? Did find an EOS and no issues so far. Gotcha. An EOS. Do you like the Walther PPK? I do. It bites you in the web of your hand a little bit when you shoot it, but I think it's cool. Friends don't let friends buy Olight. Olight has tried probably like since over the last 3 years, they've probably tried to send me stuff or sponsor the channel like 15 times or 20 times. But like they'll also send stuff to people with small channels, like 2,000 subscribers. Picked up a Korth Mongoose. Yo, dude, that's awesome. Let me know how you like it. That is, I'm not going to call it a bucket list gun, but it's definitely one of the nicer guns that I really want. Oh yeah, I remember you said posting earlier and I auto-corrected to porting. You're good. Oh yeah, the Walther PPK. Tried both the Echelon and the Hellcat and found in both cases that the upper rear backstrap felt a bit boxy against the web of my hand. Shot great otherwise, just not as comfy for me in the hand. That might be people's hesitation with the Hellcat that I was talking about earlier. Just like ergonomic wise, there's just something that doesn't click for a lot of people. Thinking of getting into 2011, but don't know where to start, honestly. I've watched a few of your videos, but still don't know what. I'm looking at a Staccato P or C or Bull. Here, HDP has faults. The Staccato HD P4 does have faults. So here's the deal. A lot of people get the Staccato P. They have it for a while. They're disappointed and then they get rid of it. I can tell you that, like, I can't say the names of the places, but on sites where people move things, they are flooded with Staccatos. There are so many people jumping ship from Staccato. And it's because the P and the C2 and the C and all that stuff is so hyped and marketed, they get it and they're disappointed. Honestly, if you don't even know what to get, you don't even know that you are like, you're going to love a 2011. You're going to want to drop like 2 G's on one. I say start with the T-Sauce. Like wait for it until it's on sale. Get it for like $600 and see if you like it. I think that that's not a bad idea. Other than that, I recommend Bull Armory, Staccato, Stealth Arms, GP Arms, and a buy once, cry once situation for one of those manufacturers. That's where I'm at. Because if you get something like the Mac 9DS or the Prodigy and you're new to 2011s, you're going to want to upgrade it, and that can be a bit of a pain in the butt. If you're unfamiliar with it, it's like opening Pandora's box when you take a grip module off of a 2011 for the first time. So unless you want to like actively learn how to do that and you're okay messing up your gun doing it, I would just buy once, cry once, and get one of those brands I mentioned. I'm new to this gun space, and I was wondering, I just got a tier 1 holster and I'm looking for a belt. What belt should I get? Just curious. Easy, get a Core Essentials belt. The ratchet system is good to go. The Hunter Constantine belt is great. It's the most comfortable belt I've ever tried. If you're new, the hook and loop system can be a little frustrating. You have to wear the belt tighter than you would normally think, or else it will, dip. It is a great belt. I would just say it is, I don't want to say for advanced users, but I'd say intermediate users. The Core Essentials belt is just the easy mode belt. It's convenient. If you have an emergency poop in the middle of the day, that ratchet system is, you just undo it, pants down, keep the gun on your pants, and just, let her rip, just wreck that toilet, just like let her fly on the walls and just absolutely frighten the person sitting next to you. So I recommend the Core Essentials for a first belt. Oh, Harry's Holsters. Harry's Holsters, guys. First of all, my favorite J-frame holster that I've ever had is the Icon. But Harry's Holsters does great stuff. If you're looking for a holster, check out Harry's Holsters. Solid dude, fellow revolver bro. I bought a bunch of Eastern European 9mm that was 20 cents around, had serious accuracy issues. Yeah, so that's another thing, is ammo itself can cause accuracy issues, even in like non-ported guns. I know we talked about ported guns earlier, but yeah, you can get some. I've gotten some weird ammo before, and I just don't buy weird ammo anymore because stuff like that happens. If I'm going to shoot weird ammo, it's going to be through a gun that I don't care about. Todd, thank you for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it. My XR920P comp broke twice and barrel disintegrated after 7,000. Kenji, are you here? Are you here, Kenji? Are you hearing this? What is happening with your guys over at Shadow Systems, man? Switch to M&P 2.0 5-inch with Apex and DPM. Happy with it, but hoping a steel frame, not Spec 5, agreed, comes out. Have you heard any rumors? I have not heard any rumors, but also I'm not an idiot. Like it'd be dumb for them to not release a steel frame that doesn't have blue accents and the dumbest, biggest comp on the end of it that looks terrible. But that's wild. Thank you for sharing that, dude. If you had a YouTube channel, that would have been like 300,000 views for you right there, man. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah. That's really disappointing for Shadow Systems. But yeah, M&P, you absolutely can't go wrong. Apex and DPM, it's like the golden combo. The only thing you could do better is put an Apex barrel in it to a gunsmith fit barrel, and then just cut one whole groups at like 50 yards. But yeah, I'm also hopeful for a steel frame, mostly because on the metal frames, I like the grip texture on the inserts, and there's no other reason to have the aluminum frame over a polymer frame. So hoping for the steel one. Let's see here. That XC looks out of spec. Send it to me. I'll try it out for you. Those are some of my favorite comments whenever someone's like, is this normal on this gun? You're like, I don't know. Send it. No, that sounds like it's broken. Send it to me. I'll dispose of it. Would you do the porting comping and lose the warranty on Staccatos? Personally, I would not. It's one of the reasons that I like the factory porting from Bull Armory. It's one of the reasons that I like the Staccato XC, because you don't lose the warranty having it, comping it. Or if you're going to like tear into your gun with ports, God, just the Staccato lifetime, like S tier, platinum tier warranty is a part of the price of what you're paying for. So you're throwing that in the trash can when you wreck it. So unless you just don't care about money, I say, go for it in that case. But for me, I struggle to throw away that warranty porting the gun. I'd rather port a different 2011. Oh, and also GP Arms factory porting on theirs are great too. I honestly, I would want to get a GP Arms and send it to Monsoon Tactical for the Grandmaster porting. That would be really good. Look at this. The range is ahead of me with the core belt recommendation. Big fan Nightwood. What do you think of the new Beretta 9211 Corsa and Gara edition? I think they look cool. I'm just concerned about Beretta quality control. I've been very interested in that Kimber Carbon compact. Still a fan? Absolutely, yes. I still like that. Read them all. You have to. I'm doing it. How far behind? Okay, I'm like steadily an hour behind. Best choice. Like I said, if you want to skip the line, super chats are always there. I will happily throw everybody else under the bus to read your comment if you super chat me. Best choice of 2011 for a lefty. Yeah, I think we talked about that earlier. Anything with an ambi safety will be fine, but if you specifically want an ambi slide stop, which you can still hit it with your shooting index finger on a standard one, the Staccato HD P4 is kind of the only game in town. Oh, actually, the Fusion XP Pro, does that have? I think that has ambi controls, right? And of course, like the magazine release is reversible on the Staccato HD P4. I need to, again, I'm reviewing the Fusion XP Pro soon, so I don't know everything about it yet. Wonder what that has. Let's see here. Great content. What's the next pickup? Fusion XP Pro. That's the next pickup. Are you a full-time YouTube author now? I'm making it work. Yeah. The thing is, with what I did before, I was able to set aside some money to build this up. And my digital product, my training that I'll be releasing towards the end of Q1, that is what is going to keep this channel thriving. Because right now I'm holding it together with duct tape. I'm grateful for the success of the channel. It's just not going to be sustainable for another couple of years. So I need to adapt for sure. But yeah, I'm making it work. I'm still I'm making my full length novel the best it can be because I want someone to pick up publishing rights on that. Let's see here. I think it might be cat time. Cat bros unite. Oh. Here we go. Solaire says hi. He got I think he was asleep and then he got separation anxiety because he's my number one bro. This cat is like the smartest, coolest, best cat, like best pet I've ever had in my entire life. This is one of those like 1 in a million pets that is just once in a lifetime. So I cherish every second with him. And as you can tell, he cherishes every second with me. He's also a big boy. He's like 16 pounds. Let's see here. Where were we at? Just trying to take care, guys. See you at the range. Yeah, I know you left an hour ago, but I appreciate you stopping in. You had some good chats and good super chats. If you plan on doing any more revolver videos, love wheel guns and love your wheel gun content. Yes, it just keeps getting pushed back because the latest, hottest guns get the views, which keeps the channel alive. And then the revolver videos keep getting pushed. But I have like 3 or 4 revolver videos in the works. I might pick up the new mountain gun, the Ellipses Smith & Wesson mountain gun, and that would be some hot wheel gun content that would get views. So we'll see about that. I got a notification, was watching my normal Wednesday stream though. Oh, wow. So here's one person that got a notification. That's impressive. Thanks for letting me know, Rotten Corpse. How different does the porting on the Bull Armory TAC 5 affect the feel? I'm debating on the Pro and the regular TAC 5. Never shot ported guns, so I don't know. It's a noticeable difference. I would say, oh man. Like, I don't know if I would go as far as to say like a 50% difference, but it's a noticeable difference. I would even go as far as to say it's a big difference. The standard is great. It's wonderful. It has a great return to zero, but the Pro is like an absolute cheat code. It pretty much deletes the recoil and muzzle, well, specifically the muzzle rise from the gun. 2011 or 1911, not drop safe. So those crying about it is nonsense. I was finally able to talk about it on the proper channel because I obviously talk about it on the lives a lot, but the drop safety on Series 70, 1911s and 2011s has never bothered me because it's not drop safe from shoulder height and it only goes off if it's dropped muzzle down. So it goes off in a safe direction, most likely. So to me, and yeah, so Roaring Steel, the odds of drop safe ever mattering are about the same as being struck by lightning. Especially with it only not being drop safe from shoulder height and muzzle down. But I mean, something like some SIG products that will go off like when you don't even touch them. No, like they can go off like into the air, right? And like a bullet will hit some poor innocent kid from like a mile away. That's awful. So it never bothered me on Series 70 guns because it goes off into the dirt. Only from shoulder height too. What's your IG so I can let you know what happens to my EDC Pro? It's just Nightwood Guns. Like one word, at Nightwood Guns. My account can't be shown to non-followers, so you have to type it in exactly right. The easiest way to do it is it's in the link it's in the description in every single one of my videos as a link. So you can just hop to one of those and just click the link. But thanks for the super chat, Lost. I really appreciate it. Definitely keep me posted. I want to know how that goes. Let's see here. Have you ever tried the ZevTech OZ9? Are you interested in it at all? Yeah, I want to try the Hypercomp specifically. Zev was supposed to send me an OZ9 last year, and then they ended up flaking. So I don't know. Tell them reach out to them. Tell them that you want a review from my channel because I tried to make it happen. Buy an AK, brother. I have an AK, brother. Rifle reviews. It's on the list. It's just I've kind of found this nice niche of pistols, especially in kind of like the everyday carry or concealed carry or performance pistol niche. That's been going really well for me. And I kind of, it's not that I want to be careful. It's just that I'm prioritizing those videos, but I have a lot of rifle videos I want to do. I did a video on the Q Sugar Weasel, which is technically a pistol, but not just rifles, but long guns too. Like I have a Benelli, technically a Benelli M1014 that I'm planning on reviewing, the DPMS Kitty Cat, which is also technically a pistol that I'm planning on reviewing. And I have a barrel chopped FNPS 90. I have a Scar 17S with the Striker Industries billet aluminum lower that takes Magpul mags. Like I have a lot of stuff that I want to show off on the channel. It's just, like I said, I have a focus on pistols. Hopefully this year can be the year that I get caught up and I can do revolver stuff. I can do pistol or do non-pistol stuff, because I think, as far as I know, I'm probably getting like 10 guns this year from manufacturers, and there are probably like 5 that I'm planning on getting myself for review. So there should be plenty of space for me to expand and focus on things that I think are super fun. I had to leave, so I think you answered this already, but Bull Cherokee, SAR P8L or SAR K2 in 45 AARP. I had a SAR K2 for a long time. The only reason I got rid of it was because I'm like, if this thing ever breaks, I'm just like SOL. Like there are no spare parts for it. That's the only reason I really got rid of it. So I don't know. I kind of default to Bull just because I trust them. Donkey Defense. Hi, Dad. Hi, son. Good to see you there, son. Thank you for the super chat. It's very nice of you. Let's see here. Donkey has entered my swamp, and that's not a euphemism, or is it? Should I wait for the Bull Armory TAC Comp Pro, or is the Pro TAC just as good and that comp isn't necessary? I can't really speak to that yet. I can tell you that whenever you have a gun with a comp on it, makes it softer shooting, and it's easier to stop the slide up from user error. It's why they have the shelved safety on the TAC comp, because it's easier to interfere with the slide. So if you want like a duty gun that is like ported, the TAC Pro is the way to go. But if you want like the ultimate gamer gun, I'd wait for the TAC comp for sure. Daniel, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Really appreciate it. Would you buy a current Ruger Redhawk 5.5 inch barrel and 44 Magnum? I'm torn between this and a Smith & Wesson Model 29, but feel Smith's QC is a big gamble these days, even on their classic revolvers. The problem, Daniel, is that Ruger's quality control is also a big gamble these days. So pick the one that you like the most and get the one that you like the most, because it doesn't matter. Quality control is a gamble on both of them. So pick the one that you like. And like for me, I would go with the Smith & Wesson, just because I would personally send it to Nelson Ford at the Gunsmith Inc. and have him fix any problems on it and give it an action job. That's what I would do. But I mean, Ruger Redhawk, obviously, like I grew up shooting a Ruger Redhawk. That was the first big bore gun that I shot, was my dad's Ruger Redhawk. I love that thing. So both are decent choices. Just be aware that there's a decent chance you're going to have to send both of them back. Hopefully that helped you out. Thanks again for the super chat, man. Let's see here. Where were we? Here we are. Jason, press X to Jason. Bull Armory EDC Pro or TAC Pro, is there a huge difference between the two when it comes to recoil, etc.? Yes, the TAC Pro is flatter shooting because it's heavier. It's just the nature of physics. The EDC Pro, the thing I like about it though is, so now keep in mind, I don't want to call it flippy or anything like that, because it's not, because it's crazy flat shooting. You just have to ride the lightning a little more. You have to make sure you have a tighter grip on it. The thing I like about it is it is fast because it's lighter weight. It's fast out of the holster. It's fast transitioning targets. It's like a 1/10 of a second faster out of the holster for me. So that's why I like the EDC Pro, because that little sucker is fast and it feels like you got a bag of firecrackers in your hand. So the EDC Pro, I like it for those reasons, but the TAC Pro, like if you're running it at the range, you want just like a really nice shooting gun or competition or something like that, the TAC Pro is just going to be the better shooter between the two, even if I have a personal preference for the EDC Pro, just for practicality. Jared, thanks so much for the super chat, man. You are awesome. Thank you a lot for the answer on the 2011. LOL, I know you're behind in comments, but still here rocking with you. Thank you, man. I'm glad you stuck around. If not, you can always join the replay gang. A lot of people listen to this like a podcast. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Also, would you suggest a Shadow 2 or P10? Love my VP9. Yeah, VP9 is solid. Shadow 2 or a P10. It would depend on what you want to do with it. If you want kind of a do everything gun and you want like a really affordable gun, the P10 is a solid choice. The Shadow 2, though, dude, is so nice. So I would recommend the Shadow 2 between those two, especially, if you're talking 2011s, like the VP9, I would go Shadow 2 for sure. Thanks again for the super chat, supporting the channel. You're a real one, man. Mike, what's up again, dude? Thanks again for the super chat. Come to Texas. You can review my 8.6 blackout pistol build. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. That does sound awesome. Let me just, you know what? Actually, I'm going to have to wait with all these freaking planes crashing all over the place. I don't know if someone's got like they're shooting sound waves at these planes or what. I'm not getting on a plane for a couple of months, but if I ever find myself in Texas, we'll shoot that 8.6 blackout. Solar wants out of my office. I'm gonna let him out. BRB. Yeah. Here you go. Yeah. All right. Well, Donkey has re-entered the swamp. I work tomorrow, so I go sleep. It's awesome to see your lives so lively. Spread your nerd knowledge to these peasants. I will let you get by with calling my best friends in the whole world peasants just because you super chatted. But thanks for the support, Donkey. I'll talk to you later, man. Go enjoy your sleep. Sleep well, sweet prince. Let's see here. Just the miscellaneous noises I make while I'm catching up on comments. Honestly, I don't know if I want to deal sending the PX4 to Beretta. I guess it won't be as much of a problem to do as I'm thinking it will. Yeah, it's fine. It's annoying, but it's not too big of a deal. I canceled the deal for the light striking MR920. Thank you for that. I'm just here to save you money, man. In reviews and in lives. Let's not waste money. Oh, what's up, dude? I'm glad you're able to make it an hour ago. If you're still here, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. +1 for reviewing the MC9 Prime and the CSX E series. Actually ordered the CSX the morning of the launch and we'll get it Friday. Yeah, for sure the MC9 Prime. We'll see about the CSX. We will see. I have a G19 with a Radiant Afterburner and DPM soft kit. Should I get a G45 with the same setup and have 2 modular guns or a Bull EDC Pro? I like my EDC Pro a lot. If you're asking for my opinion and recommendation, I would recommend the EDC Pro. For sure. Mix it up. Have you gotten into VR yet and Ace XR? I honestly think it's going to be the future of training competitors and shooters and cops. It makes it so easy. Sorry, I'm my eyes are going cross-eyed. It makes it so easy to jump into a training session and practice tons. Yeah, so I tried VR in December, and I was struggling to get my VR legs. I've been gaming my entire life. There's just, and I don't get motion sick ever in my life. There's just a difference between like being on a boat and like your body is disagreeing with what your eyes are seeing, or no, your eyes are disagreeing with what your body is feeling. And then VR, where your body is not feeling what your eyes are seeing. And like I was getting motion sick within like 30 minutes. So I need to build up my VR legs before I can really hop into that. But like, I think VR really is the future. I don't know. I like binging shows, binging games, that kind of stuff. And the fact that I couldn't hop into VR and spend 3 hours there annoyed me. So I kind of was like, I'll just deal with this later. I don't want to spend like 10 minutes a day every day getting my VR legs. But I do agree with you. Botkin reminds me of the nerdy guy from Johnny Bravo. That's actually funny. What local guns do you use in the Valley? Thoughts on Lago Aliens, overpriced hype or worth the money? See you out at basics. So I need to be careful about what I say, but because of YouTube. So I'm going to say Bear Arms is the big one. Check them out. Lago Aliens, I don't see it for the money. The crazy like ultra super one with the thumb ledge and all that stuff is actually really nice. All the other models, I just don't see the squeeze in the performance for the price that you're paying. I think they're really cool. I just don't see a massive performance gain. Thanks for being so honest. Yeah, someone has to be. There's only a few on YouTube. Have you seen the new CSX E series? Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm trying to buy the Bull EDC Pro. Do you have a partnership with Bull and do you recommend them? I do not have a partnership. They do send me stuff for review. And like I know the guys over there. Like, it's not like they cut me checks or anything. In fact, I don't think they cut anybody checks, which is something that I actually respect about them, is they don't pay for reviews. But I do 100% recommend them. It's what I've carried every single day since getting and vetting for reliability my Bull Armory EDC Pro. Before that, I was carrying the original TAC 4.25. So yeah, I mean, it's my favorite gun right now. Of course, I absolutely recommend it. I would not carry it myself and not recommend it. So yeah. If I have a full-size PX4, not GSD, could I get it to shoot as soft as the GSD by changing the guide rod, adding the LTT comp, and maybe a new trigger? The GSD shoots maybe like 5% softer than the standard PX4. So I would only recommend the GSD if you were starting fresh and didn't already have a PX4. LTT comp is fine. It's really bulky, but that probably improves. It makes it probably like 15 to 20% softer shooting. I know it's aluminum, but it's still weight at the end of the gun. So if I were you, here's what I would do. I would take your PX4 and put in like an LTT trigger job and a bag in it. And specifically, like, the LTT trigger bar is the important part. And I would just game with that if it were me. I definitely watch a MC9 Prime video. Yeah, that's why it's for sure happening, because I just knew, like, so many people when I was at SHOT Show commented that was probably the #1 most requested gun that people wanted to see from me at SHOT Show, even over the Staccato HD. So of course it's happening. Springfield 1911, any good? Yes, but it will have to go back to the factory at least once when you buy it. Any chance for more revolver content? 100%. I gotta get the new hotness out the door first. And unfortunately, it's just like a never-ending torrent of it. Do you think Bull will create a 2011 that takes Glock mags, since there is a market for it that Staccato and Stealth Arms are tapping into? I think they've considered it years ago before it was ever a thing. And they just didn't, there wasn't a market for it back then. That's kind of the hunch that I have picked up. But I think the Glock mag 2011 thing is going to die off. I don't think it's going to last. I think that the Platypus has a very good niche because of its price point. And like, people who are wanting a budget 2011 are also looking at budget magazines. But I honestly, again, I could be 100% wrong on this. I don't see the Glock mag 2011 thing really going very far. I think that it's a very specific thing to ask for. So I'm going to guess no. If so, it would be after it had proved itself that it's a strong market performer for a couple of years before it would be worth investing and tooling up and R&D for something like that, to refine something like that. Happy anniversary, 10 more years. Absolutely, man. Rest of my life. Where'd you get the name Nightwood Guns? Who asked this amazing question an hour ago? JC. I got the name Nightwood Guns. It's really weird, dude. It's a really weird story. When I was a freshman in college, I think I told the story on my last live too, but I'm sure a lot of you didn't hear it yet. When I was a freshman in college, I was playing Soul Calibur 4 with my best friend. And in Soul Calibur, you can just create. It's like one of the best character creators ever. You just create whatever you want. And I created this pirate character, like an afro. It was absolutely hilarious. Gave him a persona, hilarious voice. And named him the Nightwood. Gave him an entire backstory just for memes, just for shits and gigs. But anyways, I named him the Nightwood because there is an old lesbian novel called The Nightwood, and I just thought that it was really funny at the time. Obviously, I was like 18 years old and just laughing my ass off about how funny that was. And then it was my gamer tag, is my PSN ID was the Nightwood. So like, I'm on Xbox as the Nightwood, I'm on PlayStation as the Nightwood, like Steam account is the Nightwood. And that just kind of carried over to Nightwood Guns because it had a nice ring to it. Everyone always remembered it when I was gaming. Everyone's like, Nightwood over here, Nightwood over there. And everyone remembered it. And I'm like, okay, well, if I remember this, it's also unique and I could turn this into a brand. So that's the funny little story behind the Nightwood name. HK USP 40 Smith & Wesson compact carry. Yes, I'm all for that. Bring back the Uzi. Yes, please do. I bought a Bull EDC about 3 months ago. Best pistol purchase I've made. Can't thank you enough for the recommendation. This is the most frequent comment I get on the Bulls. It's like, I'm telling you guys, they are the best thing since sliced bread. You know how picky I am. I have the least nits to pick with Bull Armory pistols. There's a reason that's what I carry every day. Who should I send my Bull Armory to get ported? I just always recommend Monsoon Tactical because Vinny is the best. This weeb is based from coming from Hung Daddy. You would know. Real recognizes real. OA defense versus Staccato P4, which feels better in hand? Ooh, OA defense feels better in hand. That's kind of that's an icky question to answer because I like neither one is phenomenal, but the OA defense is better. Bull SAS TAC 2 or Bull EDC? I touched on this earlier. If you missed it, the EDC is faster out of the holster and faster on transitions. You have to grip the gun a little tighter because it's a little froggier, but still the ports make it basically delete muzzle rise, just recoil wise, a little more. The TAC 2 is heavier, easier to hold steady on distance shots or precision shots. About a 1/10 of a second slower out of the holster, a little slower on transitions, but softer shooting. So consider your mission with your pistol, your needs, and make your decision based on that. All right, we got a couple super chats here. Inaba Scarlet. New viewer, how's your Samurai Edge holding up? Will you make an updated build guide? See, this is where I literally just want to go to my safe and grab the Samurai Edge and show you guys, but I'm literally not allowed to. Samurai Edge is doing great, man. And I have the pseudo Barry's Samurai Edge. It's like a Barry Burton's Samurai Edge adjacent build, inspired build, I should say. That thing is one of my favorites. I'm going to be doing I might do an updated build guide for Jill's Samurai Edge just because I love my Samurai Edge video, but it's a little rough around the edges. I love the intro. It's probably my favorite thing I've done on the channel is the intro. If any of you haven't seen the Nightwood Guns Samurai Edge video, go watch it now. The intro is my favorite thing that I've ever done on the channel. But I might want to do an actual like build guide video. The only problem is if I do that, probably gonna get demonetized. So I would need to think of a way. And unfortunately, demonetized also means limited visibility. So barely anyone's going to see it. So if I could find a way to do that, I would. But I'm definitely going to be doing a video on my Barry Burton Samurai Edge for sure. So stay tuned. Absolutely, dude. By the way, welcome to the channel. You said you're a new viewer. I'm really happy to have you here. People who love Samurai Edge, name like Inaba Scarlet. Dude, you are more than welcome here. I'm so happy to have you here. And thank you for the super chat. J Frost M, Bull or Platypus? If Bull, which one is comparable to the Platypus? It's tough because they're both so different, right? Like if you want the budget option, get the Platypus because cheaper magazines, cheaper gun. Also, if you like hyper custom, you can hyper customize it. If you want the thing that is a mean machine that can do home defense, concealed carry, competition, the thing that's actually built to shred in every category, I would go with the Bull Armory. Really, you can't go wrong with the Bull Armory. It depends on what you want to do with it. Do you want it for the range and home defense? Get the 5-inch tack. If you want it for carry and you want a heavier gun, get the TAC 4 1/4. If you want it for carry and you want a lighter gun, get the EDC. And if you want to delete recoil and be aware of potential spalling entering your eyeballs if shooting from retention in a carjacking situation, but obviously it's a cheat code and removes muzzle rise completely, get one of the pro models. So hopefully that guidance helps you out a little bit. Let's see here. We were right here with comments. And by right here, I mean actually right here. I agree. Go Trump. I mean, that's the popular thing to say now. So I think you're pretty safe saying that. Ronald, do you prefer a full dust cover or not? That's a good question, Ronald. Answer the man an hour ago. Term limits needed in America now. Yes. And age limits. Term limits, age limits. All right, got a couple more super chats here, all coming in. Love you guys so much. Thank you. Rich for Rights, thank you for the super chat, man. That is awesome. I'm humbled by your support. I really am. I have entire loss of my distal trigger digit due to knife fight injury. Oh, sorry, man. I'm glad that you don't have a life injury, though. I'm glad you're still here. As I transition from Shadow 2 to 2011 limited optics, what do you suggest for a larger 2011 trigger housing? They are all too small. That's going to be a tough one. Um, what does the trigger guard look like on the Fusion XP Pro? Like I'm thinking back through my memory because I held one at SHOT Show and I don't have one yet, but I'll have one in a couple of weeks. But does that have a bigger trigger guard? Because it might. I'm just like looking up a picture of it now. Yeah, everybody in chat right now, even if you answered this when he asked, oh, I guess this is a super chat, so it's right now. Everyone in chat, find the largest trigger guard for this man right now on a 2011 pistol. Because you're right, just the nature of the beast with 1911s and 2011s, they have smaller trigger guards. Like if the staccato one's too small for you, I'm concerned. So chat, let's put our heads together for Rich for Rights and find him the biggest trigger guard 2011 for limited optics. So hopefully chat can come through for you. I appreciate the support on the channel, but hopefully the community can help you out, because I feel you on that. Roaring Steel, thanks so much for the super chat, man. Enjoy your anniversary weekend and congrats. Me and my girlfriend hit 5 years this Friday. Congratulations, man. That makes me happy to hear. This Friday the 14th, that's when I got married on the 14th. There's nothing better than a good woman. I mean, a good gun is a close second, and good cat is a nice solid third. I'd say good video game or anime is at least tied. No, seriously, once you find a good partner for yourself, it's the single most priceless thing that you can find in this life is that not everyone finds it. So I'm really glad to hear that, dude. Got to run, but great stream. Keep up the good work. All right, Roaring. I will catch you on the flip side. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for supporting the channel, man. You're awesome. Kevs, what's up, dude? Thank you so much for the super chat. Leaning towards Bulltac 4 1/4 for EDC all purpose. How's the PVD hold up? Is it all steel? Is there a tier 1 holster for it? So the Bulltac 4 1/4 is all steel. It's a great choice for all of that. The PVD holds up very well. It's prone to scratching. So be aware that if anything metal comes into contact with it, it will leave a mark. That is the one downside to PVD. That being said, it's only cosmetic. PVD is very corrosion resistant. So if you sweat on it, you'll be fine. I just recommend. So actually, this is a good learning moment. Thanks, Kevs, for bringing this up. If you have something like a rear sight, for example, that is like a high carbon steel that is prone to rusting. So when I carried my Bull Armory, when I hit like 6 months of sweating on it every single day, I started to get a tiny little spot of surface rust that just, came right off, no problem, because there's no PVD coating on the rear sight. What I recommend doing is treating that metal that you're sweating on with a product called Ezox. It is EEZOX. A little bit goes a long way, so you can just get one of the little droppers of it. I just put a little bit on a Q-tip and coat like the whole rear sight with Ezox. Let it sit for 24 hours, wipe off the excess. But before you do that, sorry. Oh God, I'm one of those storytellers. Rewind. Bites a dusto. Use rubbing alcohol on it first to get all oil off of it so it's just completely dry. Then coat it in Ezox, let it sit for 24 hours, wipe off the excess, coat it with Ezox again, let it sit for 24 hours, wipe it off again. That thing will be rust proof for a year or longer. Just a little cheat code for you. To answer your question on the tier 1 concealed holster, yes, tier 1 concealed makes Bull Armory holsters. However, they don't make them with weapon mounted lights. For the weapon mounted light, you'll want to get a Staccato holster from tier 1 concealed with the weapon light of choice on it. You'll want to select magazines 2020 or later for the Staccato, and just get whatever Staccato barrel length is comparable to what you're getting, and make sure it's a full size one, like a Staccato P. The C and CS is too thin for the Bull Armory. So magazines 2020 or later, and know that you'll have to open up the retention a little bit on the mag carrier for the Bull Armory mags to work. That is 100% my recommendation. So hopefully that helps you out. Back to comments. Hope Trump's get the Hearing Protection Act to pass. I hope we get national concealed carry reciprocity so I can stop breaking the law everywhere I go. I'm bored with cheap Glock clones. Enough. I think more rotating barrel actions and metal frame pistols would be cool. I 100% agree with you. Glock clones are boring. Doesn't mean that they're not good. It just means that they're boring. That's fine. It's allowed to be boring. Oh crap! I lost my spot in comments again, guys. There we go. Sig? Question mark. Did you just hear a gun go off? Hot take, NFA is effectively neutered with braces, super safety FRTs, and fast Form 1 and 4 approvals, plus $200 devaluation since 1930s inflation. Agree. I agree. Full autos. Oh God, I said the word. Yeah, when I say that, I'm talking about in video games, in Minecraft. It's the actual fast shooty bang bang for real things that are the big problem with the NFA now. Otherwise, I agree with you. I think that it's unconstitutional and dumb, but I think that its power has largely been removed. And the only problem with the actual shooty fast bang bangs that we want is that there are all of the people who have all of the money that would want to fight that are so heavily invested in the insanely increased value of the really shooty fast bang bangs that they would literally lose overnight hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Some of these like oil barons that have an entire mansion full shooty, really fast bang bangs. So there's going to be huge opposition from on the left and the big money on the right because of that. That's why we need to get rid of it, so that everyone can be equally armed and it's not class dependent. And when I say class dependent, I mean only the elite of the elite is running with like more than one. Or like a couple of my buddies, their dads were super based in the 80s and bought up everything. Max Uzis, M60s, MP5s. They got everything and they're sitting on it and enjoying it. So basically the me's of the 80s are good to go. Other than that, it is only the most elite class in the world have that stuff, and we need to be equally armed. So we got to get rid of that. Daniel, have you heard of any durability concerns with the Springfield XDM, specifically the XDM Elite 4.5 10mm using full power 10mm loadings? First of all, thanks for the super chat, Daniel. I really appreciate it. So my father-in-law, his everyday carry gun, his primary gun is the Springfield XDM Elite in 10mm. He's never had any problems. That is, my experience with it is purely anecdotal. I'm not aware of any larger issues either. Not that I've specifically been looking for them, but my understanding is that the Springfield XDM is one of the better choices for a 10mm if you don't mind the XD grip safety. But it seems fine to me. I haven't heard of or seen any issues. So hopefully that helps. I know a lot, but I don't know everything, and I'm always learning. Let's see here. The guys whose QA department's too busy SAing literal grandmothers. What? Who are we talking about? These guys? Is that who? What are we talking? What? I don't know what's happening here. I came at the wrong moment. I pushed friends to buy the Bull Armory Glock. I hope I didn't make a mistake. Oh, no, it's a great gun. It's just, at the end of the day, it's, a Glock that's pre-tricked out, right? Still a Glock, just pre-tricked out. My favorite thing about the Bull Armory Glocks is the grip texture. That's the big decision maker for me. Also, the extended beaver tail to avoid slide bite. The Bull Armory Glock checks all the boxes for everything I want on a Glock. At the end of the day, it is a Glock, though. I just watched Such's review on the Gerson 2311 Match X. Would love to see you review it too. If I can find one, I will. I will do that because I am not optimistic about it. I also don't really know, let me know in chat. I'll get there in an hour and see what everyone has to say. If you guys want to see that review, if there's a big enough demand, I'll do it. That is basically the Staccato XC at home at Turkey at home in Turkey. But I really don't think that thing's going to actually run well. Do you have any experience with the Glock 48? For me, it performs as good as 1911s and Browning HPs. It's really interesting because different people at different skill levels of shooting have different experiences with guns. And at the end of the day, it always boils down to it's 99% technique, whether you're bad, intermediate, or good. I wouldn't say that the Glock 48 performs as well as a 1911, shooting performance wise. But how much of a difference, right? Like if you take a Glock 48 and you take a 1911 and you shoot drills with them side by side, how much of a difference is there going to be? Like probably like 1%. I think the less experienced you are and the worse you are, the more of a difference like a better gun can make, because it gives you room to make mistakes with your technique. So I like, for example, you can hand somebody a SIG P365 who's new and they'll be awful with it. And then you hand them a Staccato XC and they're like, oh my God, I'm a good shooter all of a sudden. And then you get someone who is extremely talented, phenomenal shooter and give them the two. They'll shoot the Staccato XC better. They'll prefer the Staccato XC, but the difference between the two is going to be nominal. So yeah, I think that your comment has some credence. What do you think is the reason behind the downturn in Beretta quality on both sides of the Atlantic? Dude, I couldn't even tell you. I don't know. That's a question that the people with answers have signed NDAs. I have no idea. My speculation would be the same as yours. Inaba Scarlet, again, what's up, dude? Thank you so much for the super chat. Wow, that's really generous. Thank you. Appreciate the warm welcome. Can't wait for build vid. Want to make one this year. Is there a grail gun from media you want IRL working copy of? Mine is definitely Vash's revolver. Oh man, that's a good one. Or RE4 Remake Silver Ghost. Dude, congratulations on picking out like 2 of my top 3 like grail fictional guns. The only one that would be above though, well, okay, so I have 2 more that I'm going to add, one of which is pretty much Vash's revolver, close to, it's not top break, but the Mateba Unica 6 auto revolver. Obviously that Silver Ghost, I'd love to make that happen, but you would need several $1,000s and go to a place like Right Armory that will literally just build you anything if you have the right amount of money to make that happen. But my number one is a Beretta 93R. Essentially the RoboCop gun, but on just like a Beretta 93R at all. That is hands down my grail gun. If you need any help at all building your Samurai Edge, you can feel free to DM me on Instagram. I will help you build your Samurai Edge. If you're not on Instagram, you can send me an email, nightwoodguns@gmail.com. I'll help you out. Or just like leave comments on videos because I see those too and those help the channel. But Instagram DM is going to, I get DM'd over there a lot, but I will specifically look for your DM to help you out because I had so much fun building my Samurai Edge. It's so difficult to source parts. So if I can help you out in any way, absolutely reach out and leverage my assistance. But thank you so much for supporting the channel. Really appreciate that super chat. And it's nice to find someone whose, interests overlap. There are dozens of us who like this crazy nerdy stuff and the pew pew stuff. So thanks for the support of the channel, man. I really appreciate it. And I really look forward to seeing you around too, in the comments and whatever. It's going to be a lot of fun chatting with you. Sounds like we're on the same page with a lot of stuff. All right. Joshua, I didn't say earlier, but glad to see your success on the channel. The more I look into the RXM, the more excited I get. They integrated a mag over travel stop into the FCU, something SIG should have done. Okay, so Joshua, as per the usual, you are extremely knowledgeable. You're probably even more knowledgeable than me on stuff, and I always appreciate hearing your takes on stuff. Thanks. That I'm really excited about the direction of the channel. But more importantly, the RXM, yes, they did so much right. And the fact that SIG, so those of you watching this now, this may shock you because a lot of people don't know this, but luckily there's a dude on X, I wish I could remember his name, who's been spreading the word on this. The P320, the ejector is a part of the FCU. It is the firearm. It is not replace. You can't remove it. You can't replace it. It is the firearm. There are certain magazines and certain grip modules that are OEM for the SIG P320 that you can over insert, bend the ejector up because I don't know, it's like they sourced the steel in India. It'll bend up and then it's literally the firearm has been ruined. Their fix for it, if you reach out to SIG customer service, send it out to them, they literally hammer it back down for you once. If they do it for you once, they will never do it for you again. And then you have to buy a whole new FCU, a whole new firearm. Your serialized firearm is ruined if your ejector gets messed up. That's why something like the RXM, and this is like, Joshua, I'm not surprised that you're also on board with the RXM like I am, because it's all in the details. They looked at this and they hit every practical weak point they could think of. The design is ingenious. Which is why I want to get one so badly. Gerson. Oh yeah, this is the Staccato XE at home. I'm not optimistic, dude. Like Gerson is one of those Turkish companies that is miss or miss usually. Just take some tuning. Do you have a gun lube, gun oil you like? Yeah, I use Lucas Extreme Duty gun oil. It can get kind of seepy, so when you like oil your gun, you might have to wipe excess off of it if you rack it. The thing I like about it though is it lasts a really long time, especially since I run 2011s that have to stay wet. I like that oil because it stays on when I'm carrying it. It doesn't evaporate very quickly. And number two, it doesn't burn off at hot temperatures. So I can put a lot of rounds through it and I don't have to worry about it burning off. So that's what I use. There might be better oils out there, but that's my favorite. Todd, what's up again, dude? Thanks for another super chat. As I no longer trust Shadow Systems, what to replace the CR920 XP at similar size and at least 15 rounds in a striker fired for hot day carry? Looking at the Prime, have an XL X macro frame, but don't like it. Yeah, wait for the Prime. Wait for honest reviewers to check out the Prime first. Make sure the reviewer put 1,000 rounds through it at least, because my MC9 crapped the bed at 750, over 700 rounds. But as far as like a 15 round striker fired gun for hot day carry, like I know you said, you said you have an XL frame and you don't like that. That would normally be my recommendation, would be an XL or an X macro. If you don't like that, there's the Shield Plus. But of course, Shield Plus, I love it. It's probably the best shooting micro gun. There's just an asterisk of watch the trigger pin to make sure it doesn't walk out, and test the 13 round magazine fully loaded with one in the pipe for reliability. And then you're good to go. Beyond that, the HK CC9, if you can find one, apparently they had some issue. A second batch of those was supposed to go out, but they had some issue. I forget what it was. It was like the slide stop or something that basically ruined the whole batch. But the HK CC9 seems to maybe be another good option in that category. But I mean, basically, I'm at like P365 family, the Shield Plus family, for micro guns that are capable of 15 round capacities. But for me, I'm just like, if I'm running a 15 round capacity, I'm just a mid-size gun guy. So it's going to be the M&P 2.0 compact and the Glock 19. That's kind of my thing. So hopefully that gave you something to think about at least. We'll see how the Prime is. Just don't jump the gun on it. Like in the video game world, we have a phrase: no pre-orders. Do not pre-order under any condition. And I feel the same way when new guns come out. Do not pre-order. Do not buy a new gun. Wait for honest reviews, because it's too much of a risk, and the industry just has too much of a reputation. So hopefully I gave you something to think about at least. Inaba Scarlet again, thanks for another super chat, dude. Was SAO peak? It's funny because you say that, and I don't know if you're saying is single action only peak or is Sword Art Online peak. If it's single action only, I think SAO is peak. I really do. If it's Sword Art Online, I think in the time and space that Sword Art Online existed, it was peak in that moment. That's how I feel about both of those. I love the double entendre question there. Thank you for that. That's hilarious. Put a smile on my face. And thanks for the super chat, dude. You're awesome. The last two Staccato I bought went back for warranty work. Not surprised at all. Within a week of purchase. Silly QC issues like 3-stage trigger, literally. Not surprised to hear that. My new HD had a 2-pound trigger, and it's having accuracy issues. That's wild, dude. It seems like the HD is having major consistency issues, because I know someone who has a Staccato HD. I've not felt it myself, but claims that it feels like a Series 70, which is how the ones at Prairie Fire at SHOT Show felt. Mine is legit like the classic Series 80 trigger that 1911 dudes hated when it came out. So I don't know. I think that they've bitten off more than they can chew, but I'm not surprised to hear any of that. Colorado, here, this bill is scary. It sure is. I knew what you meant, Mitchell. Ross Martin compact is on my radar. Any thoughts? I have no opinions yet. I haven't checked it out at all. Sorry. Thoughts on the new CSXE? It didn't really catch my attention, but with enough, if interest in it persists beyond like kind of honeymoon interest phase, I might check it out, because I didn't really like the CSX. Colorado here too. They keep trying this every year. Tiring. Yeah. Dude, and I love Colorado. I spend like a week in Durango like once a year. And like I love Colorado, and it just pains me to see what you guys are going through. Your state was stolen from you. Happening here in AZ too. Why doesn't Bull Armory DLC coat their pistols? Because they can't do it in Israel. Government regulations, some environmental thing. They cannot do DLC. I know that they're looking for alternative solutions though. But their PVD is fine. It shows scratches when it comes in contact with metal, but it's still corrosion resistant, wear resistant outside of scratches. It's second best. Cliff, I forgot the Rex Zero was also on that list. So Bull Cherokee, SAR P8L, or K2 and 45, then the Rex Zero. Still want a Raider in 45. I need a 45 in my life, I think. Yeah, dude, you could go with a Raider 45 for sure. Just know that you might have to send it back. TSOS is hit or miss. The Rex Zero is really cool. I like it a lot. Between all of those, I just kind of default to Bull. Honestly, out of all those, the SAR K2 is my favorite. But like I said, spare parts are a problem. If you're planning on running it quite a bit, and a part breaks, you're just kind of screwed. I just purchased the Shield RMSCC for the Glock 43 XMOS. Did I make a mistake? Do you want me to tell you the truth? It's a fine dot. You'll be fine with it. The EPS carry is the way to go. Yeah. That's all I have to say. I personally would have gone with the EPS carry. The Shield RMSCC, use it until you don't like it anymore, and then get an EPS carry. See how long it lasts for you. Just make sure if you're running an MOS Glock to get a good plate, because the MOS plates are consumable. Joneson, I shot 500 rounds through the HG and absolutely love everything about it. Kind of disappointed the 500 rounds didn't remove the pesky noise from the recoil spring. It didn't. Yikes. It removed the rattle from mine, but I'm glad that you enjoy the HD. The HD is definitely going to be for some people. It's just not going to be for a lot of people. But I'm really glad that you enjoy it so far. Surfing on Mars, what's up, dude? Sunny Boy, bad news. Uncle Costas can't get this live stream. He says his TV rabbit ears will not tune in no matter how he adjusts them. Tell him to just put a little bit of tinfoil on the edges and then tinfoil on his head. And then it should work. Jose, thanks, brother, for recommendations. If I can self-control from buying more guns like the M&P 2.0 HD with that sexy anodized blue, I'll save up for Staccato then. Sounds good, dude. Steven, who does good double undercuts for Glocks? I mean, everybody and their mother does double undercuts. Like, they're really easy to do. I don't know. Honestly, there's too many for me to even like recommend one. That might be honestly something just worth Googling, because there are hundreds of people doing stippling and double undercuts on guns. So like, honestly, if you can find someone local, that would save you from the hassle of shipping a firearm, because the frame is the firearm on a Glock. So see who's local to you and look up reviews. Why not do a second channel dedicated for lives? Because YouTube just doesn't push lives. It's just not even worth it. I like it supplemental on this channel. It's a good opportunity to connect with you guys who subscribe to the channel. Like that's why I do these. I just want to chat with you guys and connect with you. I enjoy this format, but doing like a second channel, YouTube does not push lives. So if I did a YouTube channel that was lives only, I would say probably, I don't know, what am I at, like 130,000 or something like that subscribers. I would say probably like 40,000 of you would come over to that channel, and then it wouldn't grow at all from there. So that's why I don't do it. YouTube just doesn't push lives. Any experience with the FN 509s? There used to be a striker issue where it would break. Curious if you have any knowledge on that. Yeah, there was an issue where the striker would break. They seem to be okay now. I just don't like them. I don't like the triggers on them. I don't like the aesthetics. It's just a personal preference thing, but they should be fine as far as I know. Do you use Scott Jedlinski's wave method for your support hand for shooting, or do you have a different philosophy for support hand pressure? The important thing is consistency. So if Scott Jedlinski's wave method gets you to consistently grip the pistol the same way every single time, then I say go for it. I do like a hybrid version of that where I don't like, do a dramatic wave, but I'm connecting the same index point on my, like on this knuckle with the trigger guard at the same exact place every single time. And so I come up and then just like build my grip and make sure it's consistent. It's not complicated. It's just difficult to execute, even though it's simple. Like I could sit here and talk about support hand, like gripping your gun in detail for like 30 minutes with you guys asking specific questions. So it's a tough thing. That's why I'm doing a course and offering it as a digital product so that all you guys who have these questions, like they'll just be answered for you there. I want to offer a lot of value for an affordable price. Like my thing is I just don't like carving out like $600 in an entire weekend and like traveling, like 2 or 3 hours, to do like an in-person class. It's just hard for, I think, a lot of people to manage. So I just want to offer an alternative that's like, here's a bunch of information. Well, not a bunch, but here's like, I've gone through the work of simplifying things as best I can to make it really easily digestible and to turn you into a better shooter, just like easily. Like that's my main goal, and to make it accessible to as many people as possible. Did you do double undercuts on your G45? No, but I'm going to. I've just been kicking the can down the road because it irritates me having to ship my, firearm. Like the fact that the Glock frame is the firearm is just really annoying for me. So no, but I'm going, like when I get it stippled, I'll get it double undercut. Not that it really matters. It's just a preference. Looking to get a gun once I lose 40 pounds and reach some other goals. Looking to get a 2011. Any recommendation? Budget is 2,500 to 3K. If you don't want to be in a specific magazine ecosystem, Bull Armory is my favorite. If you want to be in the 2011 ecosystem, I would look at GP Arms. Staccato is the safe bet with their amazing customer service and lifetime warranty. Because if you get one and it's bad, like that, you will be taken care of. Like you're staying at, I don't know, plug in whatever fancy hotel you want into your head. But yeah, with that kind of budget, you're basically good to get anything that's not everything under a Staccato XC. So look at GP Arms, look at Bull Armory, look at Staccato, and look at the Stealth Arms Platypus, and just kind of see which one best fits your needs, which one speaks to you, which one's most your style, and go from there. Have you shot the CR920 XP? I have shot it, yes. I think it's fine. I don't have time to stick around, but I love you, Nightwood. I love you too, Ryan. Thanks for coming by. Aces of Q barbecue. Oh my God, it makes me so hungry for barbecue. The health stuff that I've been dealing with has been like, I can't eat like most foods, but I'm starting to feel better and I'm starting to crave barbecue. So it's like, oh my God, that sounds so good. Okay. Sorry. I got distracted by your name. I'm a buy once, cry once type. Any thoughts on Alchemy? That's an interesting spelling of Nighthawk. Is another company I'm looking at. I think Alchemy is fine. I think Nighthawk is fine. I've kind of heard mixed things on the consumer end about Alchemy. I'm just not comfortable commenting on either one because I don't have a huge round count through either one. I will tell you just hearsay, word on the street, the back alleys of the gun world. I hear more positive about Nighthawk than Alchemy. That being said, I have also heard that Nighthawk doesn't really feel like what you're paying for. So I don't know. I just feel like Nighthawk might be the safer bet between those two, but it seems like Alchemy, I don't know. Those are both good. I just like Les Bear, Ed Brown. I like those kind of 1911s. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I'm sure someone in chat will list like some other S tier 1911 that I'm brain farting on right now. Pistol Pete made some SHOT Show videos. Any update on the carry comp porting through the existing slide window? Right. Oh, never mind. Sorry, that was a super chat. We've been going for 3.5 hours. Got to slap myself in the face a little bit. Take a little slurp of water. I need to start becoming a casual user of nicotine pouches. Definitely take the Platypus over the new Staccato. Oh yeah. Well, it depends on what you want to do with it. For duty, if you're a cop and you're putting this thing in your holster, I would go with the Staccato. In pretty much all other use cases, I'd go with the Platypus. I just built the same Radian P365 that you built in other videos. You're looking to do to that gun. Okay, you built the same Radian that I built. I think that's awesome. I think that's the best shooting micro gun that I've ever shot.
My son just walked in and heard you talking about Cowboy Bebop. Per his request, he asks, can you rank Bleach, One Piece, Demon Slayer, Attack on Titan, and Death Note? Rank those ones. Okay. So this was a while ago, but you can get back to your son if you're still here. If not, you can watch on replay. Oh man, that's tough because none of those are perfect, right? So we're talking anime. Let's talk anime because Cowboy Bebop is only anime. So I'm assuming he's talking about anime, not manga. I would go. Oh crap! So here's the thing. I think Death Note is better than Attack on Titan, but I like Attack on Titan better than Death Note, if that makes sense. I think Death Note is critically better, but I enjoy Attack on Titan more. So my personal ranking would be like Attack on Titan, Death Note, One Piece, Bleach, Demon Slayer. But if we're talking manga, it would be like One Piece, Death Note, Attack on Titan, Bleach, Demon Slayer, probably. Now, I just want to tell your son that's really hard stuff to rank, with the exception of Demon Slayer. But hopefully he gets a kick out of that at least. I've put a CR920 trigger group on the. Oh, by the way, I just want to say that One Piece is the best out of all of those. It's just that the anime is not up to snuff. Let's see here. Got some super chats. Richard, sorry I missed that. It looked like it was a couple minutes ago though, so not too bad. Richard, been here 3 hours off dinner replay gang. Well, Richard, thank you. This is my past self waving to your future self. Appreciate the super chat, man. Jay Maxey, you mentioned Staccato has the best warranty. Can you explain this further? I hate the hassle of shipping a firearm. So that hassle is still there, but the thing that Staccato, first of all, it's lifetime warranty. They say if you mess with the gun at all, that they won't service your gun at all. Even so much as just removing the grip module one time or having someone else remove the grip module one time is enough to void the warranty. I can speak from personal experience. I had my grip module stippled, removed from the gun, had sent it in. Why did I send that in? I feel like it was like a rear sight drift. I don't even remember because this was back in 2021. Or maybe it was a front sight, or no, maybe it was I feel like there was some wear somewhere on the gun, and I'm just like, I want this to be perfect because I paid a lot for it. But anyways, I had the grip stippled, sent it in. They didn't even say a word and serviced it. So as long as you don't do anything crazy, you don't send in like a Vulcan Machine Works like Recon camoed with like ported and like gas pedals all over it, I think you'll be fine. But anyways, as long as you keep your gun stock, you have your lifetime warranty. No questions asked, lifetime warranty. They will service it under any circumstances. What gives them the best warranty and customer service is you fill out everything that's wrong with your gun, all of your information, and like an hour later, maybe I've even had, like, for me, it was 20 minutes, but I know some people have said like 2 hours later. For me, 20 minutes later, I get a phone call and they're like, we're so sorry you're experiencing this. Absolutely. We'll send it in. We'll take care of you. All this kind of stuff. Really nice to me. Of course, I had to go through the hassle of shipping it. They send you the shipping label like most other places do. And they got my pistol. And then I got a call from the gunsmith who was fixing it, who also mentioned, I'm tuning this up. I'm tuning that up on this. He's like, it was in spec, but it could be better. I want to make sure it's great. Talk to the gunsmith on the phone. And I think they had that gun back to me in like just over a week. So that was my experience with the warranty. And other people have had great experience with the warranty as well. They just treat you really well. And obviously a lifetime warranty is great, especially when you look at competitors in the 2A space, or sorry, in the 2011 space. Hopefully that helped. Appreciate the super chat, man. J Frost M, thank you for this super chat as well. Appreciate the great informative content, man. Know it's a lot of work. We appreciate it. Always enjoy getting your take on new guns and gear. Cheers. Well, thank you for the super chats. I really appreciate it. And I'm so glad that you were able to stop by. It's always great connecting with you guys. So I'm just glad you've been enjoying the content. I have fun talking about guns, playing with guns. I think guns are cool. And it's nice finding all of you like-minded fellow folk out there who feel the same way. Kenji, I've put a CR920 trigger group on the lower of the G48 because I hated the original. I haven't had any problems with that, but I wonder if that's an okay thing to do. Yeah, I mean, if the trigger presses and resets and is, functioning properly, I don't see why not. That's pretty cool though. Rex Shepard. The Apex Gray Barrel is amazing. You can feel the concussion in your face with the ports being closer to the chamber. It didn't take long to get used to. I don't know. Maybe I've just shot so many I don't feel the concussion anymore. How's the PVD coating on bull handguns? Excellent corrosion resistance, excellent wear resistance. It's just prone to scratches if it comes into contact with metal. Yeah, Selp Richard. Romulus looks good. I will be reviewing one this year. Your modernized USP9 videos is one of the best videos on all of YouTube. Yeah, I really like the USP. I've done 3 USP videos. I'm not sure there's any other gun type, like any other gun model that I've done 3 videos on. Pretty sure it's the Romulus. Couldn't remember the name. Yeah, Romulus. Oh yeah, okay, Romulus. So that is what you were talking about like an hour ago when I asked you. Build the exact. Oh yeah. Oh, this is what you were saying earlier. You built the same P365 as me. It's awesome. Do you EDC yours? I do not. I don't carry the P365, but I shoot it. Putting an M Carbo trigger in mine. Oh yeah, M Carbo makes good stuff. They're consistent. They have good springs, good trigger kits. What is this in referral to? I'm like curious myself. Oh, about the Apex barrel. Any new belt rigs announced for this year? Oh, that's out of my wheelhouse, man. I just wear a Core and a Hunter Constantine belt. That's where my belt usage ends. Wish 2011s have an extended slide stop release option for easier reloads. Triarch makes an aftermarket one, but their QC is questionable. Yeah, the one on the Fusion XP Pro is the best one that I've felt. Again, I don't have huge hands. I wear a medium-sized glove. People make fun of me for that. So I have trouble hitting even the extended ones. The problem is since most people ride the safety as a shelf with their shooting thumb, if it's too long to the point where you can reach it, then you might accidentally keep the slide from locking, or the slide from holding open on last round fired, because you're depressing that. So it's a delicate balance, and I think that like maybe I don't know, because it's hard, because if you go with a GI safety that's short, right, then it's uncomfortable for you, but they could come in further with the extended slide stop lever. There's a reason people struggle with it. It's not an easy fix. You're not going to review the new enclosed O sight? Probably not. Do you have an X? I do, but I'm like never on there. It's Nightwood Guns. I'm like never on there. I think I have like no followers. I've never pushed it, but I secured Nightwood Guns on X just in case I ever hopped on there, which I think I will be soon. Thoughts on 40 Super? I think it's cool. Those are my thoughts. All guns we can't get in California. No. 2011s are scary. Rob Sholand is now offering upgrade packages for the Prodigy. That's great. I think the more people can work on the Prodigy, the better, because the Prodigy is a good skeleton for a 2011. Yeah, Constantine belt, thumbs up, of course. Staccato is a great marketing team in the way that they spend a lot of cash, but they also have a ton of guys on their marketing team that will attack people who don't slurp their brand. I've been here, I haven't experienced it, but I've heard in the comments on my HD video that the Staccato people were getting snippy about the HD. Livery Armory Apollo 11 Starter 2011. Thank you. Yeah, the reason it didn't come to mind is because I don't have much trigger time behind one. I want to get an Apollo 11 this year for sure. It's on the list. Yeah, also core belts for sure. What is your one ultimate choice for IWB holster? Tier 1, or is there something better? No, Tier 1 Axis Elite for sure is just hands down the right one for me. It's not for sidecar holsters are not for everyone, but that's the best one for me. People are pissed about the direct mount thing, and they are really going after anyone who criticizes them. Wow, that's actually like kind of abusive. It's like they hit us in the face, and then they're like, it's your fault. It's like, dude, you said it was direct mount. Like, did you not see how that's confusing? Bull tack versus tack pro, and 4 1/4 versus 5. I touched on this a little earlier. I'll give you the short version. The tack, like 4 1/4, great for carry if you don't mind a hairy gun. Tack 5, great for a range or home defense gun. The pro versions eliminate muzzle rise from the guns, but if you need to shoot it from retention, you can have spalling, little razor sharp pieces of jacket that shoot out of it. And if that ends up in your eye, you'll lose your eye. So just, if you're going to run a ported gun, just be aware of its downsides and be prepared to offset them. If you think that's too much of a risk, you can just get the standard model. Lone Wolf Arms Dust 19 with Lucky 7 sports. Yeah, I actually almost got one of those. And then I just decided to Lucky 7 sport like an actual good gun, the M&P 2.0 instead. But like, in all honesty, like jokes aside, I don't mind the ergos of the Lone Wolf Dusk 19. I actually really like the grip texture on that. I'd like to try one. I was just looking at it. I just don't want to spend the money on it. When are we getting that Walther P99 or like the steel frame PDP video? So not next weekend, but the weekend after, because the Kimber 2K11 is next, and then the PDP steel frame is next. This year, I want to start doing midweek videos that aren't like full reviews, because the full review takes me a week to do. That's the fastest I can do it right now with the resources that I have, because I'm my editor too. But I want to start doing a midweek video that is more just like me sitting here talking like this about a topic. Like I want to talk about palm pepper spray and how important that is to your everyday carry kit, and why I like palm over other stuff. So like I want to start doing midweek videos like that. So I'm going to do like midweek video, full review, midweek video, full review. And then hopefully full reviews will start to dwindle, and I can start being like, I can start shooting drills and challenge coins again. When Shadow Systems tried to show off their new DR920P to me pre-release, it didn't work. Yeah, I heard a lot of those didn't work. Watch out for Sumbro ammo from Macedonia. Most guns will have light strikes due to the rifle primers used in it. It happens. If Radiant releases, that's wild. Thoughts on the Lone Wolf? Oh yeah, just talked about the Lucky Sevens on the Dusk. That Strike Industries comp on the M&P is shitty looking. Dude, it looks so bad on that steel frame M&P. I want a 2011. I'm just waiting for them to mature even more. Not over 1.5K and not needing every part hand fit. Staccato HD looks like a step in the right direction. Just need that price to come down. Yeah, to me, I look at the Fusion XP Pro and I'm like, okay, this is starting to look interesting. So I definitely feel what you're saying. Your cat hit send, that I can relate. Like I'm just glad that Gmail now has like an unsend button that just like you can catch it in 5 seconds. You're good. Was going to say if Radiant released an M&P Ramjet Afterburner, it would be insane with an Apex on the steel frame. I completely agree. I think that I think Radiant should be prioritizing the Smith & Wesson M&P. Like I don't want to be biased one way or another. Like I don't even like Smith & Wesson as a company, but the M&P, in my opinion, is like my favorite striker fired pistol with the Apex trigger in it. And especially with guys like Hunter Constantine running M&Ps like crazy. Like, could you imagine his video with the Radiant Ramjet Afterburner? It'd be great. It's kind of why I don't really recommend Shadow Systems to people. Yeah. Like Kenji, I know that you do a lot of, like you have a lot of Shadow Systems and enjoy them, but it's very much like me with other guns where I'm like, yes, I like this, but asterisk, be aware of these things and test for these things. It's hard to recommend. What's the best comp you know of for the 43X MOS? The soon-to-be Radiant Ramjet Afterburner, hopefully sometime in the next few months. But right now it's the Harrington Arms. I think it's the HC43 is what it's called. From my testing, that's the best one. Who do you recommend for porting a Beretta 92X? Monsoon Tactical. The Fusion is not Ambi. Thanks, Donkey. I remember you saying Fusion is going to be doing a compact grip version of the XP Pro. What I'm aware of is they're doing a G10 grip module, and they're shipping it sharp so that you can sand it down to your preferred grip texture. That's what I'm aware of. I had a cat. I taught it to go to the bathroom on the toilet. That's awesome. That happens every 100 years with a cat. A cat can learn how to use the toilet. Reminds me of Meet the Parents. Get your hands on the new, what was that? Primatia extended and raised slide lock release for 1911s, 2011s. Whenever someone brings something like this up in a chat, I always like write it down just so I can look into it later. What is that? Because like, I don't know. I trouble to keep up. Be cavemen. I have trouble keeping up with everything in the industry. So you guys help me keep up on the latest happenings with the Gen Zers and whatnot. Your PSA DPMS Kitty Cat had to go back. I'm not surprised. That's why I'm done with PSA and other companies with dubious quality. Yeah. But also I can't say I'm surprised. I bought it knowing that was a possibility. I just love the drip of the kitty cat. Weirdest thing to experience is walking into the bathroom and your cat has occupied the toilet. Yeah, it's awkward. What's your IG so I can let you know? Oh yeah, we talked about this earlier. You super chatted me. Thanks. Thoughts on the Shield Arms ROC? Ordered one for my 642, but I'm skeptical. Shield Arms ROC. What's that? I'm gonna Google it here really quick. ROC. Revolver optic conversion. Oh, yeah, I know what this is. I think it looks fine. Like, who else is doing optic? Oh, never mind. That looks weird. The picture loaded. Yeah, I don't know about this. I cannot offer you any guidance. Who else is doing optic mounts on pistols? I think the best one I've seen is D&L Sports. Like, obviously, it's one of those you get what you pay for situations, but that's probably the direction I would move in because it has backup irons on it too. Just want to check. Okay, just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Let's see here. I did get notified for this. YouTube is very hit or miss on giving me notifications for you. Okay, that must mean I have a mild shadow ban, not a moderate one. If some people are getting, I saw the notification on Instagram for your live stream. That's why I post over there. I'll see you later, Chris. If you are watching this back on the replay, if you're replay gang, goodbye, Chris. Any J-frame Rex for us trapped in California? Like J frames. God, I didn't realize that there was a roster issue with J frames. You'd think with the internal lock that they'd be fine, but I mean, you can just like check the whatever places where people move things like that and look for vintage stuff and just kind of like do some research on what to look for on a used revolver and find yourself a nice, like, model 60 or something that is older and on roster that someone's selling. Although you probably in California, you're going to be paying for it. Fusion's coming out with an all metal Glock clone. Looks great. They had a video out today on it. I saw that. I just don't really know why. I'm sure it'll be good. Hi, Nightwood. Ever get to shoot that M&P 2.0 new comp that Floyd ported recently to test? If so, can you share your thoughts? Yeah, so I tested out a few things for him. I need to actually check in with him and see what he's offering because I want to do a video on it. I just don't want to jump ahead of him and be like, look at these porting things that he's doing, and he's like not ready for them. But yeah, he sent me, I think, 4 total to test, and there were 2 that I really liked. One was simple, and he and I kind of actually disagreed a little bit. So he liked one with his normal porting, with like the side porting that is angled up. And I think also the port on top. But the thing is, you'd have to send in your slide to get cut for the side ports. And I'm just like, if it were me as a consumer, like I don't want to. One of the things I like about the carry comp is the finish that's on there. So I don't want to like send it in, cut the slide, pay to have the slide cut too. And have it refinished and all that kind of stuff. I like the option that he sent me where he cut a M&P 2.0 barrel, like a fresh barrel with the top like chunk port and then vents that matched the slide cuts that are already in the slide. So you don't have to strip the finish on your slide. You don't have to have your slide cut. Keep your slide OEM, send him a barrel and he'll cut it to match the slide. That was the option I liked the best. But I think that he and his guys wanted to test it to get their opinion performance-wise. So, but they worked really well. Like they worked really well. Both options are really good. I felt that the one with just like the side vent, like his side vents, reduced recoil. And I felt like the other one reduced muzzle rise. And I can take the recoil. I like reducing the muzzle rise. So yeah, those are my thoughts on what I tested, at least. I don't know what he's going to land on or how he's going to take my feedback, but that's what I tested. Actually, we have a super chat, everyone. Shane, thank you for the super chat, man. First 2011, not duty carry, Staccato XC or something else in a similar price range. So not duty carry or not duty carry. Like, are you going to get this for carry or not for duty or carry? So if it's not for duty or carry, then if you have the scratch, the Staccato XC is considered to be the best 2011 out there that's not $1 million. It's, it's keeping you under Atlas prices. You would be very happy with the Staccato XC. I think probably 99% of people that get a Staccato XC are very happy with it. So yeah, if you have the scratch, that is always a solid recommendation. I like Bull Armory stuff. And if you're okay being in the Bull Armory magazine ecosystem, you could save a lot getting the Bull Armory TAC Pro 5-inch. That's comparable to the Staccato XC for way less. But if you're planning on getting a lot of 2011s and you want to be in the actual 2011 magazine ecosystem, then the Staccato XC is solid. If you want to spend way less than that and you want to be in the 2011 magazine ecosystem, look at GP Arms. I just reviewed the GP Arms Patriot and I really liked it. So hopefully that helps. Let's see here. Inaba, what's up, dude? Trying to gauge your taste or favorite genre from your background. Can you rank these in the same list? Violet Evergarden, JoJo, Haikyuu, Your Lie in April, and Sword Art Online. So I have not seen Violet Evergarden or Haikyuu. I have not seen either one of those. So it sounds like you're giving me recs that I need to watch, which I appreciate. Yeah, definitely. Like I'll get through all of these chats. Leave a chat down at the bottom with stuff that you recommend that I watch. I have not seen either one of those, but JoJo is number one. I think Your Lie in April is like really, really good. So that'd probably be number two. And then Sword Art Online would be my number three. But yeah, I have not seen Violet Evergarden. Man, it's a mouthful for me right now. Or Your Lie in April, or Haikyuu. But yeah, I'm a big JoJo fan. But I like Gurren Lagann, Neon Genesis Evangelion. God, what did I say already? Like Full Metal Alchemist is great. As far as like animes go, like I like Cyberpunk Edge Runners and Kill la Kill, like Trigger, Gynex. That's all good stuff. Even going into Gynex classics like Gunbuster. Yeah, like I've watched a lot, but I haven't seen everything. Like I love Berserk. Like I read quite a bit of manga too. Like Steel Ball Run, absolutely love that for JoJo. So yeah, yeah, we can always chat nerd stuff. I'm always down for that. But I'm gonna remember those two recommendations so I can check those out. I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit, but this was over an hour ago. Handle It Grips said hi. I just want to say hello, Handle It Grips. Probably Harrison. But I'm glad you were able to stop in. I doubt you're still here, dude, but just an acknowledgement that Handle It Grips are my favorite stick-on grips for guns. Seriously, their edge texture is my favorite concealed carry grip texture for stick-on grips. That's actually how I met him, is I just bought Talon grips and Handle It grips for my own curiosity and did a video. And he's like, hey, I'm so glad that you liked those. Let me send you some more. And then just became friends, which I mean is really wholesome. And that's how I like things to go. Versus someone like, we'll give you this much money to say that this Olight, to give us a good review on an Olight. What else? Are you aware of any Glock Mag 2011s produced outside of the USA? Yeah, the Fusion XP Pro is technically manufactured in Turkey. And that's not really a 2011 though. I guess like technically. The drop safe comment was in response to people whining about the Shadow 2 compact supposedly not being drop safe. Gotcha. Yeah, it seems like people will complain about 2011s not being drop safe, and then they'll start talking up the Shadow 2 compact. And it's like, Shadow 2 compact's really not drop safe. Like, that's one that could go off in a bad direction. Let's see here. Where were we? Oh, favorite rifle that I own? Oh man, that's tough because I need it. I need a better AR-15. I always joke that the AR-15 that I have is the same AR I've been running since I was 18. I've just been franken adding parts to it over the years, but the thing still runs. So like I get other AR-15s for novelty, like the DPMS Kitty Cat and stuff like that. And I have my Sugar Weasel in 300 Blackout with a trash panda on it for home defense, which now that I know everything that I know about Q, I probably would have gone in a different direction, but it works fine. So I have no problem with it. I just probably wouldn't do it again. Oh God. And which, I mean, that's technically a pistol though. Favorite rifle. I have, oh man, probably it's a tough choice. I'm going to say my PS90 that I barrel chopped just because of nostalgia growing up playing like Rainbow Six and GoldenEye and watching, I mean, like all the cool movies it was in. Oh, what's up, dude? Didn't expect to see you streaming when I got home from work. Awesome to actually catch you live for a change. It looks like I'll have some juicy stuff to catch up on later. I'm so glad that you made it to a live. Is this the second one you've made it to by chance? But yeah, I'm glad that you're here. The replay is going to be real on this one. It's been a good time. It's been going really fast. But everyone's asking really good questions and leaving really good comments. So definitely enjoy the replay. But I'm so glad you were able to make it. And thank you so much for the channel support. You know, I really appreciate you. We need to go shooting again, probably while the weather is still nice.
let's see here. Where were we? Oh, also, did the place that you spend time at ever get Staccato HDs in stock? Have you held one yet? Just while I have you here, I'll see it in chat down below later when I get through all of them. But I'm just curious. But yeah, like most of my other rifles are just for like my AR-15. I don't even like it. It does what it needs to do. I have an SBR AK that I really like too. That one's a lot of fun to shoot. My Scar 17S is a blast to shoot too. I like shooting that at distance. But yeah, my PS90 is the one that I'm always like dry firing and clearing rooms in my house with. Bull customer service took about 3 weeks to get back to me on Tech Pro. No lockback on the gun. Probably not going to tell me why. Okay, so really, so did we talk about this? Because there was, maybe it was you, maybe it was one other person, but I did hear that someone had the same problem in a Facebook group. Maybe I was talking with you about that. And it seems to me that Bull Armory maybe had like a bad batch of slide stops or something like that. I don't know. But they should take care of you. If they don't take care of you, DM me on Instagram, because I want to give them feedback on their customer service. I want to make sure they're taking care of people, because I really like their products and I want to really like their customer service too. I've never had to deal with their customer service, so I kind of rely on you guys. But I do know that their customer service like is kind of slow getting back to people, just because in the US they just don't have like a lot of people on the warranty side of things. From what I've heard in the past, the few issues that I've heard, they always take care of people. So keep me posted on what goes on with that. I know I get a lot of Bull Armory comments just because I like them so much, but I want to make sure, like, I want to help give them feedback to improve if I can. What happens if you have a problem with the Bull? Do they repair it in the US? Yeah, so it's a 1-year warranty. So that's why I recommend, like, enjoy it, shoot the hell out of it for that first year. That way, if there's anything, like, for example, if they have bad slide stop, which is a very rare occurrence, if that's the case, you'll know right away and they'll fix it. They do repair it in the USA, but their responses can be on the slow side in the US. I get strikes whenever I show a rifle. Good luck. Yeah, I specifically have, like, in preparation for this, have like 10 rounders and 20 rounder mags just to avoid that kind of stuff. And also, like, I'm now, God, I like don't even want to get into it, but I'm a trusted channel again on YouTube, so I have a little more leeway. Even though I have a mild shadow ban, I am a trusted channel, so I have a little more leeway. If I show a rifle, if it has a 20 round magazine in it, like, I'll usually be fine 50% of the time. 50%, 60% of the time, it works every time. Thoughts on the AXG Legion P365? I think it's for a SIG P365. It's probably the best one you can get from the factory. You get your hands on any of the new Radian comps yet? G43X, Shadow Systems, etc. I have seen a 3D printed G43X compensator. That's it. I've not shot one yet. Handle It grips in the house. Yeah, absolutely. Everyone check out Handle It grips. They're my favorite. I'm still trying to make more time for the range. Working second shift doesn't really help. Yeah, it's rough, dude. Handle It grips with its buy two get one. Yeah, dude, Handle It knows what they're doing. They know how to move good quality product. Sup, Brett Kimber 2K11. Your thoughts? Overpriced? Maybe overpriced. We'll see. I'm still reviewing it, so stay tuned for my review. But so far, it's running well, and it feels smooth. First time catching part of one of these live streams. Are they always on Wednesdays? No, it's kind of like an impromptu thing. I need to get better about that. I am going to start having guests, not on, 4 hour, 5 hour, 6 hour lives, but I want to start having guests here for 30 minutes, an hour, 45 minutes, something like that. So I've started reaching out to a couple of people I want to feature on lives, that I want to talk to, ask questions, pick their brain, have you guys be able to pick their brain. We can work together to pick their brain. So that's in the cards, and I want that to be a regular thing. But the lives, I probably should be scheduled because I like doing them so much. But basically, whenever there's a week where I'm like, I can't get a video out this week, I'll just sit down with you guys for a few hours and chat. Non-functional trigger trip, significant injury. Is our 2011 or retro fix to help me? Oh yeah, I think, yeah, you super chatted. Hopefully someone in chat was able to help you out.
I don't hate porting. I just think it has a place and a time. I suggest everyone check out GB Gun's recent video on the topic. He points out why it might not be a good idea for carry. We're just going to make a note to check out that video because I'm sure you all know if you guys, if there's anyone here who hasn't seen my ports versus comps for everyday carry video because it has limited visibility, because apparently I had incendiary ammunition in the video somewhere. I have my feelings about, ports and comps having a place and a time, but I want to see what GB Guns has to say. GB Guns, if I don't make a note on my phone, I will forget it. Ports. Okay. I know you've talked about that with your banana test, but it's a good thing to consider. Cool. Let's see where we. Would you buy the Staccato XC again? Yes, and again, it would be my. So the regret that I have is I bought other Staccatos before getting the Staccato XC. Like if for me, the Staccato XC is the one Staccato worth owning. Like the rest of them. The only way I would have like a Staccato P is if I were law enforcement and it was approved for duty. And that was like but usually if a Staccato P is approved for duty, a Staccato XC is approved for duty too. So I would only run the XC though for Staccatos. Shadow 2 compact for EDC. I mean, Shadow 2 compact is good. Humble Marksman. How long ago was this? This was so long ago. David, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sure you're long gone spending time with your family. Yeah, you have a real life. This dude wants you to come to Texas and play with his gun. Sounds like a proposal. That is hilarious. Yep, everyone, Humble Marksman's in the house. Guys, we have a mid-tier celebrity in the house, everybody. Blessing the mild tier wannabe YouTuber with his live. Rich for writes, at what price do you consider a plastic unreasonable? PDP Pro SD 840? Oh, yeah, that's high. I got a Pro SD for way less than that. Wait for a sale, dude. Shadow Systems 900. Please don't hold back. This could be your next video. What price do I consider a plastic gun to be unreasonable? Man, it's tough. It depends on what's in it, right? I definitely think those two you posted are insane for me personally, right? Like don't let me tell you what to do, but like for a polymer frame gun, I'm thinking like, dude, it can't be more than like 650 if it's kind of tricked out. Like that's just me. Like I remember getting the carry comp for 7 when it came out, and I was like, dude, this ain't 7. So that's just my personal opinion. Man, I really wish I wasn't so far behind on comments and could have caught Humble in here. In fact, I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom, see where we're at. Oh my God, there's so many. Okie dokie. I think I just got super chat. Hey Herschel, what's up, dude? Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it, dude. Really enjoyed your videos. Have you tried the Archon Type B or plan to review it? I have not. It's on my list of like 100 guns that I want to review. When I have a list of 100 guns that I want to review like that, I just kind of see what I can find for a good deal. So I kind of keep my eye out for them if I bump into them. But I've actually never reached out to them to see if they'd want to send an honest channel in Archon Type B. So no, I have not. I have held it. I think it looks promising. I think it has a lot of features that look really awesome and innovative. But I do plan to eventually review it. I just wouldn't get my hopes up for any time, in the next month or two. But I definitely do want to review it. Let's see here. Where are we at? Oh man. I'm just like smiling, looking at all the Humble Marksman comments. Gun Gale online IRL when? Not soon enough, dude. What's the most reliable semi-auto pistol in your opinion? Glock, as long as you hold it tightly. Other than that, USP. Can we ever get a review on USP with Lazy Wolf trigger job? Yes, I just don't want to send my USP out for months. That's the only thing holding me back. Will you do a comparison between the Platinum and HD P4? I'm considering it. Not guaranteed, but I'm considering it. It's kind of like two different animals. Like I realize they both take Glock mags, but that's pretty much where it starts and ends. They were designed for different purposes, right? The Platypus was designed for range, competition, that kind of stuff. The HD was designed for law enforcement officers to put in their duty holster that are coming from Glocks. Hey, you have a whole wad of cat hair on your right shoulder, buddy. It only took like an hour for me to see that, but thank you. You're a bro. I had a cat on my shoulder. Audi 5000, dope, dude. I think I'm leaning more towards the Bull Tac 4 1/4. I plan on using it for EDC and an all-purpose pistol. I'm just considered about the PVD coating. Does any tier 1 holsters fit the Tac 4 1/4? Yeah, so Bull does make a holster for a Bull Armory 4 1/4. If you're gonna do, I think I talked about this before. If you want a weapon mounted light one, just do it on a get a Staccato holster for it from tier 1. I have the craziest airplane story about some guys that went to shoot at a range near an airport. Wow. If that is to be continued, that's a nail biter. Yeah, the tack is all steel, dude. Yeah, you know what? I think we need to have David on a live at some point. We need some humble marksman love on one of these lives. Isn't Staccato the failed STI company? Burn. Question: the P365 Radium build you have, what iron sights do you have on it? Trying to get new sights on mine. Trijicon HD. TRP operator is hands down for 1911. It's got some mimis in it. It's got that Springfield Armory Mim special. Would you go Bull or Platypus? Bull. Maybe the next podcast you do with Donkey, you can have Humble on. Yeah, that'd be cool. Just I just want to be careful. I don't have too many people on at once. I want to make sure everyone has their own soapbox. I want to give everyone the attention they deserve. Glad to know the origin of your account name. It feels like when the title was mentioned in the show. Yeah, exactly. Monsoon won't do ports on Bulls. They aren't set up to do the 45-degree angle that the slides are cut for. Interesting. Thank you for telling me that. So I think Vulcan, if whoever asked about porting Bull Armories is still here, I think Vulcan ports Bull Armory guns. Which gun do you personally like more, the Echelon comp or the Smith & Wesson carry comp? Smith & Wesson, because you can put an Apex trigger in it. See you, Rotten Corpse. If you're another Wednesday stream I was watching shortly. Okay, yeah. If you are back here as a replay gang, just know that you're awesome. Bull versus GP Arms Patriot. It's almost too close to call. I would edge towards Bull. Cat Pro doesn't have. Oh, okay, doesn't have a big trigger guard. Or sorry, XP Pro. Man, humble marksman in here with all the answers. Atlas Alpha grip module has a big trigger guard. Awesome. Any experience with the Vortex CCW Defender? I make the mistake of going from EPS carry to it, and I'm on my 3rd battery in less than a year. No, and basically for that reason is I just I'm happy with Holosun. Battery life is great. Use a short trigger shoot if you need more space in the guard. Dude, Humble's in here being an absolute bro, helping this dude out with his big trigger guard. I don't own either, but maybe the Watchtower Apache or the M. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, everyone, man, Humble Marksman getting so much love in here. You love to see it. What a bro. Humble Marksman always makes me feel poor when I'm breaking a new gun. I imagine him shaking his head going, why with BDE? Yep. Happy to go, everyone. Be safe. See you, Dakota. If you're watching replay, gang, just know I said bye to you. Staccato HD or Staccato C, buying in a few minutes. Which one you picking up? Love your channel. C. And actually, honestly, Humble's got the right answer with neither the HD or the C. But if you're putting me in a box of those two, I would go with C. Brother, I enjoy watching your commentary on guns. Very genuine. I bought Ezox based on your recommendation. Good to hear, dude. I really like it. Staccato P or HD P every day. Big Jimpin with the good evening. Good evening to you. For the 2011 trigger guard question, trigger size question, are we talking forward and backward space or vertical space? Probably all. Armed and Broken. Hey, Knight, would love the channel. Thanks for all your work on the reviews, among others. Own a Bull Armory Tac Pro because of your work. Thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying the Bull, dude. Like I said, there's a reason it's my favorite. Best Kool-Aid was here an hour ago. Glad you were able to make it, dude. Any updated thoughts on the Hunter EDC belt? Do you still think it's good to go? Oh, yeah, for sure. It's a comfortable belt. It's just hard for me to break away from the easy emergency poop ratchet system of the Core Essentials belt. Staccato HD Pro versus Platypus review? Maybe. I'm considering it. What are your thoughts on the Staccato C? I think if your only hang up with the 2011 is it's too fat, it's an answer to that. Which holsters would fit a Jacob Gray? I don't know, dude. I use a Tier 1 concealed Modern Samurai Project holster, MSP. with an X300 on it. It's slim pickings out there. The price is outrageous. Have you seen the Alien Remus? Oh yeah, outrageous price. Love the Hunter EDC belt. Wear it every day for the last 6 months. Yeah, it's really comfortable. One of the best belts out there. Has there been any other reports of the Staccato HD rear sight coming off, or any other preliminary issues or problems? I know it happened to Humble, and I know I saw it happen to like 2 or 3 guys on social media. So it's definitely happening. Didn't happen to mine. Mine's fine. What do you think about the 3.5 Prodigy DS? I just bought one. What is the first thing I should do to it? EGW ignition kit, and the barrel's kind of short for me. I know that has a compact grip module too. I would just rather have like a 4-inch barrel on the compact grip module, personally. But it's a Prodigy with Prodigy, but shorter. Is the Staccato HD just a P, or does it take Glock mags? It takes Glock mags. Hybrid Staccato C and Bull Armor EDC Pro. What is your suggestion? EDC depends on what you want to do with it. If you want to carry it, wait for the EDC Pro with the compact grip module that's coming out in Q2. That's my number. That's what I carry. The CZPO1 is slept on as an affordable DA essay that has a solid track record, and I'm tired of pretending I'm okay with that. Yeah, the PO1 deserves way more love. That was one of my first DA essay guns, and I miss it dearly. Been great listening in. Got to go, but thanks for answering the questions. Dry Fang, if you're back on the replay, gang, just know I'm glad that you were here, dude. SAO made me want a Hecate too. Yeah. Then I saw how much the price is. It's wild. Metal Gear Solid made me want a FAMAS. Yeah. I get the feeling for sure, dude. Like, Metal Gear has made me want so many guns. Sword Art Online and Gun Gale Online is just like, you start drooling over guns. Definitely square everything away before you start the build. I got ahead of myself and bought the standard Model 92 before I knew I needed the Brigadier model. Good Samurai Edge advice. I'm going to build Wesker, Samurai Edge, and Naked Snake Big Boss's 1911 Metal Gear Solid 3. Good luck with the Wesker build. If you want to get it 100% accurate, you're going to need thousands of dollars and a really good custom gunsmith. Other than that, you can just do a Wesker-inspired design. All XCs are not created equal. Is that true? I guess not surprised. Quality control at Staccato has gone down recently. Back when I got the Staccato XC, they were all good. Do you do the M&P Apex install yourself? Sometimes. It depends whether or not I have time. Most of the time, I just take it to Right Armory, the gunsmith that I use, because they can do it really fast, really easily. We're all like test subjects for gun companies with new guns. Yeah, we're beta testers. Good to catch this one, Brett, listening in the background, and I'm enjoying the SIG trashing. I'm so glad you're able to make it here, dude. Gun Gale Online. Yeah, Gun Gale Online's great. Hey, regarding the Staccato review, are you interested in doing a site that tells the nitty gritty? Maybe. I just don't have a lot of capacity for stuff, but like, email me the details on what you're thinking and how you would want me to be involved and what that would look like, and we can talk about it. You guys are still going. That's amazing. The Range, this must be your first Nightwood Guns live. What do you think about the whole competition shooting versus tactical shooting debate going on now? Is there still a debate going on now? I'm like, this debate's been going on forever. I don't know what the new details in that are, but I don't know. They're pros to both. Why not be good at both? Like, that's the best. I mean, competition shooting teaches you, actual pistol marksmanship and movement skills that translate to tactical shooting. I think that a great competition shooter with a little tactical shooting experience would perform better in a gunfight than someone with a lot of tactical shooting experience that is not so good at competition shooting. I think the ideal thing is to find a balance between both. So tactical shooting, again, I don't really know the context, but tactics are one of the skills involved in getting in a gunfight, right? So tactics, the mental game, actual like marksmanship fundamentals. Like, there are so many things. Like, it's a life or death situation. It's like horrible, something that we never want to be in, or any sane person that doesn't want to ever be in. But I don't know. I think that both have value. I just think that you're more likely to run into actual good shooters in competition shooting than you are in tactical shooting. I can't tell you how many tactical shooters I have seen that are terrible shots. The thing is, they can literally sit there and, go whatever, and slow shoot in A zone. But when you're like, dude, shoot like 3 shots in this A zone do like a build drill in under 2 seconds, reload, transition, run 10 steps, and then do a build drill on like C zone steel at 25 yards. They just like absolutely fall apart when you demand any kind of like actual marksmanship ability or skill out of them. I'm just saying I have seen people like that. I've also seen competitive shooters who will literally poop their pants in an emergency situation. So I think just like anything else, it's like, why not both? That's my little soapbox rant for a topic that I am just now hearing about. I don't know what the arguments are. Oh god, lots of demand for the CSX E series. If the demand lasts longer than a week and we're past the honeymoon period, then I'll probably do it. I'm just not excited about it. Would you add V6 port to Staccato XC like Bull Armory's TAC Pro comp? No, just because I don't want to get rid of Staccato's warranty. And plus, just think about it. If you got the Bull Armory TAC comp, you're saving $1,000 and getting that. So like, why not? Unless you're just already in the 2011 magazine ecosystem and you have like 100 2011 mags and 0 Bull mags. Bull Tennifer's a lot of their pistols and more importantly parts. That's why the MIM and Bulls are just fine. Tennifer is the bomb. Cool. I didn't know that. RMR is trash. It's certainly outdated. Worst optic plates in the business belong to Canic. Oh, dude, you're like, that's, well, at least my experience with them is years ago. Maybe they've improved. My goodness, terrible quality. I was shocked. Yeah, obviously I don't like the M&P plastic plates. I like the M&P, but okay. All right. Well, if I get particularly interested, I'll email you. If not, you email me. I don't know. We'll probably just sit there and neither one of us will email each other. Because that just seems like how life is. Thoughts on Prodigy 3.5? Yeah. Prodigy, but shorter. Scott Sears, Bull Army Tech Pro and 4.25 stainless will be my next purchase when they drop. I have the 5-inch. People seriously don't understand how great of a value they are. I completely agree. Thoughts on XC for duty? Agencies are adopting this model. Is it duty reliable? Yes, but I wouldn't run it with the factory 7-pound recoil spring. I'd put at least bare minimum an 8-pounder in there. But if I was running that in duty, probably at least a 9. I run an 8-pound in mine. I also have a DPM system that I'm playing around with, but I can't like decide on a combination of springs that I like. It's almost like overwhelming. There's too many. But yeah, I would run the XC in duty just with a stronger spring. One opinion only. All Prodigy sucks. Spend more and be happy. Sprinkler Armory in general sucks. Again, just one Illinoisans opinion. I think that's a fair opinion. Fellow Arizonan here. Love your content, man. Keep up the good work. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. It makes me happy. If you run an XC for serious use, get shielded safeties. Yes. Okay. So also Humble Marksman in here with all of the knowledge. So comped guns like the Staccato XC, like the Bull Armory TAC comp, it does not take much to interfere with the slide movement to cause a malfunction. Even just having your thumb on the safety and your thumb grinding against the serrations, again, duty use, right? You pull that thing out because you're getting unalived or someone is about to. If your thumb is like scraping those serrations, especially with that 7-pound recoil spring in there, it can induce a malfunction. If your support thumb ends up on there, if you get into a fight over the gun, like that, there are some things. But anyways, the reason for the shielded safety is this thumb, if it's running against the slide where your thumb rests on the safety, it can induce a malfunction. If you're running it for duty, I would 100% get like an Atlas shielded safety and run it on that. That's one of the reasons Bull Armory, like I was saying earlier, is so impressive. They actually shoot their stuff. Like they're good shooters. And they know this, which is why they put a shielded safety on the TAC comp. But Humble, I'm sure you're long gone by now. But thank you for bringing that up. That's a great point. Snake Doc, Nightwood rules. Who rules if Nightwood rules? But thank you for the super chat, dude. I really appreciate it. You know I love you, Snake Doc. Real Black Betty with a $5 super chat. All the guys selling their CS and C for the P4 HD are going to be a bit disappointed. Yeah, probably most of them will be. In fact, like I've had 3 buddies that when they saw that I bought the HD, they're like, dude, I'm getting ready to sell my CS. One of them was like, I'm getting ready to sell my C. Like, tell me right now, because a place right next to me has an HD in stock. And I'm like, hold the phone. I would wait. But thanks for the super chat. I agree with you. That's been my observation as well. The range, you're really wrong, but that's a typical internet opinion. What? Oh, about the Prodigy? Yeah, I mean, I reviewed the Prodigy and mine was perfectly fine. I had no malfunctions or anything like that. And it shot really well. It's just consistency and quality control with Springfield. I'll buy anyone's Prodigy, get my address from. Yeah. No, that's the thing is it doesn't take much to make a Prodigy good. I think that's, or I should say great. The Prodigy is good. It doesn't take much to make it great. Nighthawk is my jam. Yeah. I think Nighthawk makes great stuff. I really do. I know people who have had Nighthawks and sold Nighthawks and they're just like, I thought it was going to be more. Maybe they just overhyped it in their head. Who knows? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Prodigy is garbage to some, treasure to others. We talked about the Staccato warranty for your barbecue craving. The only choice is Kansas. Yeah, Kansas City has the best barbecue. Get out of town. Oh man, we're arguing about. Oh my god, arguing about prodigies now. What we have fallen from great heights, everybody. If we've reached the point where we're arguing about prodigies are good, no prodigies are bad, then there's no hope. Oh man, it keeps going. It's good entertainment for me. Hi, have you shot the Sand Viper? I have an Erebus. Curious how they compare. No, I have shot the Atlas. I've not shot the Sand Viper. My understanding is that the Sand Viper is pretty much exactly what you'd expect, similar to a Staccato XC. Have you tried the Leisure Carry clip-on belt? No, it looks fine. I prefer the Comfort Concealment belt for that kind of thing. The Leisure Carry clip-on belt, like you have to be wearing sweats or basketball shorts and you have to tie them tight with it on there. I prefer having like a comfortable belt, like the Comfort Concealment. Hunter Constantine belt will also work in this case. And having that underneath my sweats and then clipping the clips over my sweats over the belt that's underneath the sweats. That's my preference because the Leisure Carry clip, like if you don't have your pants tied really tight, it can kind of droop a little bit. Just my personal opinion. Attack on Titan author admitted that the anime is better. I think he sure did because what would be the equivalent of the first half of season 3 really dragged out. I'm not saying it was bad, but it really dragged out. And then the ending, he fumbled a couple of things. And everything is just across the board improved in the anime. Not to mention, it's let's be honest, like a 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10 story that is enhanced to unbelievable heights because of arguably the best OST, original soundtrack in all of anime, incredible animation, amazing openings, for an overall experience that is truly special. And the voice acting performance is absolutely insane. So yeah, I think Attack on Titan is one of the few examples of the anime being better than the manga. There are a couple out there, and I think that's one of them. My best advice is talk to Skip's Guns. He can work miracles. Okay, yeah. Skip's Guns. He can do some stuff. Death Note may have been culturally significant, but the test boost you get from watching AOT scenes is peak. Yo, for sure. I completely agree with you, Inaba. Yeah, the Attack on Titan scenes. It's like watching good scenes in the One Piece anime, right? Like the actual good scenes are animated super well, fight scenes. It's the same thing, but Death Note obviously had a huge impact. It's funny, every time I start talking about like anime, I just watch people like dropping out of the live. It's hilarious. Have a Nighthawk Enforcer traded up from a Dan Wesson Specialist. The Nighthawk was not really an upgrade. Dan Wesson pistol for the money and functionally as good. Yeah, I think for the money, I know that we were talking about that phrase earlier. As far as a production level 1911 goes, Dan Wesson is just the best you can get. And Nighthawk, I don't know if it's there. They make really nice stuff. But for the money, I don't know. If they pay for shipping, that's fantastic. I was talking about Staccato's warranty. If you were a survival horror protagonist, what would be your sidearm of choice, and would it be modified in some way? Ooh, okay. So here's the thing: it's a big question, right? It depends on the survival horror situation. Is it like Resident Evil, where there are like lickers and hunters and tyrants and stuff going around? Because if that's the case, it'd be like a 10 millimeter, like with a decent capacity. So like a Glock 20. Or a Glock or a G40, but I'd still want to be able to conceal it. So probably the G20, just because of other survivors. I'd like the element of surprise. I don't want people to target me because I have goods on me. So I'd say in that scenario, probably like a Glock 20 in 10 mil. That way I could run hard cast for bigger stuff. And, even the crappy target ammo that's basically 40 Smith & Wesson, or you could get straight up 40 Smith & Wesson, which would be left behind on shelves in gun stores. You could run that through the gun as well. Good question. I enjoy those questions. I don't care about anime, but you do your thing. Great live stream and solid info. Thank you for the super chat, dude. I really appreciate the support of the channel. I try to keep the anime chat to like 30 to 60 seconds max and then move on, just because it's not an anime channel. But if ever you want to dip your toe into anime, Black Lagoon, make it to episode 5. If by episode 5 it's not your thing, you can walk away forever. But yeah, we all have, like, it's one of those things where I could have a bunch of like football or hockey jerseys behind me, and I could be sitting here talking about all the different score points and the goal makings and the sports games. And or I could have like, I could be a cigar enthusiast and talk about the Delictados, my Delictado collection. But anyways, I'm glad regardless of my anime preferences, you still enjoy the channel and the content. I appreciate the super chat and the support. If you could have any gun, which would it be? Atlas? If I could have any gun, which would it be? Beretta 93R. For sure. Number one grail gun, number one bucket list gun that I could, the only transferable ones are like $100,000. If I could have an Atlas, which I forget which one it is, because I don't know the Atlas models by heart, but whichever one is the more concealed carry one. I don't think it's the Nyx. But yeah, whichever one is more geared towards concealed carry, that one ported is the one that I would want. Abolish the ATF. Yeah, you just got to do it carefully, though. Otherwise, the FBI takes over. Best anime gunslinger, in your opinion? Revy from Black Lagoon is my immediate instinct. But there has to be someone auto-aim out there. No, you know what? Freaking Gabby from Attack on Titan final season, 100% accuracy. Makes the most impossible shots on the planet. No, probably Revy, Black Lagoon. Like, honestly, full of great gunslinger girls. Even like Roberta, insane. Like one-handing a Barrett 50 BMG and shooting people across rooftops. Man, like, you kind of put me on the spot with that one, though. Like, I feel like there might be a better answer. As I like casually turn around to look, like maybe Golgo 13. I mean, obviously Vash from Trigun, not a bad option, but I'm going to stick with Revy, Black Lagoon. Short answer, move on. At what price point is a polymer not worth it? Yeah. I think you super chatted me. We talked about that. Fusion XP Pro is the best budget 2011 by a mile. We will see. I'm going to have one very, very soon. PDP for that price is about the peak for poly. I'd start looking at higher end pews nearer 1K. I mean, you're starting to lose me there. The closer you get to 1K, the more I start to wince. Excuse me while I fall over. Did you use the leisure carry clip-on belt? Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Any other good triggers other than Apex for the MMP 2.0? Outstanding channel. I'm glad you enjoy the channel. That makes me happy. Feels like I'm not just like talking to a wall. I mean, Apex is goated for a reason. I think Overwatch is decent. I've heard good things about Overwatch. So if you're not crazy about the Apex flatty, first of all, if you have teeny tiny hands, like ultra small hands, Apex makes the curved trigger shoe. It's too short even for me. So you have to have like teeny tiny micro hands for that. But if you don't like the Apex flatty, then the Overwatch would be the other one worth checking out. Except when you're getting HK, especially Mark 23. Oh, okay, for plastic guns. Yeah, Mark 23. I mean, you're paying the drip tax for the Mark 23. Are you excited for Egghead Part 2? I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's a metaphor for something or if it's actually a thing, but I don't know. I don't know what that is. First 2011 Staccato XC or question. Oh yeah, you super chatted me. We talked about that. Staccato XC is a safe bet. Now the PDP SF, the OG P99, the DA SA striker duty gun. Oh yeah, so the OG P99, what was it? The AS, like automatic striker or whatever. That one, it was a striker gun that acted like a double action that you could decock. I actually had one in 40 Smith & Wesson back in the day. I just got Shadow Systems XR920 and I've not had any issues with it. Added TLR7 and Vortex Defender. Good to hear. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully it continues to go well. you will give a shot to the Canik TTI. I just don't, I shot it and I don't really like it. And if that's something that I'm buying, unless I could find a way to crowdsource this stuff, I struggle to get something that I know that I'm not going to like for a fact because I'm not really interested in it. I don't want to see if it works. I don't, I think there are better offerings on there, out there that are comparable. Jack, thanks for the super chat. Ever get your hands on an Alchemy custom weaponry Quantico high cap? Appreciate all your efforts. I have not, but if anybody here knows anybody at Alchemy, tell them that you guys want to see an Alchemy custom weaponry Quantico high cap review. Because I would love to review it. I just don't have the scratch to like drop on that just for a review. I wish this would be so much easier if I had a trust fund. OMG, I only spent $10 and it is over 3 hours. Better than movie theaters. Speaking of movie theaters, I just want to let you all know that I did not go to the Attack on Titan Last Attack movie in theaters because I decided to spend the time with you guys instead. It also didn't help that there were no 4DX theaters nearby because that would have sold me on it. But I like you guys better than I like my hobbies because you guys are awesome. Real Black Betty, thanks for another super chat. Is OA Defense comparable to the CS or C? So Oracle Arms. Man, it's. I want to say it's apples and oranges, but it's kind of not. Like they do the same thing. Oh, that's really tough. That's 100% going to boil down to which one do you like better in your hand. Like it transcends what I could offer here. The CS and C, I think would be probably a little more comfortable inside the waistband. I would have to look. I'd have to get out calipers, but my hunch is that they're probably thinner than the Oracle Arms. The Oracle Arms is nice. I think it just boils down to what magazine ecosystem you want to be in. If it were me and there were two sitting there, right, like a Staccato CS or C and an Oracle Arms, like I would probably pick up the Staccato just because I prefer the ergonomics of 2011s over the ergonomics of the Oracle Arms. That being said, they're both really good. So sorry, I did my best to answer that one. Where were we? Why so much hate for comp on M&P HD? Never shot a gun with a comp before. Just because it looks bad. Like it does not look like it belongs on the gun. It's bulky. It's big. The lines are ugly. It's like that's really the best they could do. They couldn't do a better comp than that. Like when you look at Walther working with Parker Mountain Machine, that looks so good. Like the Walther, like what is it? PDP Pro X, I think it's the X that's the compensated one, looks good. So Smith & Wesson just, I don't know what they were thinking. The owner said they're doing a G19 version of the XP Pro, the Fusion XP Pro. Very cool. I wonder how short that grip's going to be because non-Glocks that take Glock magazines, the grips usually end up shorter. So sometimes like a G17 magazine gun can feel like a G19 in hand, and a G19, I'm curious if that would be a little too short for some people, but I'm here for the option. In fact, that would be probably my preferred configuration because the G19 is my favorite. I like a nice mid-sized gun. So if they're really making that happen, I definitely want to get my hands on one. Dude, did you mention why you have issues with the PDP? Okay. Again, I just like mildly critique something and then everybody is like, Nightwood Guns hates the PDP. I do not hate the PDP. So when I got the PDP Pro SD, I had malfunctions with it, had to send it back to Walther. They never told me what was wrong with it. When I called to ask what was wrong with it, they wouldn't tell me. I suspect it was the magazines, but I just don't like not knowing. And they didn't tell me what they did to fix it. I was like, what did you do to fix it? Like, we don't know. Like the gunsmiths would know. I'm like, can I talk to a gunsmith? They're like, that's not really something we do. I don't know if it was just a bad rep or what, but they would not tell me what was wrong with it, why it was malfunctioning. So, however, when they sent it back, even though they didn't tell me what they did, it ran from then on out. Then the PDP is just a snappier gun. The return to zero is great, right? But you just have to ride the lightning a little more than something like a Glock or an M&P or a CZP-10 or HKVP-9 or or the P3, even the P320. Like I could sit here and list off every other striker gun on the planet that has a, less muzzle rise than the Walther PDP. So then the big pro to the PDP becomes, is it worth the trade-off of a snappier recoil impulse for the trigger? And I would prefer to take a gun that already has a good recoil impulse and improve the trigger versus taking a gun with a good trigger and then improve the recoil impulse, because that usually involves a brass backstrap, a brass guide rod, or a long stroke guide rod, new recoil spring, adding a compensator, or getting it ported. It's more than just changing the trigger on like an M&P. It's just changing the whole gun around the PDP's trigger. This is just my opinion. I don't want anyone to get butthurt about this, okay? It's just my opinion. I would never look at someone running a PDP and be like, you have a bad gun. You made a bad choice, because you didn't. PDP is a great gun. I just have I have other priorities when it comes to selecting a pistol based on the way it performs in hand. That's just my 2 cents. Did you shoot the Vulcan machine work at SHOT Show? And if so, what did you think? Was that at the booth with the Atlas and the haze and all that stuff? If so, I don't think I got to shoot that one. I think that one was getting hogged. And I shot everything else and then I had to go. So no, I didn't get to shoot the Vulcan machine work gun. I ordered the Agency Arms Icarus 43X barrel and comp. Still waiting, but can't wait to do a side-by-side once the Radian comes out. Yeah, I think the Radian's going to be great. Like I said, I've held the 3D printed one, but I've not shot it. They're just not going to release that thing until it is 1,000% good to go. They're being really perfectionisty about it, and I think that's a good thing. Did you shoot the Vulcan? Yeah, we talked about that. Best carry Glock, the G45, you did a video on with Ramjet and Johnny Glock trigger. If you can conceal a full-size grip, yes. If not, G19. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. G45, G19. I think the method of how Tankfolio implements a firing pin block in the CZ75 design is pretty cool. The FPB is tension to move out of the way of the firing pin. The trigger pull completes it. No added mush. I have not shot a Tankfolio in a long time. Like, I'm talking, how old am I now? Probably 15 years since I've shot a Tankfolio, so I don't remember. Check out the but I don't remember like ever noticing the firing pin block, so you're probably right. Check out the Empire Kage. Oh no, Cage. Sorry, too much of that Japanese anime. Check out the Empire Cage for the Colt Python's coolest optic conversion for a wheel gun. It does look really. If you want like a cyberpunk looking revolver, get a Colt Python, put the Empire Cage on there, and just like slap lasers and stuff on it. JoJo is goated. It sure is. Klopp is here. Welcome him. I feel like this is a trap. I feel like this dude's like a commie or a Nazi or something and trying to trick me into welcoming him. But I will welcome you regardless. Welcome, Klopp. Carol and Tuesday, My Hero Academia. Neon Genesis is dope. Yeah, man. It is a classic. Oh, yeah. I know everyone's been watching Freyren. I still need to watch that. Gunbuster mentioned. Someone else here knows what Gunbuster is? That's so cool. I'm 60. I don't know what you're saying. Yeah, just the nerdy stuff. So sorry. So sorry, Dad. Since he always has that stuff in the background. Yeah, just the nerdy stuff. Yeah, one of these days, I don't want to torture everybody else, but I'm gonna have to do like an office tour or something. I just need to find a way to share it with the people who care and keep the people who literally, it's like sandpaper on their brain when you start mentioning video games and anime and like movies and stuff. Like, I don't want to annoy them because it's a gun channel, but also there are some of you homies out there that I want to be like, look at, because there's stuff like I just got all these Mass Effect figures. Look at that up there. We got what? Hold on. We got Rex, Tally, Garrus, Liara. Like I got the good stuff. I got the goods, man. I got the goods. I know what's good. Anyone here know what Golgo 13 is though? Because if gun guys would probably like that. My favorite grips also what handle it. Yeah. That Dio poster is legit. Yeah. So these posters, Killer Queen and Dio in the World, those are from the JoJo Expo. I think one of them was in Osaka. I forget where the other one was, but that's actually artwork from Iraqi that was for the JoJo Expo. Had to import it from Nippon. Careful with watching Violet Evergarden unless you're okay with a show that will make big, burly, manly men just break down and ugly cry. Yeah, see, once I started thinking about it, I thought that was a sad one. I don't cry often, but when I do, man, I'm telling you. Do you shoot the Vulcan machine work? Oh yeah, no, we talked about that. Yeah, second time that you made it to the live. Awesome. Remember, if they see you, that's it. Yep. Been hearing a lot of recommendations on Violet Evergarden. I got to watch that. It's one of those serious drama, emotional ones. Okay, never mind. I need to prep myself before watching that. Pluto was really good on Netflix. You know who recommended Pluto to me? Dana Lash. Dana Lash recommended Pluto to me, so I need to watch that. Definitely down for it. Still no HDs. Oh my god, dude, they're dropping the ball. Saw a transfer float through though and got to handle it. Was pretty disappointed. Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that. But this guy is a homie. He's a friend, and he works in a place where he would know a place that really should have had HDs and didn't. That's hilarious. Hearing the theme "Victory Imminent" on Rogue Spear was amazing. Oh my god, that's my jam. That's my jam. You know what's good. Man, we got some impeccable taste in this live tonight. There are multiple vids of people using hammer to hit the back of the hammer to try to get the S2C to go bang. If you use a stock firing pin, you'll be fine. The Shadow 2 compact. Okay. When you start dropping off of buildings and see what happens, I don't know. First time seeing you live, and your video on the Glock 20 Gen 5 inspired me to get one as my first pistol of 2025. So thanks for that review. That review did surprisingly well. I wasn't expecting it to do that well, but I'm really glad that you enjoyed it. I still have my G20 and I love it. I could get Staccato HD for 1700 with discounts. Still think the Bull EDC is better when considering the price difference. Well, that puts them pretty much in the same category. Sorry, Staccato HD. For some reason, I was thinking like P. Yeah, no, Bull EDC is way better than the Staccato HD. Way better. Unless you're specifically looking for an approved duty gun for your holster. That's then HD. Other than that, yeah, Bull EDC is way better. Get a PSA Jackal, fun and just runs in 557 and 308. 557 and 308. Amazing suppressed. All right. I mean, I've seen the Jackal around. Do you streamline your carry rotation, weapon, light, optic, etc.? What do you mean streamline? Like, do I carry the same thing over and over again or whatever? But yeah, I carry the same thing every day. I carry a Bull Armory EDC Pro with a compact grip, with a TLR7 HLX and a HoloSun 507 comp. That's what I carry every single day. And a tier 1 concealed access elite holster for a Staccato P 4.25, 2020 mags and later, with discrete carry concept DCC clips. I carry the same exact thing every single day. Very rarely, if I need deep concealment, I'll carry a standard P365. That's very rarely. More commonly, I have been known to get creative with a Ruger LCP. OG1, Prescott made, like one of the custom models with the blue skeletonized trigger that I've had forever. I've gotten very creative with that when I need to be extremely discreet. But yeah, 99% of the time I'm carrying the Bull Armory. I will say when I got back from SHOT Show, I wasn't feeling well, not with the SHOT Show crud. I avoided that because I was really careful because my immune system was compromised because of the health stuff I was dealing with. But I just ran myself down because I honestly probably shouldn't have gone. I was in pretty rough shape. I did my best to show up like a normal person. But anyways, I was feeling too lazy to reload my Bull Armory EDC Pro from traveling with it. So I just carried my Smith & Wesson 586 L Comp 357 Magnum for like a week. So it's like, I'll carry stuff like that occasionally too. Sometimes I carry my Desert Eagle 50 Action Express. But 99% of the time it's the Bull with that light and optic combo. Do you think HK will release a tactical model of the new VP9 A1F this year? I think probably. I think it's likely. I wish Glock would release a Gen 5 G40 10mm already. I think they missed an opportunity to do it with the Koa lineup. The G40 is great with enclosed emitter optics, I think. I 100% agree with you. I think Glock's been a little tone deaf recently. Nightwood is a guerrilla streamer. Yeah, pretty much. About to buy the Oracle Arms Defense 2311 Compact Pro. What are your thoughts on this model? I think it's good. If you're set on getting it, I don't think you'll be disappointed with it. It's been reliable from my understanding. Like that, it's well engineered on the inside, and it shoots well enough. Like I think you'll be happy with it. Did you shoot the Vulcan? Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, that comment's popped up a few times. Staccato CS is a great carry option. I think so. Staccato XL, great competition option, but the XC is the best Staccato. That's the 100% truth. XL is the one to run in comp, and the XC is the best one to run comped. But yeah, the XC is the best staccato that they make. It's just obviously what you can run it in like 3-gun and 2-gun, and other than that, you're in open, like competing against like race guns. The wife wants to watch a show now, so I got to sign off. Love the live stream and can't wait for more content. Mike, thank you so much for stopping by. It was great chatting with you, man. Rotten Corpse is back, and you're still alive. DSC does great work on bull. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I'm just so happy with my bulls stock from the factory. I've never wanted to mess with them. So, oh my gosh, you're still on. Well, at least I get to be here for part of the stream. Snake Dot, glad you're back, my dude. C Bowling, you a shotgun guy? Have had a hole in my safe for a long time. Just picked up a 590 last week. 590 solid, dude. Yeah, but I love shotguns. One of my most prized possessions and most sentimental firearms is a Remington 870 Marine Magnum. Before Freedom, was it Freedom Works? Freedom Group, before Freedom Group took over and made everything bad. So I have that Marine Magnum. I got it as a birthday present from my dad in 2006. So I've had that thing for a long time. It has been through so much. And it just blows my mind now that those things go for like $2,000. It's wild. But yeah, I'm a huge shotgun guy. I love the Benelli M4 is my favorite. Yeah, so Benelli M4, old Remington 870s, and then other than that, Mossberg 590s are great. Sup players, says Jacob Sick. Caleb Crockett, thinking about ordering a Fusion Firearms XP Pro. Already have a lot of Glock pistols, including a G47 with a ramjet. Just not convinced how much better it could get. I'm going to be reviewing one of those soon. I'm getting one in the next week or two, so stay tuned. Canon made me want a PX4 with OD frame. Same, dude. I have Canon on Blu-ray, but yeah, that and an FN57. Same with like Sword Art Online, obviously, but yeah, Canon made that PX4 look good. Ever get your hands on an Alchemy? Oh yeah, we talked. I think we talked about that earlier. Damn, I just saw the notification for your live stream. I thought I missed it, but see, you're still on. Awesome. Yeah, you made it. I'm still holding out for a 3011 triple stack and then a 4011 quad stack. Yo, quad stack, like a trip stack and quad stack would be awesome. Can get tipped in crypto. Do you recommend a Beretta for a range toy? Absolutely. Yes, I do. I still find it funny that the tactical guys don't know or forget that cops did recruit competition shooters and that cops started competition shooting. Yeah. Or at least what we know now is modern action shooting. Training, learning under different kinds of pressure is always a good thing for sure, dude. When the beep goes off, you know, shit gets real, especially when you have a crowd of people watching you, judging you. I mean, that stress doesn't compare to life or death, but it's better than shooting at a stationary target by yourself. What holster fits a Staccato P with a PID light? I don't know. I run stream lights and Surefires. Like the X300 and TLR7 HLX. Those are like the only two lights that I run for anything anymore. Oh, never mind. The TLR1 HL. I have a few of those. Crisis King. That's awesome, dude. Snake Doc, the Smith & Wesson CSX E-Series was exciting to me as well, but based on what I've seen so far, they fixed none of the issues with the trigger. Disappointing. That's kind of why I wasn't really excited for it. Would you run a KKM barrel and a Glock 20 Gen 5? I'm thinking about getting one with a 5.2-inch barrel. So I did have one, and it had major reliability issues. It probably needed to be fitted. But yeah, if you have a gunsmith or you have like decent gunsmithing skills, you don't overestimate your abilities, I think a KKM barrel and a G20 would be awesome, but I just had reliability issues with mine. Ever get to shoot the side-ported barrel that Floyd sent you for the new carry comp on MMP? Talked about this earlier. I don't know if you were here. But yeah, I mean, it reduces recoil. Oh, we got a kitty attack again. Hold on. We get separation anxiety sometimes. They're all good cats. Well, maybe actually they're not all good cats. They're all good dogs, but some cats are jerks. This cat is a bro. This is my number one. All right. Solaire said hi. Goodbye. All right. Where were we? And actually not all dogs are good dogs either. I think we wish they were. Let's see here. If Atlas made a 4-inch barrel, would that compete with Staccato?
It could. Um, the price wouldn't be competitive. Sorry, my mind wandered for a moment. Um, I promise I wasn't stroking out. I was just thinking about something else. I was like, did I forget? No, I didn't. Did I leave the stove on 5 hours ago? Let's see here. Wow, we still homies? Yep, we still live, homies. What I was referring to when I said all XCs are not created equal was the cheaper guns coming out trying to mimic the XC. I got you, dude. So like the Gerson and stuff like that. I like my Prodigy comp, but I also understand it's mediocre at best in the lower 2011 DS 1911 market. Yeah, but that like you can still enjoy it. Like that's I just feel like on the internet everything is black and white, and there's like no gray area, and you need to be careful telling jokes because they offend people sometimes. They take everything personally, but yeah, on the internet everything's just black and white. But you can get a mediocre at best 2011 and enjoy the hell out of it. That's fine. Like I do reviews just so you have like a bait, like it's just my opinion. So it's like I'm thinking about getting this, and you can make the decision. You know what, the Prodigy is what I want, and then you can enjoy it. You can get a T sauce. You can get I'm trying to think of a 2011 that I hate. Probably a Gerson. I don't know, and enjoy it, and that's fine. That's great. In fact, I like that's the whole point of the channel is I want you to buy something that you're going to enjoy. I don't want you to regret your purchase. I don't want you to get buyer's remorse. It's impossible to avoid. We all experience it. We all have different preferences, even. But I just want to help as many people as possible avoid getting screwed by, a mismarketed or misrepresented gun. It's the whole reason I started the channel. You can't V-port an XC because the lightning cuts in the slide. Oh, you're right. I mean, you'd have to cut the slide somewhere else. Or get a whole new slide, or like elongate the cuts, in which case it would look awful. So yeah, you can't V-port an XC, but you could probably like inline port it on top with the comp. Stoeger STR9 compact. Yeah, my experience with the Stoeger STR9 was great. I was thinking about doing a Wesker inspired with the Brigadier Inox. Oh, you're in California. I'm sorry, dude. But yeah, Wesker inspired with the Inox Brigadier would be great. How does one mount an optic to a CA M&P 2.0? Was that a California M&P 2.0? I've never held a California M&P 2.0 in my life, so maybe someone else here can help you with that. I don't know what the difference is. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint or Second Life Ranker is better than all those. Are these animes? Because I haven't even heard of those. But I think we all know that Interspecies Reviewers is better than both of those. Do you know of a T1C Elite holster that would work for the DWX Compact with a light? No, you probably have to run an MSP from Tier 1. Hiroyuki Sawano, AOT's soundtrack composer, is absolutely my favorite OTS. You know what's up. My favorite original soundtrack composer of all time. His tracks in Guilty Crown, it's pretty bad. Yeah, Guilty Crown is not great. And Gundam series was top notch. He did music for Gundam. That makes sense, dude. I think Gundam needed more Limp Bizkit, but I guess Sawano is fine. But yeah, I mean, AOT's OST is goated for a reason. Sawano's a freaking genius. Why has the TAC comp not released yet? Are they having reliability issues? No, it's just a matter of production. You have to realize that everything that's in stock now was produced a long time ago because it takes time to get approval to import them to the US. Like there's a whole thing. They have to go, since they're manufacturing outside of the US in order to import them here, they have so much behind the scenes stuff that sucks that like we don't know about, or most people don't know about. So all the stuff that is out now was made a while ago, and the TAC comp is being made now and will be here late 2025, like Q4. That's the only thing. As far as reliability issues, I haven't seen or heard anything like that. I want Smith & Wesson to make a subcompact that has a 15-round capacity, like a compact X macro equivalent that works, and Apex can make a trigger for it. That would be interesting. I would prefer it, right? Specifically the M&P 2.0 Apex trigger. If we could squeeze that into something, that would be amazing. Sword Art Online, Battle of Bullets Girl, or the Octopus Sniper from Hunter x Hunter.
Oh man. Honestly, I would like to. I don't even have an answer. I just want to see that play out. You're welcome. I don't remember what I did, but you're welcome. Mark 23 is a sweet shooter. Can confirm. Probably biased since I own one. Dude, Mark 23 is great. Yeah, like you're not going to hear it. You're not going to hear any. I'm not going to fight you on that. I have the Canic TTI, and I really want to love it. Just not special. See that, but it is beautiful. Well, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. But yeah, I don't get excited about it either. Oh, okay. Is OA defense comparable to CSC quality, like Staccato? I would say yes, they are comparable quality-wise. Do you have a Discord community? I don't, and I don't even know how I would run one. You need a channel dedicated to anime for all the nerds. We're here to talk guns. Get lost. It's nerds. LOL. JK. Do you? Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I really should, to be honest. But I like guns more than I like anime. So, dreaming a bull for carry, but it's not in the cards for now. Daycare bills and such. Where do you see them going with the platform in the next 2 to 4 years? I just think that they are going to take kind of like what their most popular offerings are and make them better for the market. Like, I don't know if that's shrinking them down or what, but probably moving in that direction. Because the thing is, they're knocking it out of the park right now. They don't need to do much. There are a couple of things I'd like to see from them, but I'm really satisfied with what they're doing. Have you tried the TTI with Tampa Gun Week's Lucky Sevens? It's crazy flat. I've not, but I'm sure it is like super flat. What is the softest striker fire pistol in your opinion from the factory? Oh, I have to think about this. Softest, man. I mean, like solid recoil impulse from the factory is going to be Glock. I keep wanting to be like HK USP. No, PX4 Storm. No, those are like hammer fired. Striker guns. I mean, like my baseline is Glock and the M&P. That's where I kind of start everything. Softest shooting. I know I'm brain farting on something right now. Oh God, what am I forgetting? There has to be a softer shooting striker gun out there than those. HK VP9 is soft, but it's kind of flippy. God, every time I try to think of striker guns, I literally can only think of the basics, and I always usually omit. Oh, like Springfield. Yeah, I'm just gonna say Glock, which is nut. I know a lot of people don't like the grip angle, slide bite, horrible grip traction, that kind of stuff, but it is what it is. Have you shot M&P Ed Brown M&P Fuel series? I love them. Floyd's Customs going to send my other M&P to Monsoon Lucky Sevens and ramen texturing. I really want to try Vinny's ramen texturing. That looks really good. But no, I haven't shot the Ed Brown M&P Fuel series. Atlas EOS is the best for conceal. That's the one. Thank you. That's the one. That's the Atlas I would get. Would you be a good and durable for me? What would be a good durable first 2011 with a budget of $5K? Staccato XC. If you want to spend way less than that, Bull Armory Tac Pro 5-inch. But Staccato XC's, if you're bumping up to 5K, you can get that lifetime warranty and the great customer service from Staccato. A gas pedal for my Bull EDC Pro. I don't do gas pedals, homie. The only reason that I would use a gas pedal is on like an open gun, just for an index point. So my hand's in the same place every single time. Other than that, like if you're holding down the muzzle rise of your pistol with a gas pedal, especially a concealed carry one that's more like a thumb ledge, run it on a timer. Run a drill on a timer with and without it. You probably won't see a difference. Also, I just received the ARC Division ported slide combo for the P365 length after buying on Black Friday sale. That took a minute. I haven't shot it yet, but I'm interested to see how it fares. Yeah, no, I think the drip is mad crazy good on that. So let me know how that goes. Any good suggestions for self-defense ammo for ported barrels? I just run my Federal HST 124 plus Ps. You could also run 147s. The thing is, if it's jacketed, it's never going to be spalling free. Just the quality of the jacketing will reduce spalling, but it's still going to happen. I've tested so many ammos. Every single one of them spalls. The one I haven't tested though is hardcast, but not that you would want to carry hardcast for self-defense unless you're fighting off four-legged critters. I've been shooting Underwood Extreme Defenders in a ported Glock build, and I've been impressed with how they shoot. However, still not entirely convinced of their terminal effect versus JHP. Yeah, that's my hesitation on the Extreme Defenders. Ever tried an FN 509 with an Apex trigger? Pretty sweet. Stock trigger's trash. Stock trigger is trash on those. I have not tried the Apex in the FN. Anything would be better than the stock one, though. I still give Chiappa props for fixing my 5-inch Rhino. They changed all the Gen 1 internals. That's impressive. They also did that for my 2-inch Rhino. Only cost me shipping. Took like a month and a half. I'm glad they literally replaced all of those Gen 1 internals. Gen 1 internals were not very good. Triggers were terrible. I'm a PDP lover. Favorite polymer gun to come out in the past 5 years, and I respect your opinion. And I respect your opinion. Like I said, I would never look at you with your PDP and be like, you made a bad choice. You have bad taste. That's a bad gun, because it's just not true. A lot of it just boils down to like what are your personal preferences, not just in ergonomics, but also in like recoil impulse. Because like some people like a snappy recoil impulse that returns to zero fast. I like a softer, flatter recoil impulse that still returns to zero fast. But yeah, PDP is a great gun. I will never argue against the PDP. I will just say it's just a reality that it snaps a little more than competitors. That's it. Got a deal on a CZ Shadow 2 black and blue for $820. That's a great deal. Got to send it out to get milled now. I did a very similar thing. I got a CZ Shadow 2 single action only for $900 and sent it to CZ Custom. Or I drove it to see. They're like 40 minutes away from me. Took it to them. Would you look into getting a Voodoo Gunworks 2011? I would look into it. I don't know if I would get one. Just again, like it's one of those things people are asking me about Vantas and Voodoos and like Atlases and stuff. And I'm like, okay, that's like my car. I get those and I have a car. Dope Venom Snake, by the way. Golgo Classic with his scoped M16. Yeah, you know what Golgo is. Oh, how did I miss this? When was this? Oh man. Old Man Jenkins, thank you for the super chat. Every once in a while, it just like won't show me the super chat. So appreciate the super chat. And also Team Tally for life. Are you kidding? Yes, Golgo 13 is dope. Good. Golgo 13, the professional, is so crazy. Man, I'm so glad you guys know what that is. Your lie in April will break you down easily. Yeah, it's one of those sad ones. Who is Dana Lash? She is a 2A talking head who is also, so she's a mom and her boys kind of got her into nerdy stuff. So she plays video games, watches anime, that kind of stuff. I wonder if that Golgo 13 HK claw mount for the M16 actually existed. Dude, what if it did? Hey, my cat is eating something. What are you eating? Oh. Solaire is eating a Band-Aid. I had a Band-Aid in my medical kit and he pulled it out and started munching on it. I think he's bored. I'm gonna let him out. Say goodbye. The cat here just floating. All right. What we were talking about how amazing Golgo 13 is. Getting an XC hopefully soon. It's a lot of coin currently have been collecting, and I've got a P, HD, and CS. Dude, you're going to get that XC, and you're immediately going to want to get rid of your other staccatos. Snake duck, really a snake duck? That'd actually be really cool, to be honest. Hey, do you ever try to match the recoil feel of your carry ammo versus range ammo? And if so, any recommendations? It's been close enough for me to run just the same grain, like same weight of bullet. So if you carry like 124 or 124 plus P even, shooting 124s will be close enough. I did that in the past, but like I have an ammo sponsor now and they send me 115s. So that's what I'm shooting on video. But like if I'm actually training, I will try to run 124s just to get it kind of closer to what I carry. The good news is carrying a ported gun is not much of a difference either way, just flat no matter what. See what you mean about the comp. Walther and M&P. Walther did a better job, but I still like M&P. Do the Prime and CSXE Series 2, LOL. Yeah, definitely doing the Prime. Saddest anime I ever watched was Plastic Memories. I had to stop watching halfway through the show. See, I have not watched any like ultra sad animes just because I don't like to feel sad. Thank you for the reply. The price difference made it hard choosing. Have you ever seen the unit? They're called external hollow points, hard copper rounds with flutes. Oh yeah, describing the Underwood. The PDP muzzle rise stuff has been debunked multiple times. Dude, like literally shoot a Glock and a PDP next to each other. The PDP is a little snappier. And usually, see, this is weird because PDP guys normally defend the snappiness by saying it has a stepped chamber. So that I actually have not seen the argument that PDP is actually just not as snappy and that it's just a lie. Because normally I see PDP guys defending it saying it's the stepped chamber. It's been tested side by side with multiple other guns and actually had less. The PDP has less muzzle rise than every other gun, but it perceived as more snappy. Okay, so like if anyone can link me a test where it says that, I just want to see how they tested it because I think it's really interesting that it has less muzzle rise, but everybody thinks it's snappier when they actually shoot it. That sounds really interesting to me. Like to me, the data doesn't matter if everyone who shoots it side by side with other guns says that it feels snappier. Then the data doesn't matter. Like if everybody picks it up and is like, this thing's snappier, and then they put it in like a vice or something and see how far it climbs. I think it's more important how it feels in hand. It's like, zeroing your gun from a bench versus you actually gripping it with your grip pressure. Just, I don't know. I think the in-hand experience, like, I just don't know. I don't know if you've had any experience with them, but any thoughts on the Beretta 80X? Been thinking about getting one for my wife since it's a bigger 380. I like the idea of the 80X. I don't have enough rounds through it to vouch for it, but on paper, it looks really good. In hand, it feels really good. I just can't vouch for it. Not for carry, just for range. Oh yeah, then dude, go for it. Yeah, it's a wife-friendly gun for sure. In my ported and compensated guns, I prefer plus P ammo. Same. The added pressure helps the ports comp do more, and you gain back some velocity loss. 100%. I could not agree more with that. C2 or new C. If your deal breaker on a 2011 is how thick it is, get the C. If you don't mind how thick a 2011 is, then the C2 is fine. I just got my plate for the HD P4. Did you get yours yet? Also, I just jumped on, have figured out holster for the P4 yet. I'm using my tier 1 concealed MSP holster. That's what I'm using. I've not gotten my plate yet. In fact, I'm probably going to part ways with the HD before it gets here. I have seen and heard about using plus P ammo, but I also heard you can't use it on some barrels, so I haven't tried plus P. Inaba saying peak content going on. I don't know what content was going on while you said that, but I hope it was dope stuff. I have a 24 full-size C. Don't think I'll carry it, but I love the way it shoots. Thinking about a CS with threaded barrel or C with compact grip. Would these two shoot the same given a similar barrel length? I would say it'd be really darn close. So get whichever one your heart desires. If you have a Staccato P and a G17 for duty and need a single holster, Gen 3 Rapid Force for G17 will fit both. That's good to know. Thanks for sharing. I'm sure someone will find that helpful. Had to step out a minute. Sorry if answered already. For my very first 2011 for concealed carry purposes, Bull, Platy, or Staccato. It depends on what magazine ecosystem you want to be in, but my personal preference is for Bull Armory. No shit, this guy just said interspecies reviewers. I knew if someone was going to know what that was, it was probably going to be you, Inaba. Federal HST, correct. I gel like Nightwood had mentioned them on his vids. Yeah, for sure. There is a dovetail optic mount for M&P 2.0 that replaces your rear sight. That may work for the California one. It's wild how some gun tubers have millions of subs and you don't. I don't want to say any names, but Catvic having 3 mil is wild. I don't even know who that is. I don't consume as much gun tube as I used to once I started doing it. But hopefully someday I have millions. That'd be cool. I just saw DPM recoil systems offering for VP9. DPM worked nice in my CZ P10C. That's awesome. You forgot the Canic Rival Metal is a soft shooting. Thank you. I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah, the Canic Rival Metal is a really soft shooting gun. And that is technically Striker. I guess my mind was sticking with plastic guns instead of metal steel guns. Did you say that cat's name is Solaire? Praise the sun. Yeah, his name is Solaire for sure. And he absolutely praises the sun. He's all for jolly cooperation. And if only I could be so grossly incandescent. Does the DPM system is the DPM system actually worth the money? It depends on the gun. So, and it depends on the kit, right? So on a standard Glock, the standard captured system, minimal gains. Like, is it worth the money? Like, does it work? Yes. Is it worth the money? It's hard to recommend. But like the adjustable kit, when you can play around with springs, yeah, all of a sudden it starts to become more appetizing. But for me, like the Beretta 92 kit, hands down is a game changer. That one's amazing. Glock 20 and 10 millimeter, the adjustable kit, hands down, amazing. Thing works super well. So most guns, it is an improvement, but some of them, not really. My Glock 19 or NG45 with the Radian Ramjet Afterburner on it, the captured Glock soft edition is the best recoil spring assembly for the Ramjet Afterburner, hands down. So like that is 100% worth the money. What would you recommend for a suppressed home defense 9mm pistol? Maxim. No. I don't know. Honestly, your 9mm of choice with like an Obsidian rugged 9. It doesn't really matter which one. Just make sure it's reliable and you're doing everything you need to make it reliable, whether that's a booster or whatever. That's my only thing. And also just be aware of the downsides of running a can indoors in tight corners. Someone could just grab the can. Something to be aware of, not a deal breaker, just to be aware of. Yeah, DPM is smooth, a worthy upgrade. On most guns, it is, yeah. I have a VP9 and a P10C, but the P10C doesn't need. Oh, what was this for DPMs? Yeah. Should I get a Staccato HD or Boltac Pro? I'm left-handed. See if you can hold a 2011, whether that's in a store, rent one, or if a buddy has one, and try running it left-handed, changing the magazine with your shooting finger. Wait, no, hold on. I need to pretend like I'm left-handed. Yeah, like hitting the mag release with that and hitting the slide release also with that same finger. Make sure you're good with that. If you are, get the bull. If not, if it's like a deal breaker for you, the Staccato HD, you fall into the category of someone that might be a good gun for. Still playing Helldivers 2? No. It's cool though. CZP10 is a soft striker. It is. It's one of the softer ones. I'd say it's right up there with Glock and M&P. What's your preferred brand to run for range ammo, 9mm, and carry ammo, 9mm? I tend to like cleaner ammo to clean less, but it's more pricey usually. Yeah, I don't know. For me, like I go so long without cleaning my guns, it gets dirty no matter what ammo I'm shooting. Like guns get dirty when you shoot them. So it is what it is. I run Buffalo Creek ammo. They sponsor the channel. That's why I shoot it. It also happens to be good stuff. Before them, I was running Blazer Brass when I was getting my own ammo. The problem with that is I had like 3 squibs in 6 months. Must have just been bad batches. And also I shoot a lot of ported guns and it just sprays spalling because it's plated. Do not shoot that in ported barrel. It also fused to the rifling on the inside of the barrel, ruining accuracy until you can clean it, which is difficult. But I mean, as far as range ammo goes, like MagTech, that kind of stuff is always fine. But I run Buffalo Creek. I have a code, Nightwood 5. I think it's all caps. I don't know if it matters. So that helps you out a little bit. Great. It is, I would say, as far as like dirty shooting, it's average. It's like average pistol ammo. Carry ammo is Federal HST 124 plus Ps. The Federal HSTs shoot clean, very clean. And they're very accurate, excellent bullet performance. You don't have to carry the plus Ps. I just prefer it. The HST 147 grains are also really good too. Just depends on your preferences. 147 is typically better for penetration. And different recoil impulse too, heavier bullet. P10 SC is the best combo, flat and soft. Yeah, the P10s are great. What's your favorite gun among all Resident Evil games? Barry Burton's Samurai Edge. It's close because I love Wesker's Samurai Edge, but part of that's just because I love the campy scenes from Resident Evil 5 where he's talking about a new world order. Best range ammo is the cheapest I can find, right? Exactly. I just ordered my Stars grips. Yo, which Stars grips did you get? Because there are like 4 people making them, 2 of which are good. The PX4, yeah, PX4 is great. To the person who asked about the Viper comparison to the Erebus, how do you say that? Erebus. The Atlas is the king, wipes the floor. Yeah. It's probably the best shooting 2011. It's just pricey price. Zev OZ9, any thoughts? Thank you. I don't have enough experience with it to say one way or another, but the time that I've spent with it, I've liked it. I really hate to admit, but the P320X5 Legion is soft shooting. Has quite a bit of muzzle flip, but that tungsten polymer seems to absorb a lot of shock. It compared to like the PDP polar opposites. Yeah. So the P320X5 Legion is a soft shooter for sure. Just also sometimes it is, as you just mentioned, it's a shooter when you don't want it to be. Hi there, been a big fan of your videos. Any revolver content coming? So someone else asked about this earlier. Yeah, I have Smith & Wesson 586 L Comp, oh God, what else? I have like 3 or 4 revolver videos coming. A 629 no dash. Like I've a lot of revolver videos. It's just that the new hot stuff gets the views, so I do the new hot stuff first. And just new hot stuff is coming out at an unprecedented rate, so it's hard to keep up. But revolver content is coming. I have the ammo and everything. I'm ready to go. Sorry if you were already asked this, but have you tried the Bull Tac Comp? I've not shot it yet, but I will be getting one. Ironically, the only 320 I ever shot was X5 Legion with the fancy frame. I thought to myself, this is kind of worse than my Glock and way more expensive. Yeah, so like Lon mentioned, it's soft shooting, but it has quite a bit of muzzle flip. So totally. Yeah, I mean, Glock gets it done. Hey, I do have a question. I'm really thinking about a 2011 style pistol. Would you go platypus with a bull barrel or pony up a few more Benjis and get a Bull EDC Pro with compact grip? I'd get the Bull, personally. Unless you have a hang up with going into the Bull Armory magazine ecosystem, I would get the Bull EDC Pro with compact grip. It's my favorite gun right now and has been since I got it. Yeah, Glock over X5L any day. Totally. HK P7 M13 for peak striker fire drip. Hands down, dude. The Hans Gruber special. Someone once told me if you're new to 2011s, you should try a non-ported one first since you won't have fundamentals down. Ported just makes it too easy. Thoughts on that? It can. Like, I don't know, just be mindful about it is what I would say. Yeah, it can make you get lazy on your grip. That's the only thing. It can make you get lazy on grip. So as long as you're aware of it going into it and you can be mindful about it, and then it's just only pros. Like it's only an advantage. Personally, I like to have one of each because sometimes there's like a class that will ban ported guns. And if the only gun you have is ported, you can't go to the class. Just picked up your book on my Kindle. Gonna start it tonight. Dude, best Kool-Aid. Enjoy it, man. Yeah, Armed Instinct was the first thing I ever wrote, and it's great for the first thing I ever wrote. I love it. It means so much to me. The sequel, Countdown to Dawn, is like 10 out of 10. I'm so proud of that. I'm so proud of Countdown to Dawn. And there are a lot of people who will get Armed Instinct and they'll read it and they won't even know that there's a sequel and they'll never get to Countdown to Dawn. And I'm like, no, you're missing the best one. So yeah, I really hope you enjoy, man. Seriously. Let me know how you like it too. Whether that's on Insta or on like a YouTube comment or something, let me know what you think of it. DS Works. Okay. DS Works made the Samurai Edge grips for the movies. I think specifically, was it the last one that featured the Samurai Edges with the Samurai Edge grips? So yeah, those are decent. They are not 100% lore accurate, but that's what they use for the movies. Just received compact grip for the EDC Pro. Do you recommend a gunsmith to install it? If you're asking, the answer is yes. Any new written books? I'm writing the full-length novel. I'm loving it. I want to make it the best it can absolutely be because I want someone to pick up publishing rights on it instead of self-publishing again. So it's coming. I'm giving it everything I have, and it's very gun centric. So I'm super stoked for it. Shop I work at brought in some Brigadiers, looked over them, and surprisingly found no QC issues. If I pick one up, I'll have to ask for your advice on a Samurai Edge build. Anytime, dude. Ask me anytime. I don't know if you are on Instagram. I don't remember. Like, I don't think. Did you follow me over there? Do you DM me over there? I don't remember. But yeah, I'm happy to help you out. That's just kind of the easiest way to get it. I get DM'd a lot over there, but like I'll look for you. If not, you can always comment on videos because it helps the channel and I'll see them. Assuming YouTube shows them to me, but I would love to help you on a Samurai Edge build. I'm impressed that you didn't find any QC issues on those Brigs because my local shop got Brigs in and they were rough. So if you found a good one, pick it up. The thing is, if you want to be 100,000,000% accurate, you got to get a Brig with a straight dust cover, not a slanted dust cover. So see what those are and ask yourself how much you care. Hot take. I like my TTI Combat over my Prodigy. I don't know if that's a hot take. Like it's not like either one of those are bad guns. Any plans to review SA Prodigy Compact? Kind of want to hear your thoughts before getting one. I'm I reached out to Springfield. We'll see. I don't know if I want to spend the money on one myself, but if they're open to sending one to an honest channel who gives honest opinions, then I would love to run one. I prefer longer barrels myself, even with compact grips. So that's my personal preference, but I'd like to have one on the channel for sure. But basically my thoughts with it are the same as my thoughts on the Prodigy. So watch my Prodigy review and just know that it's a shorter version, shorter barrel, shorter grip version of that. My thoughts would be likely identical. For concealment, how does the Platypus compare to the Bull compact grips? Curious if the metal grip slims it down at all. What is gained in slimness on the Platypus is lost in grip length. So the Bull compact grips are more concealable, in my opinion. What's your favorite classic gun? Thinking the high power P226 kind of stuff, HK USP. I really need to read your books. I picked them both up on Amazon. Just haven't found the time to read lately. They're at the top of my list. Yeah, they're short and easy reads, dude. They honestly read like movies. So even people who aren't big readers really enjoy them. So for sure, be sure to check them out. Man, we're catching up on comments, guys. It's happening. I'm probably, oh my God, I can't scroll any further. So I'm probably going to wrap this up in like 5 to 10 minutes, just depending on how many more comments or how much more you guys done go and say in chat. My brain no work no more. We made it over 5 hours at least. So yeah, drop any questions that you want me to answer in the next 5 to 10 minutes. If you want to make sure I get to it, super chat is always an option. What's your local shop? Bear Arms. It's in Scottsdale. Any thoughts on Kimber's new 2K11? I'm reviewing it right now, running it right now. Have I think just under 500 rounds through it. So far, so good, but I'm not willing to have an opinion on it just yet. Wait, do Brigs commonly have QC issues? I'm planning to build a lore accurate Chris version. Okay. No, it's just modern Berettas, especially out of the Gallatin factory, have QC issues. So you want to make sure you look out, like if you're going to get one online or if you're going to go to a shop, you want to make sure you're 100% good on that one. Look for, any kind of burrs or mars, anything like that, any kind of fit and finish related issues. And also I would shoot it before turning it into a Samurai Edge. That way, if there are any issues, Beretta will still cover it under warranty instead of, you've put all of this Samurai Edge stuff on it and then it's malfunctioning and you're like, no, I should have shot this first. So put a couple hundred rounds through it first before you start tossing. I mean, you can start getting the Samurai Edge stuff. Just don't bolt it on there right away. Just if you want a lore accurate Chris version, be aware baseline, you have to, like, if you want lore accurate, if you're as anal as I am about this, you want the straight dust cover. So like most Berettas nowadays, the dust cover is slanted up a little bit. The straight dust cover is the one that you're looking for. If you're again, ask yourself how important it is to you. It was important to me, and I was in the right place at the right time. I got a California compliant Brigadier that was made in Maryland before they moved to Tennessee that had a straight dust cover. So yeah, it's more so Berettas have QC issues than the Brigs. Yeah, just Berettas. I really want to be able to build the RE7, RE8 version of the M9, but as far as I found, it's damn near impossible. Yeah, dude, it's rough. You can build an RE7, RE8 inspired version of the M9, but it's going to be, it's much like Wesker's Samurai Edge, like in RE5 and RE1. It's going to be really hard because like you almost need a custom gun builder to build you and mold you a frame. Caleb, dude, thank you so much for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it. You guys have been so great. This has been the best live yet. I've enjoyed this so much. The conversations have been great. The chat's been great. You guys are great. I'm so grateful to have you guys in the community. And I'm so glad you've been enjoying the content, seriously. So Caleb, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Would love to see you review a GP Arms Forza with ports. Let Gilbert over at GP Arms know that you want to see me do a Forza review, and maybe he can make it happen. I still want to make the Revelations 2 Barry Samurai Edge. Yeah, that's my Barry inspired Samurai Edge is very similar to that one. The stepped barrel on the PDP is the reason for the perceived snappiness. Doesn't change the fact that there is actually less muzzle rise. It's snappier, but with less muzzle rise. I agree. Actual in-hand feel is actually what matters. Yeah. I'll see you, Kool-Aid. Enjoy Armed Instinct, dude. Let me know how you like it. Excited for the revolver videos. Me too. You're pretty good. I really want to do. I've been wanting to do those videos for like 6 months, but guns keep coming out, and the hot stuff gets views, and the views keep the channel alive, and thus is the circle is unbroken. Perfect subcompact, 15-round mag capacity, backbore porting, light rail, EPS cut, aluminum frame with knurled grip. The knurled grip would be pretty dope, actually. That I don't know if it's perfect, but that sounds like a really good one. Thanks for your time and sharing all your knowledge. Love the content. Greg, thank you for stopping by. I prefer faster return to zero. People confuse recoil with muzzle rise, and that's an issue when talking gun behavior. Doesn't mean they're both completely unrelated though, but I know exactly what you're saying, and you're not wrong. There's a difference between muzzle rise and recoil, but a lot of times they go hand in hand. But like when you watch the dot on a PDP and like you're shooting a Glock and you're shooting a PDP, like the dot tells all, and that dot just goes a little jumpier, and it's not, I don't know. It's, again, I want to see the test that they did for muzzle rise just out of my own curiosity. I'm not even like debating you or arguing you or thinking that you're wrong. I just want to see it for my own curiosity, because I've never put it in like, a vise and, shot 100 times with each gun in a vise and measured, how far it went. And I don't even know if that test would even matter. But I've only shot a lot of these guns, and the PDP in hand feels snappier. Definitely love your work. Keep it up. First time joining and donating. Definitely will subscribe. Jose, it was great having you here, man. Thank you so much. You definitely fit right in with the community, and I appreciate you stopping by and chatting with us. Thank you. Do you think the Nighthawk is on the same level as the Atlas? No, I think Atlas is better than Nighthawk. Just an opinion. Nobody put me over the coals for that. I'm setting my XC to DSC Gunworks to have inline ports done. Yo, that's going to be super flat. Dang, that's good to know. Thank you for that. I'll have to be eagle-eyed now for listings. I thought I could just buy off-the-shelf brig. A lot of people do. Like I said, so if you haven't already watched my Samurai Edge video, which I'm assuming you probably have, like I go over everything in there. I realize I don't have like a build guide. I like throughout the whole video just talk about everything. But all the info is in there. If you have any questions at all, like you can DM me, comment, anything you want. I will help anybody build a Samurai Edge. It is a passion. So if you have any questions or anything like that, don't hesitate to reach out. Canik Mete MC9 Prime, 100% will be reviewing one on the channel. Thumbs up to you too, dude. Lon, sorry, I got kind of nasally there. I do follow you on IG, but really only use it to stalk people. If I have questions, I'll ask them on YouTube. Thanks, man, for sure on the straight dust cover. Sweet, sounds good. Yeah, if ever, sometimes YouTube doesn't show me contents. If I like don't respond to one of your things and you still want an answer, shoot me over. Don't shoot me. Shoot me a DM over on Instagram. Did you get a chance to shoot the Ultralight Pro at SHOT Show? No, Bull was not at range day, but they had it there, and I'm excited for it. Got lucky and found a new old stock straight dust cover, Maryland-made California brig. Dude, that's awesome. I just need to put mine together. Got everything short of the slide milling. Should be close enough if you squint. Dude, that's awesome. I didn't even know you were putting that together, or at least like that you were going that far with it. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations. I remember when that Samurai Edge came through, and I just had to see it. I don't remember. Was that a Barry Burton one or Barry Burton inspired one? Did that have a comp on it? Dude, I don't know how you manage to talk at this pace for 5.5 hours. That's some endurance, brother. I'm like a Terminator. You should see me at SHOT Show. Like I was like I've been dealing with health stuff for a few months. And at SHOT Show, it didn't slow me down at all. I was just going. I mean, I'm a Terminator. I will just go forever. I would sit here and stream for like 3 or 4 days if I could. Agerson R9 is not a perfect clone of Wesker's Samurai Edge, but it is the only Beretta Brig clone that has a factory upswept beaver tail. That's a tongue twister. Good to know. Nightwood low-key could be a regular streamer. The Yap skill is maxed out. I really, honestly, it's like I was built for streaming. And it just sucks that I can't stream gun stuff. Like I would love to stream at the range, love to stream shooting. I'd love to stream, it's like gun disassembly, like even just showing guns off or like building guns. I'm working on guns while streaming. It's a major bummer. If I wanted to be a regular streamer, it'd have to be like non-gun stuff. Next level lore accurate would be straight dust cover, no legalese on the right side of the frame. That's hard mode. Yeah. That's the only thing on mine that is technically not 1000% correct is the legalese on the side. Although I think the Maryland one isn't as bad. Do you think someone should make a good carry 10mm 2011 style? Yeah, I do. I know that Live Free Armory is coming out with a full-size 10mm. Maybe a compact would be next. That'd be really cool. It takes G29 mags. Could you imagine? I want the Barry Samurai Edge 2 one day. Yeah, same. I got the 96 Brigadier Barry Samurai Edge. Just need second. Oh, 96 Brig. Just need second conversion and a couple super custom big bore revolvers for sure, dude. Dude, that 96 Brig is awesome. Congrats on that. Your live is awesome, man. Hope I catch the next one. Dude, it's good to have you here. Thanks for stopping by. ZR Tactical Spring for the PDP is a game changer. It is snappier before the new spring. Yeah, no, ZR Tactical, great springs, long stroke guide rods to all that stuff. Like you can fix the PDP up to give it a great recoil impulse. It's just quite a few parts. Been researching to buy 2011 for 3 months now. Started as a Staccato fanboy. Now it seems the more I research, the more Bull is seeming better shooter. Yeah. Any other 2011s in the 2 to 3K range worth it? So Bull is my favorite. Staccato is kind of like the safe bet just because of their warranty. GP Arms, I enjoyed mine. There aren't many of those out there, so I can't really speak to overall quality control, but mine was great. And Gilbert Perez knows his stuff. And I don't think GP Arms has like a specific warranty, but Gilbert is the man. Like he will take care of you. Trying to think what else in that price range. Like, Stealth Arms Platypus. So the Platypus, Bull Armory, Staccato, GP Arms, not in that order, but those are kind of the 4 big ones that I like in that I like in that price range. Inaba, look for obvious things like nicks on the open slide cut. Check how clean the slide serrations are. Yes. Okay, dude, Lon, you're the best. 3 to 4 years ago, they look nasty as hell. Check how the front sight is staked. All good advice. Like mine ended up with nasty serrations, and the guy who did my stars and Kendo custom shop engraving cleaned it up pretty well. But if you look closely, if you're a detail guy and you have a magnifying glass, you can see where one of the serrations it ain't great. But I wasn't going to turn down the Maryland Brigadier. Living in Cali, planning to get a Platypus. Any negatives? The only thing I will say is since it's a metal grip and frame, it's aluminum. It is sensitive to temperatures. So if it's really, really, now you're in Cali, so like you're probably fine. But in the summer on a hot range day in the sun, like the gun will get hot if you leave it on a table. It's like so hot you can't shoot it. Versus 2011 with a polymer grip module won't get hot like that. Same thing when it gets really, really, really cold. Is that if you're carrying it, it can be really cold against your skin, cold on your hands. Grip textures. I like the prickle texture. It's going to be too aggressive for most people. And the chain link grip texture is going to be too smooth for a lot of people. So like if you're ordering one and you don't want a smooth grip, you want an aggressive grip texture, order it with prickle, and in the notes say, make this prickle as mild as you can. There's really no good in between medium grip texture on this Platypus. Base pads. Certain base pads on Glock mags won't work in the Platypus. And also, for the almost 200 of you that are here, this is important. The Mechgar Glock magazine that came with the Staccato HD will not work in the Platypus. Literally, I've shot like 2 rounds, it would fall out. So FYI on that one. Those are the only negatives I can think of off the top of my head. The Platypus has been so solid for me. There's a reason I recommend it so highly. Okay, that Samurai Edge, the huge expensive comp thing was super cool. Sold right away. I'm not surprised. That was that dude sourced, like that comp itself is really hard to get. Sometimes I like to stake the slide instead of the sight. Yikes. Good luck with the build. Yeah, you got to keep out for the Beretta QC. I understand that brakes have the potential for affecting reliability. Does porting the barrel affect reliability? Very rarely. More so compensators they're more likely to affect reliability. Ports are less likely. I'm not saying it's impossible, but ports are usually reliable. Don't remember if your M&P 2.0 is with or without a manual safety. Thought on the difference or pros or cons? Without, 100%. The only guns I run with manual safeties are single action only guns. That's it. Everything else, no safety. Because the safety needs to be intuitive. It needs to be a thought into the gun. It needs to be like a shelf for you to ride your thumb on. If you need it in an emergency, you don't want a tiny little safety or a nubbed safety or a flush safety or anything like that on the gun. That's why it's basically 1911s, 2011s, single action onlys like CZs, and like the 226 and 229 Legions from SIG. Like it's they have to be shelved and thought into the process, not an afterthought for a striker gun. From all Staccato, it looks like everyone agrees the XC is the way to go. For sure, there's no doubt. The XC is the one Staccato worth 100% worth owning. Have you seen the newer Gasan Match X XC clone? What's your thoughts? I'm not optimistic that that thing's going to be reliable at all. And those are my thoughts. Can I get a really solid 2011 DS1911 for around 1800? The Bull EDC, Bull Armory EDC for sure. If you want to stick in the 2011 ecosystem, GP Arms, I think, starts at 1900. If you could squirrel away a couple hundred more, the GP Arms is really good. Because other than that, you're looking at the Stealth Arms Platypus that starts at 1400, but you can add stuff to it and get it to 1800 with stuff that you like, but you're shooting Glock mags. Other than that, you're looking at a Prodigy where you're going to want to do an ignition kit, test it for reliability before you change anything on it, because it's probably going to have to go back to Springfield Armory. You could get the Mac 9 DS if you like tinkering with guns. You want to learn how to gunsmith a 2011. I like Bull Armory, but I don't like ports or comps for EDC. I'll get one for home defense, but that's it. Dude, I 100% understand that. I mean, I understand that better than probably anybody else. So 100%. It's very much a do as I say, not as I do situation. What are your thoughts on the Fusion XP Pro? I'm going to be getting one in the next couple of weeks. Stay tuned. Customized creations with the Z did the laser engraving, ceramic coating for my Samurai Edge for anyone looking for that. He's the one who did it for the movies. If anyone wanted to know, he did the movie guns for the last Resident Evil movie that had the Samurai Edges in it. Middle Branch Machine is who I used, and I used him because he does a PVD finish. It's either PVD or Tenif. I think it's PVD. Wait, no. Anyways, it's a better finish than like Cerakote or whatever. So that's the reason I went with Middle Branch Machine, but Customized Creation is the guy who did it for the movie. And Middle Branch Machine will give you like a PVD finish that is, going to hold up better to wear for the most part. Not like you're running your Samurai Edge out of a holster all the time, but those are like the two guys to use: Customized Creations or Middle Branch Machine. Thoughts on the PDP SF Compact? Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's right there. So I'm reviewing it. It's not going to be it's not going to be this weekend. Not going to be next weekend. It's going to be the weekend after that. But I like it. It's still let me put it this way. The complaints that I have with the polymer frame PDP are pretty much solved with the steel frame. It just sucks that you have to spend like 15, 16, 17 hundo in order to get a Walther PDP that performs recoil impulse wise like a Glock, if that makes sense. It is a really nice gun though. Like when you hold it, fit and finish, you're like, this is a nice gun. I would even view the Walther PDP steel frames as being a 2011 alternative if you don't like 2011s. They are really, really nice guns. Really well made. So yeah, in short, I like it. The prickle texture is perfect. If it's too rough for you, man up. Notice my wording when I said that. I said the prickle texture is going to be too rough for most people. Will likely be too rough for most people. It is not too rough for me. I like a very rough grip texture. That's why I like the prickle very much. Have you shot the DWX? I have. I really like it. The full size. The compact one doesn't shoot as well as the full size one, but the full size one's really, really nice. Great shooter. Does the Mekgar mags work in regular G45, 17, etc.? It worked in mine. I've heard mixed things from other people, but it worked in mine. How do you know if any companies sell ported drop-in barrels for the non-pro tac bull? Do any 1911 or 2011 is going to need fitting? If you get a barrel, it will need to be fit. So now, if you go with GP Arms, you can order like 2 barrels from him. I think he'll do that, where you can say, I would like a ported barrel and a standard barrel, and like they'll both be fit to the gun. So that's something worth considering if that's what you're looking for. Bodyguard 2.0 overrated. What are your thoughts? I own one, not a fan. I have criticisms for it, but I think as far as a 380 goes, I think it's good. I'm suffering from the Bodyguard 2.0 irons QC issue. Need to fix that. Yeah, I like that's my problem. It seems like Smith & Wesson with their M&P 2.0s, like their actual normal M&P 2.0s, quality control is fairly consistent. But once you get down to like the Bodyguard, the Shield Plus, that's when you get trigger pins walking out, you get iron sight issues, you start running into quality control stuff. Should I do a 7.5 for a home defense build that shoots 5.56? It's lethal. Wouldn't be my first choice, but it's lethal. You're a real one for knowing about the nasty slide serrations, Brett. My last brig had them too. Good to know your guy cleaned them up as best he could. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, you and I would be the only people who would pick up my Samurai Edge. And you look at it and you'd be like, oh, you got just a little, it's just a little off there, but not bad at all. Like, that's where it's at. Need more people buying 380s though, so the price of ammo goes down. Dude, I know. Because, like, I like 380. It's just I hate shooting it because it's so expensive. Thanks a bunch. Your info is invaluable, especially to us newbies. Night. See you, Americanos. I kind of want to also build Leon Silver Ghost inspired USP. If you want to do it right, it's going to be so expensive. It's going to require a shop like Right Armory that will do anything, require thousands of dollars, custom compensator on a threaded barrel. Like, it's a mess. But that would be the dream. That's why I want to get my wife the Beretta 80X so I can justify buying bulk 380. Yeah. It's absolutely nuts. My first 380 and then seeing the ammo prices compared to what I get for 9. That's the thing that's hard to swallow. Interesting point about the snappiness. Poly PDP. I found the DPM systems recoil spring assembly dramatically helped. DPM is legit. Ruger RXM is the best gun. I can't wait to get one. Yep. That's why all my pistols are 9mm. Yeah. 100%. What is your go-to for deep conceal? Mine is G42 with ghost connector, mag guts, and Terran +1 for an 8-round mag. I don't mess with extensions on carry guns, but my deep conceal, like, I'm being looked at thoroughly and I need to get it in, is a Ruger LCP. Older manufacturer, probably like 2008, 2009 press kit, back when they were actually good in quality and had good QC. And it's the custom one with the blue trigger. That one. Oh, flush base pad. Dope. Yeah, but like mag guts and stuff, I don't know. Like, as long as you run your carry ammo through it, full mag, like several full mags of it, you're good to go. You're good to go. But yeah, an OG LCP is like my deep concealment. Holy cow, I see how expensive that Staccato is. I live in Illinois. Hopefully by the time I save up for it, Supreme Court knocked down the gun and magazine ban down. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, it's one of those things, you get what you pay for. It's a little overpriced, but again, you're paying for the lifetime platinum tier warranty and their marketing budget. Have you gotten to check out the Canik Mete Prime made in USA? No, I will be getting one for the channel though. What do you think about my setup? We the People holster that perfectly fits my Olight. ETS clear mag filled with my FMJ bullets on my G26. I know you're messing with me. They are supposed to be releasing an ADX chambered in 32 while also doing conversions for them. At least that's something I heard through the internet grapevine. That's the word on the street. It's the rumor. That'd be cool. I like 32. Yeah, we got to run FMJs, but I took a chance on the Bodyguard 2.0 for deep conceal. Maybe I got lucky with QC, but I love the thing. It's silly how nice it shoots for its size. Yeah. So I don't know if you were here when I was talking about the Bodyguard 2.0 earlier, but I said pretty much the same thing. Like, it shoots really well for its size. There are more things I like about it than dislike about it. And I recommend it to people. Just say, look out for quality control issues. CZ greater than anything other than top tier guns. You're not going to hear an argument from me. CZ 75 series was goated for a long time and still is goated as far as sorry, I have a pet hair on my nose. Yeah, like CZ Shadow 2, anything CZ 75, SPO1, all that stuff. They're amazing. Feel like that's a Glock 40. Yep, he got a Glock 40 with the Olight and the We the People holster and the ETS clear mag with the FMJs. If I could only have a single gun and never modify it, what would it be? I'd say a P365, given how scalable it is. You said never modify it though, right? If I could only have a single gun, so I get asked this question sometimes, and I feel like there's kind of two ways to look at this, right? Like, you can only have one gun forever for the rest of your life. And like, you can never have it warrantied, or you need to work on it yourself, like an apocalypse thing, right? It needs to last like 30 years. Be Glock 19. Literally have a bin of spare parts. And as an idiot, I can sit there and fix it like Legos for the rest of my life and keep it running. And it's like, if I get to the point where I put 150,000 rounds through it and the frame cracks or something, then I don't know, I'll just like take someone else's Glock and I still have a bin of parts. So That would be in that situation. Now, if I had access to warranty services, gunsmiths, all that kind of stuff, it would be my Bull Armory EDC Pro. Like it's just my favorite gun. So that's what I would run. I can conceal it. It shoots like a freaking race gun. I'm glad you were messing with me. I was worried for about a half a second. Favorite PCC? Probably the Scorpion. Celtic sub 2000. Can't wait to see how the Kimber does. What I really looked forward to on the new Staccatos was the external extractor. Yeah, I don't think it's as big of a deal as people make it out to be, but it's certainly not a bad thing. CZ needs to bring back the Ramey 2070, the 2075 Ramey. Yeah, the problem is that I think it was the frame. It kept cracking on it. It just shot itself to nothingness, which is really unfortunate because I loved that gun. It's the Resident Evil 8 gun. Yeah, Kimber has external extractors. Yep. We the People holsters are just barely better than Uncle Mike's. Save up for a tier 1 or a QVO. Yeah, or Tenacor, Harry's holsters. Recently I've been liking Custom Holster Solutions. I'm sure there's some other good ones out there, like Filster. Henry's holsters is another good one. What is it? JM Custom Kydex. I like them too. I'd love to see how 32 and 25 perform in longer barrels instead of the pocket guns they're usually chambered in. That'd be interesting. Unfortunately, like the most expensive video I ever shot was my Beretta Jetfire video. I fired so much 25 ACP in that video that I just had. And then it got pretty low viewership and I was bummed. Same thing with my Desert Eagle videos, shooting 50 Action Express. And like, I don't want to say no one watched it, but it had lower viewership compared to other videos. If I couldn't modify it and only one gun would still be my Shadow System CR920 XP. Yeah, go. Hey, more power to you. Just got a new Staccato XC Armor HD or SRO. I'd go with the HD. Just be aware that sometimes, occasionally, rarely, people will have problems with the Armor HD or the SRO overhanging on the Staccato XC, inducing occasional malfunctions. So just be aware of that. Like if I'm hesitant to say the RCR because it's, Staccato XC, but that has no overhang. I know you probably want to put a Trigicon on your Staccato, but the Holosun 507 comp does what the HD and the SRO do with no overhang. Or G19, which is my other carry gun. Yeah, G19. I feel like the G19 17 would be the ultimate prepper gun. You always find spare parts, and 9mm being super common for SHTF scenario. Yeah, for sure. And like I said, you watch a YouTube video one time and you're a Glock armorer. I mean, assuming that you have the mental capacity to remember what you watched. But like watch a YouTube video one time and you're like, okay, I'm a Glock armorer. I can do anything on a Glock. And to me, that's what sets Glock apart from everyone else. Still, I think it's why Glock is still seeing success, even though they're not, I don't want to say they're not innovating, but they're not keeping up with modern trends or listening to consumers. Why can't S&W put a light rail on any of their CCW guns? I know it's annoying. It's my biggest criticism with the Shield Plus. Alpha Omega holsters, code MAGDUMP. All right, everyone, you got it. Check out Alpha Omega holsters. I got 30-inch tires on my Tahoe and have We the People Olight stickers and a Glock sticker on my back window. What's your opinion, bro? I'm surprised you didn't say it was like a Jeep or something. Go for a Bull Armory. What you guys recommendations from them? Home range toy. The Bull Armory TAC Pro 5-inch is what I would get if I were you. Love the 507 comp on my Shadow 2, like looking through a TV screen. Yeah, I run 507. I think I have like 12 507 comps now. And I bought like half of them. So like I stand by them. I've legitimately bought them. I'm running a green 507C on my Staccato P. Great optic and window, but I like my Armor HD more. Yes, I prefer. The only thing that I don't like about the Armor HD other than the price is the overhang. Is shooting steel case actually bad for your extractor, or is that just FUD lore? Depends on the gun. What gun you shooting? It's probably fine. Thanks for the stream today, man. It was really enjoyable hearing you go from topic to topic. Inaba, dude, it was so great having you here, man. It was great chatting with you. Like I said, it's really, it's always fun finding someone who has, not just the gun interest, but also this kind of stuff. So I feel like we got along well. I really enjoyed chatting with you. Thanks for the super chats. Just overall, it's a joy to have you in the community now. Welcome to the channel. So happy to have you here. I like the size of a Glock 17. If I buy a Staccato, would it look too big? Would it look too big? Look too big for what? Because probably not. They're close to the same size. Have you ever had any issues with your Holosuns coming loose after being properly torqued? Have you checked out the Vortex Defender XL? Pretty good glass and seems durable. Yeah, my Hortex. Could you imagine? My Vortex Defender XL, or sorry, the Vortex Defender XL. My hesitation on it is battery life. As far as Holosun screws coming loose after being properly torqued, I blue Loctite them while torquing them, and I haven't had an issue. You just have to, oh my God, I'm losing my ability to talk. You have to make sure you're using the right length screws. If they're too long, they won't torque down all the way. If they're too, if they're too short, they don't grab as many threads. You just have to make sure you're using the right screws for the job. Saving for either an Atlas or an Alien would have done. Atlas. I almost said Alien. Just give you the wrong answer. Get an Atlas for sure. What size mechanic gloves do you wear? I'm kind of like between a medium and a large, and I just default to medium because I like having the tighter fit on the fingers. So short answer, medium. Thoughts on the new VP9A1 series? I think it's priced about 50 to 75 too high. I would prefer HK hammer fired. You spoke my thoughts. I do like the VP9K A1. That's a nice size. Like they should have had that size all along. So it's kind of a day late and a dollar short, but I agree with you right now. The prices will come down. Just give them time. Is it just me or does it seem like TAC Comp will shoot better than the XC? Can't wait for it to come out. I think it might be nearly imperceptible in human hands. I think it'll be really close, but I'll have both. I'll shoot them side by side. I'll let you know. Wonder if Johnny Glock's combat trigger will fit on the new Ruger RXMs. I don't know. I'll ask Johnny because I want to reach out to him about the new 4311 trigger. I want to see when that's coming out. Inaba, my bro. Last question for me. Thoughts on lead exposure from shooting? I feel like you can't go wrong just using common sense, but as a more experienced shooter, would like to hear your thoughts. It's one of those things. It's not a problem until it is. I think the right thing to do is to get like those lead away wipes and just hit yourself, like hit your face and your neck and your hands and arm, like if you're wearing short sleeve shirt, arms, just before you leave the range. I think that's the smart, nerdy thing to do. My entire life, I have just like washed my hands and then I'll just like shower when I get home and I've been fine. Like when I was a kid, I was really bad when I was competing in like skeet, sporting clays, trap, international, whatever. I would literally just like shoot and then eat with my leaded up hands and I was fine. Go ahead and when you're a kid, you're a little more durable, but yeah, I think as long as you use common sense, like wash your hands and then like, take a shower, you're fine. But I think the lead, like I've been meaning to get lead away wipes for a while. I also think it depends. Like I shoot mostly outdoors now. I used to shoot indoors exclusively. I used to live right across the street from the Scottsdale Gun Club. Like I'm not kidding you, like a 3-minute drive. So I was there all the time. I never had my lead levels tested then. I'm sure they were elevated, but like I never had any symptoms. So yeah, I'm not too worried. I want the VP70. Me too. Dude, I almost got one in like 2020, early 2020. I almost got one. And then, COVID happened and all that. And I got distracted. And then the prices went up like crazy. And I regret it. LOL, Atlas it is. Reaction so fast says a lot. Yeah, you'll be thrilled with the Atlas. You got a P.O. box? I want to send you all my Olight and We the People stickers. Dude, that would probably be a federal offense because of what could happen in that mailbox. An XC should be half the price. I think you're mostly paying for the name and not the performance. Name, marketing budget, warranty, customer service, R&D on other stuff, making up for blue label sales. Yeah, I don't know if it should be half the price, but when Bolt Armory releases a better version of the same thing for like 1,000 less, I think that's telling. Wait a second. You shoot trap? I used to all the time. Rarely now, but I used to. It was like my life. Where do you buy red dot screws from? I'm looking for a whole kit to have options. Honestly, like I have an Ace Hardware nearby, and Ace Hardware has a bunch of gun screws, and I just go there. But you can. So here's what you want to be careful of. You want to be careful buying Chinesium screws. I'm not saying that the screws that come with Holosuns aren't Chinesium, but not all Chinesium is created equal. And even Holosun screws can be Chinesium and not great. So make sure you're getting like good screws. But I go to Ace Hardware. What MOA dot should I get for a handgun? You can't go wrong with the like 2 to 3 area. It's kind of like a dual. It's like 2, 3, 3.25, like whatever it is. That's kind of the safe middle ground bet. If you want more, you can bump up the brightness. If you want less, you can turn the brightness down. I want to see a build drill from you on a 1301. I would rather do it on a Benelli M4. So that the M4 shoots so soft, but the 1301 runs faster. See you, Jose. Thanks for stopping by, dude. It was great having you here. Escatec lead away products. You likely have to order them. Gritty soap like Fast Orange is better than nothing. For hands, shooting at poorly ventilated indoor ranges is the biggest thing. Yeah, luckily, since I was going to a quality indoor range, it was well ventilated. But yeah, good advice. Caleb, waving goodbye to everyone who's leaving. And Sticks, how the hell are you still going? Well, I'm just about to leave because I just caught up with chat. So I'm going to wrap this up in the next couple of minutes. Really enjoy your revolver videos. I only have a Smith & Wesson 617 and Smith & Wesson 627 V-Comp. Yeah, more revolver videos to come. Do not worry. I love revolvers. I want to do more videos. I have more revolvers to do videos on. I have two Olight flashlights. Not the greatest I've used, but not the worst either, but maybe I have decent luck or something. No, Olights are okay. Like they're a meme. I wouldn't use one for serious business or put one next to a barrel of like a propane tank, but they get the job done for what they are. So Johnny Glock will be releasing the 4311 for the bigger Glocks too. Yes, maybe I will suck less with my G19. If you suck now with your G19, a trigger change isn't going to help you. But yeah, I can. I'm really looking forward to the 4311 for the bigger guns. Have a great night, bro. All right, everyone. I am signing off. It was so great hanging out with you all. I hope you all enjoyed the live. I'm going to go have a nice anniversary weekend with my wife. So please excuse no weekend video this weekend, but I will be back next week doing the Kimber 2K11 Walther PDP steel frame. Great stuff ahead. Like your video on the CDS9C. Nice to see Kimber maybe back since the move. I honestly hope so. Mine was good. I just want to see how they are on a larger scale with quality control. Olight experience hasn't been great. Surefire and Streamlight for serious work. Agreed. Kenji, dude, it was great having you here. Thanks for all your support of the channel. Thanks for the good chats. Thanks for your knowledge on Shadow Systems products. Just all around, I really value you in this community. So thanks for being here, man. It's been great getting to know you. Your anniversary was yesterday. Yeah, congrats to you as well, man. So good to see. I keep wanting to like use your name. Definitely so excited you were able to stop by, dude. Yeah, you're gonna have a great replay on the first half. This has been one of the better lives I've done. Thanks so much for the happy anniversary wish. Happy anniversary witch about to be put in the doghouse. See you later, dude. And thanks for stopping by, man. Always good having you here. And Inaba, it was great meeting you, man. And it was great hanging out with you. I'll see you around the channel. All right, everyone. Have a good night, and see you in the next video.